都没看到啊，我没看到那个讯息跳出来。会不会太大声？这样会太大声吗？还有吧。阿迪倒了。我是觉得那个啦，轮抽2连败，对气势影响蛮大的。你刚没看到那个画面战机没有那个吗？轮抽2只大恐龙，很扯，那桌开2只啊，而且他打5色哎。他打5色哎，有个鬼的。
Everybody, welcome back to coverage of March of the Machine
这个系列
Day2 here at Pro Tour Minneapolis.
打5色的难度很高啊，说真的。
There's a shot of the city as the players get ready here on day number 2 of competition. We've got 156 players back in the building, battling for their share of a $500,000 prize pool, and of course, the title of champion. We're so excited to have you along here for day 2 of competition. There's a look at the tournament hall and the players themselves. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Marie Bartholdi, Monty DeVuti, and Cedric Phillips. So excited for day 2 of tournament play. Cedric, what are you most looking forward to?
头像会闪的，信号不好。视讯头怪怪的。
Of course, but when we do get into those standard rounds, those are the rounds where players are playing for top 8. That's when players are going to actually be able to achieve their big goal and their big dream of saying, I have a top 8 at the Pro Tour.
不是闹鬼了哦，闹鬼就可怕了。还没农历7月。靠，好可怕哦！你的头像会闪。是啊，农历7月是不是？这么可怕的吗？
Yes, me too. I'm so excited to see some more
drafts
this morning. Let's take a look at our tournament schedule, everybody, to find out how everything shook out yesterday, Monty.
We did kick things off with that awesome draft format, March of the Machine, for rounds 1 through 3. Before we swapped over to the standard for the afternoon, that was rounds 4 through 8. At the end of the day, 12 match points. That's 4 and 4 or better. That's what players needed to come back for today.
All right, speaking of today, how's it going to work, Ced?
Well, today we are going to kick things off with March of the Machine draft. Of course, that'll be rounds 9 through 11, and then we'll get to my favorite part of the tournament. Rounds 12 through 16 is where we're going to watch that standard constructed format once again.
哪天直播人忽然变几万人才可怕好伤人这句话。你这话有点伤人了。
Yeah, and that brings us to tomorrow. It is single elimination top 8. We're serious here. Bet 3 out of 5 games. Starting a little earlier at 11 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. You don't want to miss it.
他只要再4胜，基本上我觉得稳
In case you
进。
didn't catch all of the action from yesterday,
4胜
and there
就算
was
稳
a
进
lot
了。
of it. Cedric's got you with the highlights.
That's me. Let's take a little look-ski here. A lot did happen yesterday. We did kick things off, of course, with a March of the Machine.
应该是吧？16轮要拿12胜以上才有机会吧？13胜比较稳。可是轮抽绕赛就不好讲，这个我觉得谁轮抽好像都可能绕赛哎，不管是多厉害的玩家，好像轮抽都有机会绕赛。主播没看过鬼片感觉很像那个有啊，没看过什么人数变几万人。 他妈是几万阴间人来看是不是啊？太可怕了吧！
Surprising of a choice there, but as always, Shota is beginning to rack up the wins here this weekend, but he could not stop our 8-0 player, and that is Jim Davis.
鬼屋直播那些聊天室人数都是鬼在看，我觉得有泰式恐怖片的那个感觉了。听你这样讲，感觉很像什么泰国鬼片、什么印尼鬼片常出现的那种情节。对。
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our headlines, everybody. Today, 156 players return for Day 2 draft. We started the tournament with 252 down.
剩下156人哦，真的假的？
There will be only 8. Our draft spot that is featured is Jim Davis, the lone player on 8-0.
跟他做好朋友啊，我只能这样建议你了，不然我不知道怎么帮你，你只能跟他做好朋友，只能叫他好兄弟啊。请他不要缠着你。你看 Jim Davis 昨天全胜啊，非常猛。
Check it out.
Yeah, Jim Davis, he is incredible. 8-0 here, but this is his second 8-0 Maria in the last year. Most players don't ever get an undefeated Day 1 performance in the Pro Tour. 7-1s, we see some huge names: Javier Dominguez, Simon Nielsen, Carl Serap, and Nathan Sawyer. But the 6-2s, no slouches. Pro Tour champion Eli Loveman, Hall of Famer Shota Yasuoka over there, waiting to try to get back to those top spots as well.
Taking a look at the second page of standings here, Cedric, a lot of players still in it to win it.
Very much so. Seth Manfield among that group, Luis Scott Vargas,
现在我觉得
as well checking in at 6 and
6胜以上应该都有机会了，6胜以上应该都有机会。5胜难了，5胜今天要全赢。
An oldie but a goodie. One of my favorites.
5胜这个可能有机会啦，这个他有小分，他的优先度比所有任何5胜的其他人都高啊。他有小分，这个有机会。
Oh, he's in the top 8 again.
Yeah, we've got some huge
names
at the top of our leaderboard here in this tournament, and we are kicking things off, as we said once again, with draft this morning. We all love this draft format. I'm sure many of you do, as well as the pros out there. Let's take a look at some of the draft archetypes of players looking to pick up here at the draft table model.
Yeah, Maria, the big story of the format is, of course, blue being the most powerful color, and 2 of the best and highly contested archetypes: blue-black graveyard, blue-white knights, right there.
昨天看了那个。
favorites.
一个比一个还扯啊！这个，昨天我只能说哦，你们抓这么厉害啊，结果那个更厉害哦。你讲比赛比的怎样？对，昨天那个超扯，昨天我以为 Ray Duke 已经很扯了哦，结果Ray Duke 绕赛2把，真的是傻眼了。Ray Duke 被比他更炸的套牌打烂了，有够鬼扯。拉罗斯大胜利吗？不太算。艾斯波拉罗斯2分天下吧？应该是2分天下吧？我觉得。反正就红黑底的跟黑白底的在争啊，大概是这样子。被乱人走位还走位差打2把控制，恭喜！哦不，那是太惨了。打控制，有时候被一招接着一招拆，就是死掉了。30的 type 蓝白最多，再来是黑白。哦 ，Nathan, Jim Davis, Carl, Peter， 他是艾斯波的，他现在排名第5，炸弹满天飞。对啊，人都有啊，超夸张。Ray Duke 4张炸弹不够扯，打他的有7张炸弹打5射，这个才扯。我操，那个 Ray Duke 完全没机会还手啊，完全被打烂了。我操，超扯的。4张炸弹不够啊，你要7张炸弹啊，好扯。
Absolutely amazing feat. Keep your eyes, of course, on Team Handshake. Let's meet our featured drafter this morning. Although Jim Davis is 8-0, we want to focus in on Nathan Sawyer, world champion, sitting at 7-1. The story here is, can he go back to back top 8s at these Pro Tours and top events? It's something that's almost unheard of in Magic the Gathering. This kid can play the game almost like nobody else. What an incredible run through the past 2 tournaments, and indeed in this one so far,
小炸弹啊，银牌有些是小炸弹，蛮可怕的。
will find out. It's not just us though, bringing you all of the action.
我觉得杀尽量不要少。Day2 的套牌很炸，可是他套牌有个缺点啦，他的套牌的杀很少，对，而且是偏烂的那种杀。Day2 都抓不到好杀。 变成说对面下炸弹，他就很被动，就打得超被动。
Thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at PT Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and as they deftly outlined for us there, we've got a draft to show you here. And of course, this is the part that Paul and I look forward to a lot before we come in. And we're going to be watching.
如果没抽到炸弹的话，比对手晚出炸弹，你可能需要杀。那个差太多了。不然太多牌就是2回合不解，就是把你顶烂了。
Interestingly, one of the highest stakes drafts we've ever covered.
yeah. I mean, and we saw the pot too. It's just absolutely stacked.
Day2 真的
just the run that Nathan is on
炸是很炸，可是他的杀是真的不太行。
Only a handful of players have been kind of
杀真的很重要。Day2 只有3张杀，然后其中1张还是很被动的那一种。 那种什么你已经死了的那种杀，真的超被动。
I wanted to cover this draft this morning because yesterday Nathan had a loss relatively early in the day, which often kind of takes you out of the feature table rotation a little bit. You know, you're not as high in the standings for a while until you kind of catch up. But don't forget about our champ here. Nathan Stoyer is very much in the mix here with an amazing Day2 performance. Again, those are the types of performances where you only get 1 loss. That you don't get that many in your whole career. You know. You go talk to the Hall of Famers.
杀，我是觉得4张以上啊，最少要4张啊，不管什么杀都用，能用的。你那个什么，你已经死了个人，极端一点，你可能也得用。
First one, well, I guess technically the first one is they're going to count 15 cards, but the first one is they're going to show what double face cards are.
Exactly. So the way that this is going to work is you count out your 15 cards. Every pack will have a couple of double face cards. You're going to get those double face cards and then show that to the rest of the table. Once the rest of the table has enough time to
来看一下有什么炸弹啊！昨天
then we're going to
开2张尼米杰， 艾雷龙。昨天第一桌超好笑的，欧纳斯1只、2只尼米杰，没人要拿，超好笑。尼米杰死的是哪一张？就是1点黑啊，消灭有受过伤的生物，你抽1张牌啊。
Showcasing these cards does
a
new way to kind of strategize when you're actually drafting. Because if you see somebody open something like an Elishnorn, you know that, look, I probably don't want to be a white drafter with him passing to me,
That's right. The people who are going to take the most note.
有些杀的抓外可能比你有些 U 卡的卡，你可能也要放弃掉，要去拿杀。
Generally speaking. It's highly disadvantageous to
这比较那个
try to be in a color that a person to your right is in.
Yeah.
哪粉应该会1批艾雷龙吧
？Also one of those things too where white is
没道理
one of the
不1批艾雷龙啊，艾雷龙强炸。
Oftentimes when you ask people
艾雷龙在黑白超强
usually it's white.
黑白太多廉价的生
See
物
somebody
了。
open a very good white rare, you're like, okay, you know what? That's fine. I'm just going to avoid white and try to draft the other 4 colors.
That's right. Interestingly, the people that Nathan
现
passes
在是
to also
装
will
套
have
阶段呢
a，bit
秀
of
完
extra
后装
information,
套。
right? Like, hey, I noticed that Elishnorn over there. Hey, it's not in the pack anymore, right?
Right.
It's not often that you get to actually know what your neighbors first picked, but in a double-face card format, in the interest of fairness, this is how it has to be done. Now, the other thing that's happening here is that the players, as you see, are going to be sleeving up the entire pack, so that
很多人
information
也是这样啊，
is now
其
hidden
实很多
going
人
forward.
都从国外来
But the neighbors，
没有
can
炸
do
弹
that,
已经优先
right?
了，对，像炸弹优先
Absolutely.
了。银牌的炸弹，
Something similar in
我说如
yesterday's
果你真的
draft
很
where we
缺
do
杀，
open
有些
invasion
银牌的
Aurora.
一些 key 卡，你可能也不得不放
Well,
弃
that's one
啊。
of the best rares in the set, right? And
你不能说你只有1张杀，
take it, so
可
if
是
you're to
你
reach
整套牌只有1
left,
张杀吧，
absolutely are
很容易
going
被
to
扯
avoid
烂
black。as much as you can. The only reason I can see
你看
is
金
if you
卡
open
可能
something
还有
on a
商量
similar
的余
power
地啊，
level
银
that's
卡
also
可
black.
能视情况要放弃啊。如果你真的超级缺杀的话，
You can see our Judge Kevin is just double-checking. Tournament integrity, of course, takes the absolute priority at all times, hence revealing double-face cards, hence sleeving, and hence Kevin double-checking everybody. And off we go. This is a timed draft for our players here,
好
so
了，艾雷
they're
龙
going
啦
to，have a specific interval of time
艾
they
雷
get
龙
to choose.
哎，这谁？哪一粉？
Okay, he did find an artistic
看一下，
refusal.
先记一下啊，艾雷龙啊。
But it's going to be really difficult to pass an Elish Norn here.
Yeah, and he immediately does put the 3 most powerful cards up in the front there. You see the Elish Norn there. You see the artistic refusal.
难道有不选艾雷龙的理由
The
吗？
brawler is just a 2-mana 3/3. Very, very solid offensive creature, but I mean, Elish Norn,
10 seconds.
really hard to just not go ahead and just take that mythic rare, and then also just kind of plant your feet. You go, hey, this is the card that I'm going to first pick. Most people think I'm going to take this, and that just means, look, if we play kind of friendly, we'll
而且还很烦呢，艾雷龙。
where you want to be is a position where you
会
are
真血税的，我觉得都偏
not the
烦。
same colors as the people
是限
around
制
you,
赛
right?
啦，
Then that just gives both of you the best chances to succeed.
限
in
制
a
赛
fight.
很多战斗发生的话，那个血税就很麻烦。
beneficial to both of you
看
to
下一
stay
波
out of each
，Nathan
other's
怎
way.
么选
Right.
？Nathan 应该
See what he's going
I
to
see
pick
a
up here in
Wrath.
this
打
pack.
白
Wow,
底
there's a
吧。
lot of
No, that's not a
blue
Wrath.
看一下，
and white cards here.
哎呦，
White Errant of
又一
Eos
个
is a
白
rare
色
that
金
he's
卡
gonna
哎
pass to him. That looks
可
good.
是那是
He's
召
making
集
it
的
solid.
召集的牌，还是捡飞瑞人结界？飞瑞人结界，
Right.
哎，这个也不
Desirable
错。
color pair.
可是就是绑定飞瑞人了，黑白的。飞瑞人结界基本绑定黑白啊，
However, you
完全
probably
转不了。
just it's a little bit safer to just take one of the white cards here, given your first
红的
picking
没
Elish
什么理由
Norn.
拿
Wow.
吗？
Draft.
Okay, no
Interesting.
safety.
红的其实也
No
可以拿。
safety. Hey, Elish Norn is a Phyrexian.
哦，
There
We're
you go.
already working
Nathan!
on the synergies here.
铁了
One thing
心
to
我
note,
就
by
是
the
要
way,
当飞
is
瑞人
yesterday,
了，
White Black
我
was
就是要当
had the
飞瑞
second
人到
most
底啦。
trophies, second most
铁了
3-0s
心
of
当
all
飞瑞
the
人
different
啊。
archetypes yesterday.
I
没
was
错
surprised to see that. Yeah.
飞瑞人太香了，OK，
Okay,
没办法
well,
那个，
Enduring
没办法
Bond
抗拒。
Warden is pulled to the front right now, but already this pack looks
this is-
kind of
这包
medium compared
this-
to what he's seen.
这包
This is
拿什
a
么？
very, very weak pack. There's really nothing in here
好烂哦
that you're too happy taking.
没有
The
白色牌。
Rampaging Geoderm is the most powerful
10
card in the
seconds.
pack, but it just it's
So
not
far
something
away.
worth
拿个
abandoning
黑色
your
贴
first two
皮
picks
沙
over.
，OK，
So
过，只是都很废啊，这包对他来说偏
Drive
废
to。the front.
I guess he's,
Whoa!
all right,
Ah!
he's just taking power right now and just seeing how things shake up. If he does end up getting kind of the red-green battles deck,
为什么
this
拿
is,
拿恐
you know,
龙？
one of the cards that you want in your deck.
红的在
It's kind
轮
of the
周很烂，
signpost
三
on
国
that.
志的反
He
面
just
太
took a
难了，
double
确实啊
white。into a white
然后我觉得
black
他正
card.
面还蛮能打的吧。
Doesn't leave him a lot of wiggle room there.
I think it was one
Nathan，
of those packs where you look at the white
Nathan，
black cards, you
为
go,
什么
"Well, I
要选
would
恐
never
龙
really
呢
be happy playing any of these cards,
So
so
might
I'm
as well
just
just
going to
take a
take the
flyer.
most powerful thing."
Okay, that's fair.
哦
Sunder to the gateway, there's a
他
Jira
想把
and
强
Hazard
牌
right
全部
there
挑
as
起
well.
来，看第二包再选，
I
是不
would
是？
not be happy second, third.
是这样吗？
These are some
感觉的
fairly
策
weak
现在
picks.
策略
Is
变
he
成
just
这
gonna
样
go for
了。
power here
Yeah,
again?
he's
先
should
把
now,
强
right?
卡全部扣
He's
下
just gonna,
来，
now he's gonna
到
go for
第二
Sunder
包
the
再
gateway
看要
fourth
怎么抓，
Second and
Yeah.
是不是？
Now the
Anything
Jiro
past
is
have
not the
been
most
tough.
impressive of kind of the legendary tandems,
对
but it's
那
still
恐
a
龙
5
不
mana
差，
5
我知道不差啊，
4
可是
if you
我以
want
为他
the
铁
red
了心要
adder
打
deck,
飞
it
瑞
should be
人
okay
的
to，just kind of put into your
可是
deck.
他策略好
Sunder
像
does go into
想
the
跟我们
black-white
想的
deck
不太
just
一样。
fine. There's a
对
traumatic revelation which does the same, but power level wise, these aren't the highest.
他策略可能要
It's
改
a-
成
it's a, you know,
把
it
把
fell
强
off
牌
a
全
bit
部先
after
扣
that
下
first
来
pick, of course.
基本上都是这样，强牌现在
Boy,
不
it's
用也
kind
不
of
能
fallen
放
off
别
a
人，
cliff.
对，只是变成你最后会缺东缺西的，有几率啦。第一包
It's just highly synergistic,
Yes.
and
哦，这张
that's
不
what you
错
see。Nathan doing here, right? He's like, I know these cards are not cards you generally take very high, but if I'm moving into black-white, if I just take
很不好
anything that
抓
says
是吗？
incubate on it, along with the scriptures that I
怎
have,
么觉得
maybe
这
all
样
those
会
cards
落
can work
塞啊
together？
哦，
to
这
just
个这个
make a
这个
nice
拿吧，
Yeah, and I like
黑
that.
色那个狐狸，
Etched
Woody吗？
Familiar would be a nice addition here as well.
我觉得狐狸不
It's
错耶，
a Phyrexian creature, I
10
believe.
seconds.
It is.
狐狸
It's Phyrexian Fox.
Oh,
放
Yeah.
可是，嘿嘿，那狐狸蛮厉害的啊，主要是狐狸也有神器类别啊，又能干一些别的事情啊。
Used to be cute.
Correct.
狐狸
another Sunder? Is that where we are?
怎么都这么飞啊？
Boy, these packs have been all over the place for him too.
Yeah.
Just no clear
我是拿黑白仙
direction
灵
to
算了吧。
go.
Right.
我再拿个
Maybe
这
one of
个
the better cards in the pack is
这
just a
个
Simile
我觉
Essence, but
得
it doesn't look like he's
是
interested
不
in being
错啦。
blue. Blue is a
这个
heavily contested color,
Draft.
and I can totally
反正有
see,
猜到有赚
going
到
into，this
没
draft,
猜到也是个
even
2啊。
considering not drafting blue,
接很
just
多波
knowing
这
that
种
there's going to be
下
3
下
people, maybe even 4, trying to force blue because it's the deepest color.
Yeah, people really are
Watch out.
high on blue. Ralph's Reinforcements is going to be the pick now for Nathan.
Okay.
Token.
Perhaps
It's only a slight
拉
dip
尔
into
的那
red
个
here for him, but
叫2个1
Draft.
Not seeing a ton of black cards,
no,
right?
he's
You just saw the
effectively white.
scriptures.
Yeah.
And that was the only thing where when I saw that pick, I go, well, there were
Oh
two
my God.
perfectly good white cards that you want to take out of that pack. When you take
进军
the
新卡佩纳
that early, that there's a decent chance that that card just does not make your deck.
哇，拿走
Taking
进
that
军新
second
卡佩
doesn't
纳，
mean
哦，
black's going to be open necessarily.
怎么
Somebody
觉得
could
最后
just
还
take
会
the removal spell.
还是会变
He's
黑
going to
白
take
啊？
invasion of New Copenhagen here, which if you
牺
haven't
牲一
drafted
个
the format
神
much,
奇
you
的
might
生
think,
物，
oh,
如果
sweet,
叫
you
做
know, he's
放
got
逐
this
目标，
uncommon battle, and it's in his colors. It's a
哦，
gold card, but that card's actually not great.
Right,
这一张
because
嘛，
oftentimes when you have
我会
a
拿
battle
黑
and
色
you
这个
flip it,
的，
you get a creature, right? So
黑
it's
色这
almost
很
always
好。
worth it. You often get a lot of value, but in this
黑色
instance, you get an
怎么
equipment.
觉得最后还
So
是会
it's
走
not
黑白
quite as
啊？
strong. I will say if you do draft a
上
very
道开始
synergistic
轮
deck
抽
and
嘛，没有
basically
有双面
every
白，有双
creature
面
in your
白，
deck is a Phyrexian,
有双面白，所以不
it
能
can
裸
give you
卡。
some advantages there, right? Because
And
all
he
of a
is
有
sudden,
双面白在好像
if
就
every
不
single
能
card
裸
is
卡，
Phyrexian, boom, you get
会
to
被
draw
看到
your
那
whole
个。
team.
Yikes, Urn of Godfire here for Nathan, though we are well and truly down the pack. Taking a look on the left side, you see he is in black-white pretty solidly right now.
你已经
Took the
死了。
Rampaging Geoderm on a flyer, but doesn't look like that's going to fit into the plan. And then he has a random rouse reinforcements. And everything else is either black,
昨
white,
天
or black
Duke
and white.
That is a
放
late
走很多，你已
cryptomancer.
经死了，对，
Wow,
结果自己只有3张
surprising
杀
to be
人。
still in the pack.
I've been so, you know, in the beginning of the set, I thought, okay, well, maybe this is a decent trick. And then every time I just play, I just get more and more impressed with that card.
Card's really good.
The removal is excellent. Everybody's going to have 4 or 5 premium removal spells. This counters it. And then just having that extra body in play too for Convoke, for various sacrifice themes, really just
看一下，哇，好
added a
猛
lot of value to me over time as I've been drafting the card.
Somebody's going to
感觉还是会走黑白，不过要看他怎么那个。
Yeah, I mean,
刚刚展示版是双面白，
outside of that,
对，双面
first
白要
pick,
先秀。
perhaps the second pick
好像说高级的那个双面白全部都
doesn't
是要
look
秀出
all
来
that。exciting right now.
实体的
You know, hopefully
轮
the
抽
signals that Nathan sent
高
by
竞
trying
技
to
等
cut
级
off
的，
all
好
the
像全部
Phyrexians
都要
in pack
秀，
1 will reward him.
全部
in
都要
pack
秀
2.
出来。 来看一下，
You can see some direction forming for his deck here, but he's going to need a lot of help. All of the middle ground picks that he got were very middling stuff. None of those were the premium cards that you really want for the.
来看第2包吧，第2包也要秀一下。怎么感觉还是会走黑白啊？他的黑白料其实够猛了。我觉得他黑白料其实算够猛了。
This format is very deep, and usually making playables isn't an issue at all. It's just more about how quality.
对啊，因为他的黑白料明显是更厉害啊。他这一包，他手现在手上。我觉得顶多混一点绿吧，看情况。好像也不太可能。为了那个18-6，好像也不值得混绿啊。18-6没有那么强，他是白板。
Also, just the power level of the creatures in his deck is also kind of low, right?
要看一下
just some 2-mana 2/2s, 3-mana 3/2s.
Make sure you have 15
You need that. You need to basically draw that scriptures.
The scriptures is definitely the focal point. Of course, Elishnorn does good work, but that
看
scriptures
一下
is
大家的
definitely
双面牌
what he's building
秀了
around
什
right
么。
now.
All good. 15 cards for everybody. You may reveal double face cards. You have 45 seconds to look at them.
Okay, so everybody once again is going to be looking around and seeing what kind of good stuff was open.
18-6，看他白板本体太弱了，白板而已。
Looks like Javier doesn't have a whole lot going on there. Maybe Invasion of Ikoria.
哎，这系列小屁仔很多。
That's a good card for whoever.
一拳打20滴，好梦幻哦！进军心飞。
That's a lot better. If you're
进
drafting
军
the blue-white
心
deck,
飞跟
which
零
is
零
one of the
记。
stronger aggressive archetypes.
我还看到那个什么进攻伊克里，对不对？我还看到进攻伊克里。
Are you going to look it up for me, Paul? I can't remember what's
Your cards.
进军心飞跟
Which
进
plane is it?
跟
Which
零
plane
零
would have a
记，
bunch of 2/2?
还有个进军伊克里在场上，
I even said new. I'm so.
Old
Where's my
Phyrexia.
confidence? you know?
都很厉害，只是
Okay,
看
and
军
once again,
Davis
the players are
手
gonna
上
sleeve it up,
是
so
什
we
么
get
套
just a
牌
little
啊？
minute here.
进军
And
伊
I
克
gotta
里，
say,
对
you know, if I'm Stoyer, I am.
进军伊克里可以
really
找最厉害的
hoping
生物哎。
that things just break my way. Like, and I know it's like not really a great draft strategy to hope to get lucky, but it kind of feels like he got a little unlucky in that first pack. Just
主视角都在 Nathan 这里。
He committed a bit.
明明现在赢最多的是 June Davis。
I can see blue white, right?
好像有黑魔，有黑魔版吗？
如果
你在那个上面就是有办法，
maybe other blue drafters don't want cards like Protocol Knight.
炸弹可以被丢出来吧？可是这系列很多炸弹是生物，我觉得进军一个里不会没用啊。
Cards are being revealed, right? And the thing is, when you open these packs,
进军一个里应该是能用的，他可以直接把炸弹找到。哎，大部分炸弹扔这样还是生物，大部分炸弹还是，而且你在坟场的炸弹他也捞了回来。
What your opponents may have opened. So in order to remove that from happening, everybody's just revealing all the double-faced cards that they have.
哦，人类不行哦，他还有这个限制，那没那么猛。 看情况，那好像要看情况。那好像真的要看情况。我以为他是什么都能丢，没那么厉害啊。那份，可恶，这一包都好粪，我都不能用。好烂哦！这包。 为什么他这包这么粉啊？一张都没得用啊！哦，这个还不错，这个沙可以拿了。OK， 我觉得要拿沙啦。该拿沙吧。骑士或沙。我觉得沙最稳。
Oh, he's gonna take it.
What? 14 cards to your right.
What?
Wow.
Wow, he must
I guess
really
he's just gonna
value
go
this card.
3-color here.
I suppose so. Some Mardu. It's not a Phyrexian, is it?
没有，他不拿沙了。
All
right.
Wow, I'm surprised to see that. Okay, well, there's a deadly derision. That'll help.
哦，他又拿到一张正沙了。
That's really surprising.
该正沙了吧 ，Nathan？Nathan 告诉我你要拿沙。
It's kind of one of the cards.
Nathan 你应该会拿沙吧
？Looks like Nathan values it highly.
Nathan 你应该要拿沙吧？这是最猛的沙哎，这系列。拜托。
I just can't imagine giving up on Alex.
哦，好了，正常了。哦，怎么可能？那个沙先那个沙烂就算了 ，OK。啊，这个应该要拿吧，这是最强的。他想卡别人，他不想给别人那张红黑的 key 卡。飞瑞数，这包还行，这包料蛮多都还行的，这包料。 磨3张捞2张，跟那个进场痛2抽2那个也有。对，进场痛2抽2。
The Alabaster Host
Sanctifier. It is a Phyrexian, right?
Yes, it is.
Which is nice. Helps you kind of rage. Helps you kind of race, but
the Rat's just a better card generally. Yeah. This is another this is. Are you trying to do the Phyrexian thing? And I guess
he is. But then you go back to the other.
He must just be looking for Skittering Surveyor or something because he's just gonna.
这个飞瑞人的好处是他吃得到飞瑞结界的加成。
That's right. That's what I said when he.
有飞瑞结界给的那个。
Oh man.
看一下这包。
Angelic Intervention, very solid combat trick.
再拿个飞瑞大宅。
I mean, if you're in red, a Ramosian
我猜的啦，拿35嘛，35嘛。
As a splash though, it would be kind of odd.
35或者是宝牌好像都行。还有0季剑在这里，没人抓红色。
Was that a Tiller as well?
I didn't see.
Okay.
他抓这个宝牌。
But you know, this is just a fine combat trick.
放个豆，然后反某色保护嘛。
Certainly change the way your opponent plays against you.
应该是这样
right? So.
Take a look at Javier.
You have 25 seconds.
啊，那个通知怎么晚才发？我这机器人是不是坏掉了？靠腰。
Okay, yeah.
Gift of completion.
机器人都坏掉了，是不是？
Great.
哦，还不错哎。
It's just a solid card, really good.
Yeah,
很好哎。对
Nathan. Black white, I mean, that's where it really shines.
It's awesome in that deck.
文化复理。
So things have actually gone pretty decently here for Nathan. A little bit of a sidestep with Stormclaw Rager. Unclear if that's a path he will fully walk down or not.
Right.
文化复理是不是
But the rest
也
of
不
the deck
错啦
is shaping up
对黑白飞瑞人来说
right?
很好的牌。这什么？
Yeah, Deadly Derision goes a long
哦，好
way in
愤
this
哦
format.！
哦，有，这个牛的，这牛皮的，这个2费这是最好的吧？他这包自己能用最好的，应该是这一张牌。
Solid 2 drop. In basically any deck, you're
太强了，那个
playing
玄
at least
田
one copy of this, and of course, if you have
打那个18-6没穿透的最好了。
sacrifice artifacts, it gets even better.
拿去舔。
Oh, is that another?
Fair
he
job.
took one last time. If you liked it so much then, right?
If you liked it, pack one.
If you're taking it over
one.
Vanquish in your black-white deck, there's a black-white card in the pack. There's a Furia in there.
And he didn't even look at it.
He's like,
再把那个干走
So I think that he
都不
really
给
likes Stormcloud Ranger.
all right.
It is
我
a
没
good
有要
card,
用也
but
不
he
给
absolutely- it does good
是
work.
不是？
But he has 0 mana fixing right now.
Yeah. Well, just a derision.
Well, there's a derision. I think he took a late earn, but I can't imagine.
这个是很那个啦，但是
Hey, Windscarred Craig.
Okay.
啊，
That's
那份好贪哦，要3色啊
maybe a
这么
mountain
贪
and
的
a
吗？
skimming
你哈
surveyor. That's 3 sources, right? That's usually
这么贪的吗？
okay to splash 2 red cards.
Draft.
我操，
I'm
3
surprised
色
to see him value that Stormcloud Ranger that
Never
highly.
我全
Again,
都
it's
要
a,
了
it's a good
，OK
card in the
我不是不给你们啊，
red-black
是
deck,
我
but
自己要用啊。
it's still not amazing.
And
It's
you
not
also
like
kind
Also,
of play it on
did
curve,
it.
right? When you play turn
Yes.
6, is it really that strong?
And it needs help. Like, you want to put stuff around it that's taking
耐呀
advantage. Like,
你
you don't really get ahead by just randomly
干
sacrificing.
脆把大
artifacts
恐
and
龙再拿
creatures
进来
to it.
算了。
Draft.
But I will say,
That was a berserker. Or
this is
Oh.
Nathan Stoyer that we're talking
后
about.
援1，
Arguably the best player in the world,
yeah.
right? Given his
这也没不能
results,
3色
so
的，可以轻轻混一点
perhaps he just has
呐，
enough
只是
experience
没
playing
想
with
到
that
他
card,
竟然
and
真
it's
的
just
决定
been
这么做而
absolutely
已，
phenomenal every time he's played it. So
毫无迹
we
象
did see him
而已。
with
这
the
第2
light
包而已
slash,
吧？
in
如果是
yesterday's
第
game
3包才
too,
这样就
so
太那个了，这才第
We
2包
wanted
应
to
该
see
还
him
好。
play, by the way. We're going to be watching him
而且那一只也不
play
错
this
啦
deck in，the first round. We always
那
like
个
to
牺
follow
牲的
our
那个也蛮
feature
强
drafter
的。
into the feature match area to watch
认
see
真
how
讲
the deck played out, at least for
那个红黑的那个银卡那个很厉害啊。
Draft. Pass 4 cards. Collect.
just an awkward spot though for Nathan. Kind of being forced to play it all. He already committed too many picks to the Phyrexian black-white deck to really just abandon it.
You can't if you're gonna play these
大
Stormcloud
剑
Ragers, you're just gonna be playing
食人魔跟那个贝卡人哦，
There's just not. He doesn't even have a ton of red cards, right?
Correct.
You have the Ragers.
Yeah.
Those are the only 2 cards that you're kind of happy playing.
Right.
拿什么？那是什么？
Draft and pass the last card.
He did end up wheeling a Ramosian
Searing
Greatsword,
Bar.
which we mentioned. There's also a Searing Bar.
没人要用
A
你已
couple
经
of
死了。
fringe
我
playable.
也不知道为什么
Yeah.
你已经死了有那么烂吗？也还好。
Right?
我觉得没有的用你还是得用啊
You。get a 1/1
你已经死
incubate, you
了。
sack that, draw a card, right?
Yep, totally.
对，你
But
已经
these
死
are just
了，
not reasons to be.
没有要用你也得
Would
用啊。
fit that description. Maybe is the Rager, and even then it's a little bit borderline.
Yeah.
对
That
你
urn
的
is
沙
just
没得选的话，你还
dangerously
是要
close
用
to
嘛
being。in the playable stack, if that's how he's sorting his cards.
昨天 Red Duke 才传走2-3张，你已经死
Or a
了。
mirrored
对
advantage.
他宁愿
Not a
自己
true
的沙
mana
只有
that
3
either.
张，
No, that's
他也不要用那个你已经
you
死
do.
了。
That's a you do what you got to do with removal, but that's really far down the line.
Red Duke
Put that
昨
one in
天
the back.
他把一堆那个你已经死了给丢掉了。
I've tried
可
making
能
that card
那张
work,
牌真的那个
and
吧，
every single time I draw it, I just
真
feel
的是不
sadness.
想用那一张牌
So,
是吧？
I have since stopped putting it into my decks.
来看一下，哇，那一份真的我全都要了是吧？
You know,
这边
if you think about it though, with a card like Urn, it's much better when you are looking to splash cheaper cards, right?
我就觉得
The
这个
problem is
系
when you're trying to
列
splash a 7-mana bomb with the Urn, it's going to cost you 8 lands to do so, right? But when
Right.
you're splashing something like the Stormcloud Rager,
这些
it's a little more reasonable there.
Okay.
没有那么方便，连那个水瓶都不好用啊，那个水瓶进来不会抽牌，对，那个水瓶啊，
It is also
那
more
个调
food
色的
for the
水瓶也
Rager.
不会让你抽牌什么
If you
的，
happen
不过
to
那个可以
pick
杀啦
up
，OK，也不
otherwise.
好像也
Right? Get
堪
both in
用，
play and then sack it.
20
Yeah.
seconds.
Combo.
那个水瓶竟然是不能那个的，
That Windscarred Craig could be very
进场是
important
不会
though
抽
if,
牌
if
的，
Nathan is
而且要调色
prioritizing
还要2点换1点，
the Rager just
Oh
because
my
it does
God.
seem that he does.
Yeah, I mean, are we looking at you can't splash black if you want to play the Derision, right? So
Please put your
Okay.
cards face down.
are
in a
the
single
white cards
Okay.
splashable? I'm just trying to figure
Oh,
out kind of
下一个
where
那个了
Nathan's looking to be.
下一包，第3包了。
Most of his best cards are in black. He's got some white, and then of course his best card is Elishnorn, which is in white.
Okay, one more time around the table we'll go here. This is pack number 3. And again, I mentioned it before, the playables fine. He just wants to kind of
最后大礼
bump his power level up a bit here. You know, curve considerations might be a thing. Stay on track.
I mean, the Rager is a powerful card.
哦，进军达气。
It's an invasion of Tarkir.
Yep.
哇
That's right.
进军达气，翻过来这限制赛
Another good
炸
one
开
to
来，
reveal
我
there
操
for！ Javier.
Oh!
Ooh, and look at that. Ayara is what Nathan is showing the rest of the table.
Nathan，
Widow of
Nathan 好猛哦，又开一张 阿雅拉。
We're going to be looking at an Ayara here from Nathan.
Yeah, I mentioned wanting to boost the power.
可是别忘了，昨天那个对 Duke 也有用，也是忽然得到阿雅拉，然后他就落赛了。
I mean, both sides, really, right? In the beginning, just having it in play.
哇，进军赛洛斯，好乐色哦。
Spells aren't as great. It could allow you to finish people off.
你看那个卡尔，我怎么又开到这个一费的这个1-2啊？他就我怎么是这种东西？你们怎么是这种东西？哎呀，拉点黑。
So that'll be an exciting.
2点黑而已啊，2点黑，它这个新版的2点而已。新版的2点就好了。
Gives you another sack outlet, and now we're looking at Nathan with. If
他拿到的是新版的，
which I think he's
应该会拿新版的吧？
You know, then cards like Furnace Rains become something that you're
他应该会
interested
拿
in.
艾雅拉吧？
Of course, that's
有不
another
拿的
red
理由
card
吗？
that you're looking to splash, but certainly does not have a lack of sack outlets in his deck.
Yeah, I don't think he's had a chance at a furnace range.
新版的2黑啦，还能接受，没有这么难混。
But now,
不是混啊，只要主色是黑色，有黑色就基本能用。来看，哪粉应该是会拿艾雅拉吧？应该吧，应该吧，应该吧。
Or maybe something that he may be able to wheel.
Welcome to the final booster. You have 40 seconds.
Oh,
Pick a
thank you.
Welcome to the
有
final
40
booster,
秒。
folks.
Thank you, Kevin.
哦，沙跟艾雅拉哦，
Gonna have to ship that one.
好难哦，这个。
Invasion of Arcadia is excellent as well.
One of these
其实2张一样强啊，正沙人跟艾雅拉。究竟那份是要搏上限还是搏下限呢？搏下限就是拿沙，保证你的套牌有扎实的沙，其实也很好。搏上限就是艾雅拉，OK。 艾雅拉翻面就直接爆炸了，对，基本上。
Oh, he's going to take the direction.
搏下限。
I actually don't hate that pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially if you're trying to splash red.
Right, he actually
搏下限了，搏下限了。
Yeah, that was good discipline from Stoyer.
Hey, we do talk
真的下限不能太低啊，那个没杀就是绕赛啊，很多时候。 只是少了艾雅拉这个制胜而已啊，其实还勉强还行吧。其实2个 P 我觉得都有道理啊。
Double derision, final flourish.
就是一个是追求上限，一个追求下限。
Invasion.
Yeah. Okay.
哦，又一张沙哦。
So now,
10 seconds.
Deck looking.
剩10秒，我再拿一张沙。哦，那那份的沙就够用了。 确定够用了吧？那份的沙算够用了。
Will he get there on his mana?
Shuffle and pass 13 cards.
That derision helps a lot.
Yeah.
对，这样应该是确定够用了。那份的沙
，2
张正沙，一张软沙。
Oh, wait.
Found a jury.
That's not the one that I thought it was.
Judith.
I thought it was a Judith Marshall.
No, that's not.
哦，不是九力士，九力士强多了。
It's good, but
the problem is just that you really. Need it earlier.
Okay.
I don't think you can get away with a stoke.
I'm not sure about stoke the flames. That's a
这包能拿
full-on pivot to.
如果要打3色，可能就是最右边那一张。
And then you're, I don't know what you're doing.
I guess we're just all right. We're.
Jury's good, but this one's a little bit less flexible than the ones he's got.
You absolutely want this one in play early,
yes,
right?
Exactly.
Get everything else.
九力
going.
后期就太烂了。
Until you resolve a deadly derision.
Yeah. I mean,
九力准时，然后开始动起来就蛮靠北的。
Mediocre. So I don't blame him for just taking the higher upside pick.
All right. Ooh.
There's that Marshal of Zalfir.
I'm
going back to what you were talking about.
Right.
啊，进军阿拉洛没人要，太难用了。除非像昨天那个炸弹魔进军阿拉洛直接进组来，有够可怕。
This particular draft, there's Dreg Recycler again. Filler commons, cards that will make the cut. Sure.
Yeah.
Check that.
这样买很扎实啊。跟他讲。
I think he just really just relieved to have picked up that Deadly Derision. That just really solved 2 major issues that he had, so I'll be happy about that.
Oh, that is a late preening champion.
That's
wow.
a preening champion.
5th pick preening champion? Are you kidding me?
哦。这包好像都
Wow. And a Knight Errant of Eos. I mean,
怎么又有个金卡骑士
Oh, wait. Is he ditching white?
That's what it
He's
looks
taking
like.
a random hanger.
He's been just tricking me the entire time.
为什么不拿白色那个飞瑞人？
We valued the
不拿那个飞瑞人吗？
The Anthem plus all of the basically all of
还是说他要卡人？他觉得自己的牌够好了。
Okay. And it's a
开卡。
It's a potentially a full-on pivot to Rakdos sacrifice here.
怎么会不拿那个白2费22记命？
That question does come in. He did dedicate multiple picks.
I mean, we saw him take the Alabaster
那是骑士啊。
Yep.
那个就没人要了，那个太难用了。他要进来拿牌还要用造机，那个其实不好用。那个金的骑士，我好奇的是2费22为什么要选红色的矮人，不选那个飞瑞？有点
Wow, that's another
让我一时难以理解。
Goodness.
这个好牌啊，捞2张。
It was another knight, so that was 2 knights and a preening champion.
后期是好牌啦，前期是烂牌啦，你可能会翻空，就很绕塞。
No, but it's one of those things. And we've all been there. We're like, I could have gone this direction. And you see another one, you're like, darn, pass it again. And of course now it's just way too late.
进群赛洛斯。
He's already got a great sword, so I wonder if he's just going to go ahead and take a Gloomfang Mauler here. If he does want to potentially go 3 color still, right? And you did take an Unsealed Necropolis. It's a nice little extra card to get back.
哦，拿大剑。
I mean, now that we have a little perspective on what he's doing, he's really kind of showed us here in Pack 3.
Yeah.
He pivoted for Stormclaw Rager.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would not. I'm surprised to see that. Ooh, Invasion of Mercadia.
That is a fairly late Invasion of Mercadia, along with an Artistic Refusal. Yeah. Both very solid cards.
Yeah, we both saw that one.
Yeah.
虽然他是拿了啦，但是也不一定会用，就是。
I haven't had that much.
他可能最后还是打黑白。
I don't have that much experience playing with that sword.
可能啦。
With Mosian Greatsword?
Yeah, and especially because that's a second copy.
拿飞瑞人吧，你的飞瑞人用飞瑞人结界飞瑞人要够吧
？I have played it.
Yeah. Thoughts?
It's medium.
Okay.
哇，他真的是在卡人吧？这感觉在卡人。
Mirror Bane Splitter.
对，这应该是在卡了啦。OK， 他可能拿了也没有用，感觉。
Nothing interesting.
Order of the Mirror, though. I mean, those are like heavily played cards in this. They're just flying around the table. I guess these guys didn't get.
Oh my
God!
So okay, so just nobody is blue white.
骑士王没人拿，没有人玩骑士。这一桌确定没人玩蓝白。
Take that as an offense to my name.
I am a little sick. Is nobody blue red either?
Nope.
Pass 2 cards.
没有人玩骑士。
Interesting. What a fascinating draft from Nathan Stoyer.
真的没人在玩骑士。
Really curious to see what his final deck list looks like, and we will actually get that for you too.
Right. Pass the last one.
Because
look at it. Okay.
I can only assume that he's gone black-red at this point, and it's just
you have to
white.
be. You have to be Rakdos. Again, I'm just not sure he has enough playables in his deck.
Right.
Given the swap, we might be looking at something like 20-ish playables.
难道是卡人的节奏吗？
You look at all those white cards he just went through.
黑白。
Invasion of New Capenna.
That's out.
That's out.
套牌很不错啊。对。
Elishnorn's gone. Yeah, Perfection's gone.
2张。
Yeah, these are tough.
Okay, the Barb's pretty decent in the deck now.
He just may need to go kind of deeper into the, you know. How do you define a playable, Paul?
到底要怎么组
But my question though is, I mean, are these white cards even splashable? Are they even something you're happy splashing?
No.
Yeah.
Because Elishnorn isn't.
Right.
And then you really need to build around Perfection in those type of cards.
Right.
You also need to have them on the battlefield.
Maybe the Perfection is just good enough if you're really struggling on playables. You get a 3-3.
He does have a lot of drag recyclers.
There are some drag recyclers.
I think he's cutting it fairly close, but should be okay.
Yeah.
Has one.
We'll try to figure out if there's any cards that he ended up with in his deck that are below the normal playable cut.
Yeah.
Right. The one where you're going, that stands out.
Right.
Now,
we're still struggling. We're trying to figure out what the last few cards will be on Nathan's deck. But at the end of the day, he's got good synergies.
Yep.
Right. Some premium uncommons in the Rakdos sacrifice strategy. Couple of deadly derisions.
感觉是一定会混红，感觉黑白的料好像不够。 他的黑白料好像不够，他一定会混红进去的。应该确定会混红了。但要怎么调色？调色只能靠自摸的，还有过牌啦，他有红过牌。可是那也是要有红的前提。应该是可以吧？可以啊，正常是可以。之前不是才有个案件是怎样？有人拿了那个一张没有要用的牌，很贵，可是没人要用的牌，也是自己带走啊。有人轮抽，拿了一张很贵可是没有用的牌，对，没有要用的牌，对，啊也是自己带走。好像是一张塔莫耶夫吧。 价值500美的塔莫耶夫，他没有要用，可是他还是把它捡起来了。梅克加那个啦，我跟你讲，卡包拆了，对于官方来说就没价值了。对，卡包这种东西，他们卖的是你还看不到内容的东西。 对，那个拆开来就没什么价值。啊
！Is this just a one-mana artifact to sacrifice?
This is also a.
There's no white cards in here.
There's no white.
艾雷农被放弃了。
So you don't want to just play 17 lands? Oh, there's a land cycler in there.
There's the Furnace Host Charger and the Curve is technically.
艾雷农被放弃了，我的天哪！这是个太疯狂了吧
？So this is like a pretty lean, mean.
我靠，他彻底放弃艾雷农了，我不需要那个大妈了，再见。那个大妈我不要了。那个飞瑞人结界我也不要了。真的假的啊？那等于第一包大部分的抓都是无效抓嘞。这么刺激的吗？
With the Stormclaw Ragers, which are extremely hard to deal with, and then using some removal spells to get some things out of the way and just kill his opponents before they can kind of take over the late game potentially.
Okay, well, there's the list for Nathan Stoyer. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we get to see that deck in action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Jabber 打那份，来看一下世界冠军怎么轮抽。OK。 那个大妈我不要了 ，OK， 他讲了他很明确的表示，那个大妈我不要啦。天哪，太狠了吧！哎，这等于是他的第一包大部分的好批都是无效的。对，他的那个飞瑞人结界大妈，还有那个白色的那2个拆结界的，对，都是没有要用的哦，好狠哦。 好了，我们也是赌盘，也是等一下那个啦。来看一下，我等一下那个哦，跟昨天一样啊哦。OK， 等一下开始后我再按啦，不急。不过真的很狠哎，我真的没想到直接。 把自己所有白色牌全部放弃，对，因为他的白牌是很好的，对，我觉得他的白牌是很好的，对，只是后面都抓满红黑的料啊，对，彻底放弃掉那个白色那一部分，想都没想到。是不是大家都在闪白色啊？ 都在闪白色，是不是？不太对啊。 好了，Nathan 打 Jabber，Jabber 的套牌是红黑中数嘛。
And welcome back to coverage of the Pro Tour March of the Machine. I'm Marshall Selective with Paul Cheon, and we're early in day number 2. We're
白色很差吗？没有，白色很强。
Nathan Stoyer,
白色很强，所以大家都要拿，变成说大家不敢进白色，会变成这种情况。对，一个颜色超强，这也等于说大家都想进。 对，就会怕撞色抓不好，对，就变成说就最后就会变回说什么，大家都不敢，大家都不抓白色，对，不敢随便直接进白色。三色会卡，他的白料没有那么多啦，对，这是 Jabber 的套牌啊，自己看清楚了哈。三色卡真的是蛮容易的。艾雷农200，说实话，确实，如果一个红黑底的套牌要加艾雷农，确实不容易。对，你看他后面完全把白色放掉，都不理白色牌了。对，全心全意抓红黑色。想都没想到。哇，16粒套牌。是白绿豆嘛？我怎么觉得 Nathan 要被抄了？感觉 Nathan 不太乐观啦，就是白绿豆有点猛。他这个白绿豆是真的还蛮猛的，他2个这个。有时候不卡比较重，对啦，不卡，追求的是下限。对，如果你混色，通常是追求上限。对，他觉得他的上限够了。Nathan 觉得这套红黑的上限可能已经够了。虽然说好像没有判刑，是不是？他没有判刑，有判刑会好很多，会再好一点。如果判刑，应该会再好一点。
When we go back and think about that, he picked up that derision into Final Flourish. Those were the only options he had to get that removal. If he didn't take those 2 cards there, he would be on 1 deadly derision.
然后有个水壶
，Yeah, absolutely.
水壶可以当杀。
Over the very powerful IR there
好啦
was very big, so
那就开那个啦。
going to need that to kill some potentially enormous.
你们先看清楚上下方哦。
Exactly. Getting that thing off the battlefield is huge in a matchup like this because then your opponent ends up with a bunch of okay creatures, right? And that is the problem with green-white is that the removal is good enough so that even if you stack up some plus
Nathan 上
counters
方
on a creature, it doesn't
，Jabber 下方，
necessarily,
我看好 Jabber 啦 ，Jabber 的套牌比较完整，以白绿来讲。 一个轮周套牌来讲 ，Jabber 的套牌我认为更完整。
I have some interaction, and I'm gonna just kind of hope to win that way, just curve you out.
Nazubi Informant will start things off here for Stoyer. That's going to get a forest out of the hand here for Dominguez.
No 2-drop.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Nothing on 1 or 2 for Dominguez, which is really surprising.
Yeah, note that, remember, Javier really doesn't have any removal other than that Sunfall.
Yeah.
So those Snowplow Ragers that we were talking about throughout Nathan's draft, Javier basically has no answer for it. Very few.
He's got a Zalfirin Lancer, which is a good blocker.
我关键是白绿是自身密码。 白绿自身密码，白绿的料太封闭了，白绿某些料太封闭了，根本没人会跟你抢。谁会想要一张4费牌，然后只放4颗豆？没有人会做这种，其他套牌根本不会做这种事情。
That's right. This is the point already. I know it's early, but he has to decide: Am I racing? Am I trying to push through damage? Is that a viable game plan at this point?
Okay.
And he's going to take it a little bit slower here.
Me too. When it dies, me too. Yeah.
And he's going to play an Etched Familiar. A quick double check there from Dominguez on which card that is. It's always a good sign when your opponent goes, "What does that do?"
看一下。
Oh.
哦，这张很强哎，这张我是觉得这张绿牌是这些最厉害的绿牌吧，可以拿很多东西。
Just the fact that it can get you a battle.
He also don't miss.
Yeah.
Overgrown
you
Pest
just can't miss in this format with it.
这张进来深度有5张，你几乎保证可以拿到1张地。 或者是一张厉害的双面牌、双面牌在这个系列太多了，太多目标了。那张超厉害的，那个嘲讽脸的那个。对，22有能力交换掉一些3费的。
Looks like the way that the direction of this game, probably going to see that Earn actually get something here.
老鼠人后援了。
To exile something. Now, is this a trade that Nathan wants? Familiar against the pest doesn't feel too good, right? Trading your 3-2 for a 2-2.
感觉 Nathan 的手牌
I know that this isn't how you're supposed to do it, but especially when they
Nathan 的手牌感觉差了一点点。
Right. Yeah.
Sunk cost fallacy and all that, but still, it's just like,
用这种东西1折1，这次不知道为啥给22。上次还有33的，不好意思，你忘记了，上次还有一个是33的哦，3费33进来看4张，拿1张地哦。
He has to be thrilled with that exchange. He was, okay, fine.
上次其实还有3费33进场拿1张地啦，其实。认真，真的上次，其实上次那个更扯。只是说这只能翻的种类又多了一点。对。这只连炸弹都有机会拿起来，这一只也是蛮扯的。
Now it makes it kind of tough for Javier if he has a big creature in hand. He has to decide: do I want to play this, or do I want Nathan to use the urn on something else?
That's right. Also, with the 2 Stormclaw Ragers, he can just sacrifice the urn to one of them as a low-cost way to cycle through it. So it's not the worst case here.
连击人。
Okay. Oh, Quende is a knight.
Yep.
So get in there.
4警戒。
That's going to trigger
好像不能
Zephyr
怎样
Lancer's triggered ability.
Yeah, I imagine Nathan's probably going to take
这个连击其实也是蛮麻烦的。
I saw a final flourishing.
对，这个连击还蛮麻烦的。
He does have final flourish. He could use it.
拜拜。
He's going to shrink Quende for 2.
Yeah, 对，还是进场出吧。
And he's just going to end up taking it.
I see. Okay.
哦。
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I mean it didn't really change anything. He just knew he was going to kill it anyway.
Ooh, 4-drop.
4点。
Okay. Not a bad draw here for Nathan.
哦。
The heel slasher.
放豆先攻是不是
？Also a 3-4.
32先攻，气抽。
Yeah, you're at 13.
It does have first strike currently.
中了 ，OK， 哦。
Remember with that urn,
怎么
Javier
感
does
觉
have a
那
Timberland
个啊，
Ancient,
那
but
个
doesn't really want
粉
to
红
play
帮
it
要
out.
翻车了的感觉。虽然说是在第一把。
Trade my 6 mana for your 7 mana. Sure.
There's also an invasion of Ikoria.
He'll prefer to do that last.
Yeah.
只是他有5张手牌啦。对。哦，进军伊克里。
But if he has nothing else to do, we may see him run it out here for 5.
他进军伊克里在手上。
4, excuse me.
Yeah.
3-2-2.
Yeah.
2-2.
Not been that impressed with Invasion of Ikoria myself.
Yeah, it's a little expensive, and again, we talked about how important the defense number is on these cards, and
That's
6 is
right.
just a
我要
lot.
进，哦没有，我们也要进军伊
And it
克
looks
里
like
啊。
instead of doing nothing or
我叫个
out a
大
weaker
宅
invasion, Javier's
，6费65延世践踏，朴实无华的大
do
宅
your。worst.
Yeah, I mean, Nathan's likely gonna just try to get this off the board, still get some attack with the Scrounger.
Looks like he's gonna rummage.
But before blocks,
and then
sacrifice
before
the urn,
blocks.
yeah.
放逐，
So 3-3.
In case
我们
a
消灭而
derision
已
is
消
found
灭而已
off the rummage.
Right.
没手牌。
Presumably.
Nothing.
I like the play-by-play here from
Who
Dominguez. He's like, I'll probably trade here, presumably.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
Both
that
of
too.
these fantastic players, but also on the same testing team, by the
有
way.
大招了
So,，
This is kind of funny.
进军
He
伊
needs
克
to now
里，
cast
哇，
the
找5
invasion.
费的。
But he's gonna go probably. I'm curious to see what he's got, but he did have to put one
进
of his
军伊克
better
里，
cards
前几年来找的
off
后
the
期是
6,
几个
right?
生物，
Should be fine.
那只不错。
It's 6 for
那个
of
6
course, of course, yeah, I thought that was during the X.
我操！
Get some value here. Wildwood Escort getting back
进来再把那个大仔拿回来。
a 6/5 here.
Going to be the 6 drop.
Yeah.
那一份手牌顶
Javier, you want to just hop into the booth
Yeah,
too?
完了
we
We'll
should
just mic him up.
Yeah,
right?
he's mic'd up
就
already.
是
We
炸
should
弹
just
的
get out
关
of his
键
way,
性
that's
啊！
right.
大家看到了没有？炸弹这个时候就是会有优势
He
啊，
does pick up.
对，马上多3
He
张
calls
资
it
源
the
了
6 drop.，
马上多3张资源，1张炸弹。
This is Invasion of Mercadia now from Nathan Stoyer. Yeah. Does he have the ability to push through though? Like if he finds a dirision here,
that's what I was It's a little precarious now here if you're Javier. If Nathan can find one of the 2 dirisions in his deck here, clear the way.
Nathan 的那个都没转起来啊，
That's a lot.
牺牲员什么的都没有转起来。
Yeah, and just the only interesting thing here is the fact that he knows Javier has a Timberland Ancient, but I think it's still worth it here. This is just, you're getting so much here. You get a treasure, you flip your invasion, you have 3 creatures on board versus just the 6/5.
他是直接杀掉，然后升珍宝，然后直接进攻那个吧。
The only downside here would be if
又是大宅
hit, it would be a disaster.
大宅加小宅。
Chiron Flameright ends the game very quickly if left unchecked.
好像也不是没救。
Okay.
Oh, he did not activate it. Okay.
Right.
He cast
so I think we're just
Revelation.
passing, and now Nathan's just going to try to develop a wide board here with the Chiron Flameright. End of turn, make 2 1/1s, untap, make 2 1/1s.
叫2个1，然后他牛你超过生物加1加0。
It absolutely can. Yeah, that Timberland Ancient is really the last line of defense here. And it looks like Javier.
不过 Javier 的手牌都是2张地啊，好像也不容乐观，就是。不过他可以翻面呐。他那个胡狼人，那个小仔翻过来也不差。小仔翻过来是4-3践踏，也是蛮麻烦的。可恶！我会怕。我好怕哦，这些小仔的。开中。
I mean,
I guess
he can attack the battle and force him to
enforce the block.
Something.
So Nathan can then discard a card and put a token in front of the ancient.
拿 token 吧，
soak up 5 or soak up 1
or
and not transform.
Or put 2 tokens and the informant in front of it.
拿 token 吧。
Right?
Start to play a grind.
那份做完，那份是怕有招啦。
They all get +1/+0.
对。
And so.
以上帝视角来看，我是会毫不犹豫的挡，可是那份不知道他有手上有什么。 怕有招，有招就亏大了。
Discard last card in hand here for Stoyer, just a swamp.
然后都攻击力都加过一轮。
They're 1/1s and then they get the bonus.
So these are multiple 2/1s, a 3/2, and a 3/3 first.
2-1、2-1、3-2.
Nathan has currently.
Yeah, I wonder if Nathan does just want to pile, just say, look, I'm going to make hay while the sun's shining instead of trying to getting you dead in a turn or two.
Nathan 可以拿2个
I'll start just trading off.
只是吃到那个招就很惨而已，还蛮惨的。
If of course Javier had some kind of a combat trick, it would be really bad if you triple block.
Like it could be all
triple block. 我靠
I like it. I like this.
Oh my god!
From Stoyer, but
我要翻小仔了，变身小仔。
Of the cards he has on the battlefield right now, and trading resources very advantageously. I mean, he basically
追人没有手牌，不知道 Javier 没有手牌 ，Javier 的手牌在我们看来都是假的。Javier 有9张地呢，经典的 DG， 嘿嘿嘿。Javier 满手地，什么都做不了。其实，在我们的视角来看 ，Javier 好像要凉了。
He can just turn it into a 3/3 first striker on defense, so then the 4/3 just won't be able to get through.
对。 对于这个来讲哦
，aggressive， 在
想要不要开扁啊？开扁啊！不敢啦，不敢啦，不敢啦！哈哈哈，新工人哪敢
？It wasn't another land.
Was that invasion of
Dominaria? I think.
Oh, I thought it was Grabakon. Okay, Dominaria.
进军多米那里啊
！Gain life. That's big in this situation. Kind of racing.
Does he have a reasonable attack?
He can attack, but he'll lose his 4/3 to the 2 tokens
补2连血，然后出了什么事？抽一张牌啊，补2血。
Yes, the invasion of Cory will go down to 2 off the trample damage.
What did he draw with it?
Overgrown pest, it looks like.
Oh,
okay.
Your boy.
Looking for a battle here now.
Can't miss.
这也太猛了吧！结果只有地，也太惨了吧！ 怎么那么惨？等一下，为什么这么惨呢？只有地。
thinking in terms of getting back into this game, there's one card in mind.
小仔的那个啦。
Yep, always gives you a shot.
It really does, and it gives you a shot of not only coming back but taking the lead.
Right.
2爆了。
Okay.
So he's just content to keep trading off resources, just sort of stemming the bleeding.
哦，对，
but
是
he
不是
knows
血吗？
that if another turn or two goes by, Nathan's going to be.
哦，那喝水结界哦，我原来那是喝水结界，一时没看清楚。
That's a
想说什么进攻都没有，喝水结界哦。
Okay.
现在是高枕无忧了。
Kind of nice though, just making.
还有个 jewelry，
right?
It really is. But it looks like that's not on the menu this time.
我没有，我还要下 jewelry 啊！你冷静。
The question, of course, that Nathan faces every time is, since he's hellbent, he has no cards in hand. Is do I want to discard this to turn it into 2/1/1s, or would I rather have it on the battlefield? And in this case, he said, I'd like to have that one on the battlefield.
后援。
And remember, Nathan does have a treasure in play, so this jury can go up to 2/2 here.
哇，麻烦了。
There's enduring bond warden there
这有
for
点麻烦。
Dominguez. So when you're hoping to top deck your best possible card and you draw one drop, it's not usually it.
So we can see a block sack a treasure to finish off the pest or a double block.
Right. Yeah, Nathan just has so many resources as it available to him. This is almost just Dominguez trying to distract him long enough. Like he knows he can't actually win this fight with the tools that he has.
再来就是自摸了吧。
So he needs to just try to get to the point where he can get a sunfall.
直接别人。
We are now getting in here. This is an attack for 7.
哦，7点法力。
7
点攻哎。
Is there a sunfall on top of my deck?
Yeah, sunfall or bust is where it looks like. Is this a sunfall?
错坏。没有sunfall。
Come on, guys, let us.
6点人是什么？ 我可以压人了。
Intercessor though, which is pretty good.
可恶，给我过来
！Nathan doesn't really have an attack here, right?
No.
Oh my god.
So.
死活摸到了一张那个。 好像也不该打就是了。
Or do you just want to keep something back? You are down to
我是觉得好像不该打了。
This is a scenario where Dominguez doesn't have the luxury of you know playing around much, right?
竟然
，This is going to be. I knew it.
哦，太能摸了吧！那一份也太会摸了吧！我的天哪，我操！完了，那份好会摸。你看我多会摸！我再抽一张牌，好会摸！我的天哪！ 怎么这么能摸呢？你看他手上又摸一张傻人，太扯了。我表示，你不会太夸张了吗？全部放斗，我要打了。
It's nice to get it on the bond warden, right?
So can he afford an attack here?
I don't.
这边可能进攻会出人命啊。
You would eat the rager. You would eat the rager because you might see a double block.
哦，不能做
I think he's just gonna pass.
This is tough because he's got a little house of cards going, right? If he can get one of those transformed, what did he find?
Derision.
Oh, deadly derision.
太猛了吧
5 here now. And you get an extra rummage here.
我操
I think Dominguez's face kind of says it all.
Yeah.
吃珍宝在长大，我再抽一张牌。
Absolutely.
太扯了吧！等下，这是啥小
？Artifacts as well to the Rager, so the treasure gets fed to it.
He's not dead.
I can't believe that Dominguez actually stabilized that board, and now over the last 2 turns has seen it just absolutely collapse.
So Javier's down to 3 and needs to
完了，
find a
抽什么才有
sunfall.
救？
Sunfall or bust.
抽多威好像也有办法被重整，太扯了吧！这么能摸的吗？然后我们 Jabber 就只有满满的地。Jabber 还有个sunfall在牌组里。
Not a sunfall. He's going to pack him up, and that was game number 1, going to Nathan Stoyer, able to hang in there just long enough.
干好扯哦，太会摸了吧！我的天啊！
Both players looks like they kept their own.
怎么会摸？关键时刻关键抽牌，直接关键做哎，好夸张。
He has just all 4 and 5 drops.
Look at him, he's ready to go.
Oh, that was a good.
Look at him, he's got his hand on his leg. He's like, come on, let me see that.
我要做事。
dramatic revelation though is gonna.
哦，看
That's
牌，
probably
going on.
taking a pest.
把一个麻烦的生物拿掉吧。
It's the only play that Javier has. If you think the game's
都
gonna
好
go
麻烦哦。
long, I can see taking the
Eudora or the
escort.
Yep.
都蛮麻烦的，很会摸，超会摸，我的
The
天
last
啊
game！was kind of
我们
grinding.
Jabber 就是有满满的
But the
平
pest
原
also
跟
gets
树
you
林
up
啊
a，card, and it's the only play
笑
again.
了，
Yeah, the default these days is to take whatever their next
太厉害
is, but
了，
there's
我不得不
definitely
说，
times when you think
为什么
longer
我就
term and
不
say,
会
"I can't
这
do
样
that."
呢？
I'll take the pest.
笑了，那个赛评的声音也太狂了吧！那个赛评笑的有够狂的，靠腰。大家有听到吗？刚刚那个？
Are we gonna fetch a 1-1 here, or a 1-2?
可恶，
Get a
我可能只能
Bond
空过了。
Yes. It
找
could-
个一
could
费
get a Dune Shaper,
进
yeah.
军伊克里哦。
Oh, you have the dog.
哦，你有条狗了。
Got that dog.
It's gonna be a while though before you can flip that
I
thing.
don't think we're
这么
transferring
靠北的吗
information with that too
他刚刚说
soon.
哦，你有条狗了，你有，这样你就条狗
It
了。
does give him something to look forward to spending his mana on, perhaps.
笑了，那个赛评。
He finds right now Javier just needs to find just lands off the top, right? Feel a lot better.
其他
get a
桌的
couple
赛评啊，
lands,
笑得
so
超那
he'll
个
be able
的
to。play a real game here.
Yeah, I think if I was in Javier's seat, I'd be feeling pretty pessimistic.
叫
at
水
this
平
point.
过。
Oh, that would make me feel a
Oh.
little better. He said Lando. He
开
doesn't hit
边
one though.
No land.
送无。
That likely
Okay.
to find a play though.
Tentacle
Okay.
ball.
完了，他要死了，
Go.
请他假
Yeah, it's
赛。
gonna get flourished. No, it's
哦，
not.
没有，我只是要找地而已，你不要紧张，我只是要找地。
Okay, I'll be patient.
笑了。
Until Nathan's turn for it to die.
不用紧张，我只是找个山脉啊，你不用急着把它收到坟
Land
场
cycle。to wait for it and mountain here on end step.
超好笑，
Dominguez
他都
was
准备要
ready
收
to
下
put
去了，
that,
都哦没有，我只是找地
brawler
而
in
已
the。graveyard.
Is there hope? Is this gonna live?
He already
超好
has his
笑
hand。on it.
我看他要准备要那个把它放到坟场，
Doesn't
好
have
好
a way
笑
to。put any counters on it right now.
4点，大
Oh, no
宅，
derision here. No flourish.
Okay.
3-4先攻大宅，什么都做不
Another
了。
missed land drop for
Jabber
Dominguez.
卡地了，
Game plan
那样
crumble
呢，卡地了。
ever further. No removal, no land drop, no
什么都
nothing to add
没
to the
有
board. Can't
，Jabber
transform
手上
anything.
就是什么都没有。
This oh, that's the worst possible draw.
What did he find?
Copper Host Crusher.
Oh no.
啊，8费践踏辟邪被他抽起来了，
Yeah.
太牛了吧！完了，
Not bad when your opponent
Ugh.
is packing a bunch of derisions, but here, not the time.
奇怪，我才想说，为什么 Jabber 的套牌好像比较强，结果 Jabber 就要落赛了，
Okay.
太狠了吧！
And he's gonna play.
奈安呢嘞？只能说比赛真的很难讲啊！
Still
哦，
not a land.
干
Yeah.
没有
Too
地，
late.
Yeah, and
It's
now
just too late.
Nathan's just gonna
太
have
惨了吧？那个
a much bigger board presence here. You
啊
have
，J
the
那
removal
个 Nathan 已
spell,
经转起来
then
了，
unseal as well.
Yeah.
This is gonna be 3 lands here. Oh no!
God, Paul.
Oh no!
Paul,
哈，
Paul, how did you do
三
that?
张地被磨下去了，哥，
I mean, it's just math, Marshall.
Right. And then he's gonna miss.
真
the
是
next
好
one.
玩这游戏。
You can just see it all in Javier's face, and all
那个
of us.
Jabber 这个
Every single
Yeah.
person watching this stream, everybody here has been in this position where you're just like, there is nothing I can do. And of course, three
Jabber
lands
表示
get those.
尬，真是太牛逼了，
It's
你这个
okay. Could still have a 4th land on top, right? That's just.
Absolutely
Yeah.
not.
Oh, absolutely not.
No,
Oh,
if
there's
I'm
just
in
no
Javier's
chance.
seat, I'm like, there's
卡
zero
地爆
chance.
地
It's
好
gonna
玩
be
游
some
戏
double white，spell
上一把摸了10个地吧，这一把摸9个，这一把只有摸3个地。好，
The question is, can
关
Nathan
了。
just close the door on this thing before
哦，我要
Javier
开
starts to
扁
hit his
了
lands? 'Cause we've also all been in the position where you're the one behind on lands, but then you start hitting them, and your
下不
opponent
地
runs out of gas, and you don't.
叫
The
人问
problem
你
is
哦。
Nathan's hand is still full of gas.
Yeah.
Okay, there we
Hey,
go.
against
哦，
all
有
odds,
事
he's
做
gonna
了，
get put down the battlefield.
So that's a 3-1 double striker here, right?
It is.
So
I
that
guess-
gets to get in for a good amount of damage.
Yeah. Try to hit that
就他扁就好了。
that battle.
Yeah, so then will Nathan just put the recycler in the way here or just use.
我是觉得 all in 吧，虽然说 all in 吃沙会绕塞。
Huh.
哦，没有 all in。
Both attacking. Now we go what recycler and flourishing.
太狠了。
This is so bad for Javier.
哦，还是等一下，我想想。
I think he might be considering that he wants to play around aerial boost.
太狠了
So
吧？
then
怎
you
么
go, do you
这
want to
样
sacrifice that urn potentially to just make sure you get
反
that off
攻
the
的那个
battlefield, so you
号
can
角被
avoid
彻
them.
底
That's
被整个压掉了。
There is one aerial boost in Javier's deck, and remember the players do
看来
get
是
to
不
look
太
at the
行了
tools from
难了
what they drafted, so they will know at least of the possibility of that type of card.
Right. Now, you could just
太
kill the
难
more
了，太难
powerful
了。
card in the Quende, and the Cavalier would not have double strike.
True.
先攻生物有连击，我先挡再杀，然后我再把另一个给宰了。
It's like, do you have the boost?
And he is just going to kill the Quende.
Yeah.
I like that play a lot. That is definitely that's the
哦，
balanced play.
Yeah.
Right. That's the least. That's not going for the maximum. It's not going for the minimum. It's
Right.
right in the middle.
4点
But you
怎么
want to
着
use your removal spells
6
on the
点有
better
什么招？
creatures, right? So
Exactly.
6
As
点
long
能
as
有
the
什么
battle
招
isn't
呢？
transformed, you don't care. It can be at 1,
6
2.
点到底有什么招？哦，好
That
好
also
奇。
got the Botanical Brawler off the battlefield, which is the type of card that can kind of do.
So this is interesting.
Nasty
Now we can
things.
hasten
巨
for
灵来
a
了
lethal attack potentially.
两个都扁。
Javier can block, but it looks like Nathan wants to keep a creature back
敏捷是
potentially
不
so
是？
that the invasion doesn't flip.
Okay.
The backup guy gives it flying as well when you target it, right?
And
我想一下
remember, ，
哦，连这个也
Nathan
扁
does
到
know some
了
of。the contents of Javier's hand.
You have to chunk block.
Wow.
6 down to 5. Yeah. Okay. You're at 5. Go.
打6，
And this is
So,
the last draw
ooh.
step for Dominguez.
好，你剩5了。
If he doesn't find anything relevant,
他一定要打那
so
个
this
伊克
turns
里
down
吧？
planes.
This transforms into an 8/8 reach creature.
Yes.
打伊克里，
Okay.
最后的机会了，不然没办法。
It's also worth noting that
进军伊
the
克
Urn of
里啊！
Godfire is
哦，
sitting
握
there
手
at
了
the。ready, and that's going to do it. No way out. for
那
Javier
粉
Dominguez.
太
He's gonna
狠
extend the hand,
了，
and that is Nathan Stoyer picking up yet
怎么
another
切
victory
对手都
here.
哦
He just
爆地
keeps
哦
on
卡
winning,
地，
and only one loss on the weekend so far.
那粉太
It was
狠
really
了
that。deck kind of came together
这个
nicely.
切牌，我
All
的
the
天啊！
synergies that people talk about when
好啦
talking about the Red Black Sacrifice deck really kind of helped put him over the top, especially in that game 1 where it did go kind of long. But in that last game, of course, you know, sometimes that just
太
happens.
狠
That's
了，
magic.
这个
And
那
Javier kept
粉
a hand
鬼
with 3
切
lands, 4 spells, and just
地
never
牌
managed to
总是
flip.
被切的怪怪的，
So the
好
winning
猛
ways
哦！
continue for Nathan Stoyer. We're going to take a short break.
不
When
是，
we
我
come
真的
back,
觉得
though, we've
Jaber
got
的
more
套牌
draft
应该是
action
比
in
较
the
好
feature
的，
match area.
但是
We've got
Jaber 就
Simon
很
Nielsen
卡，
and Jim Davis.
就变成 Jaber 只能假赛，太狠了。对，变成 Jaber 好像只能假赛呀，哎，太狠了。对，来看一下。Jaber 奇怪，这么好的牌，遇到卡爆地还是得下去是吧？其实 Jaber 会卡，跟他那个3回合那个被丢掉有关系。我觉得他3回合那一只被丢掉，变成说他不一定找得到第4块地啊，就很惨。再来可能就变得超惨的，一路3块地要到游戏结束为止啊。只能说惨了。好了，休息一下。OK， 我去厕所。
And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour March of the Machine. We're in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And we're happy to have you here. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We're bringing you coverage of the draft here early in the day. The players have gone through, done their draft, and we're in the first round of action. Our next feature match is upon us as well, and it features our undefeated player from overnight, Jim Davis. Got to sleep real nice last night with the 8-0. Came back to draft this morning. Take a look at our players here. He's going to face down accomplished pro Simon Nielsen as well. Both of these players near the top of the standings. You see the 7-1-0 versus 8. Let's take a look at Jim's list here, and he's got well, he has blue, but he's paired it with green, which is probably the least popular pairing for blue. You can see, though, it does open you up to some cool stuff, like he can splash for invasion and difference quite easily here as well.
蓝绿认得，然后有进军
3 mana slot too, but
very
it's mostly green. Touch of blue, and then an invasion, which is an extremely powerful spell.
Yeah, we'll see how this one plays out for him. You know, of course, the issue that you face when you play decks like this is the relative lack of removal. You can disrupt them a bit, but you kind of need to power through. Simon Nielsen, interestingly, ended up also on red-black here. And he's got some bangers. He's got Shieldred over in the upper right part of the screen. He's got a rare removal spell in Pylon as well as Collective Nightmare, Vanquish the Weak, kind of round out his removal. Pretty good there. He's got some medium, but this is a tough pod, right?
这个队长可以升珍宝啊， 队长可以升珍宝。
Okay. But you see the jury
一张隐藏的不错的强牌。
Some nice rares. So let's get into the action here and see if Jim can continue his winning ways. The storyline as it breaks down here, Paul, is Jim can win, keep himself away from the X and 1 players, or if he loses, it'll be kind of at that point. Stoyer will be in the air. Same thing with Simon. Jim would join that.
你们要血池的自己那个。
Only undefeated player.
我想看一下蓝绿认本到底可不可行。
I'm curious to see how this goes for Jim.
蓝绿认本我一直觉得不太可行。
Undefeated overnight. That's
说不定是我不会玩。
Went pretty well for him the last time, right? Didn't lose a match in the entirety of the Swiss.
很快啊。
Made the top 8 with just 12-0.
Went all right for him.
Yeah, can he run it back? It also allowed him to qualify for the World Championship last year.
哇，好顺哦！完了 ，Jun Davis 感觉要被车了哎。
But great curve here from
这队长
here. Turn 1 Acre Drinker into
Jun Davis 法力落后了。
Turn 3
完蛋了
Lannery Storm.
Jun Davis 好像要完了哦。
No interaction, no removal. Hopefully can find a creature here.
What is Jim up to?
What do you have
我
here?
什么招都没有。
3 mana and nothing?
怎么可能 ？Jun Davis 你是认
Dispersal
真
as
的
far
吗
as dispersal? No, it would have played it last turn maybe.
你是认真吗？3回合没
Excuse
事
me,
做
Simon's going to be pretty happy here. if
后
this is
手
the-
3回合没事
I
做
don't think Jim is splashing a cut short or anything here, and doesn't have 2 green for the Sandstorm Moloch that we saw.
我要吃珍宝
So，could have just.
叫棒槌。
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, but if Captain Lannery Storm goes unchecked,
Oh,
再生
yeah.
了珍
it
宝。
gets ugly.
Remember, and
Oh,
that's
oh,
Makes treasure
right,
still.
and a treasure was sacrificed too. So this is an attack for 5.
Yeah, the
太扯了
damage is
吧
adding up
And you
quickly.
get the treasure, and
太扯
you get
了吧
another treasure, right? Because of
Yes.
the beat stick. So now you get 2 treasures,
And that should allow Simon to just dump his hand on the battlefield.
right? And so now you get a 4-drop in play too.
很夸张
Three-wheeler.
What did Jim keep?
If he just doesn't do anything this turn, I don't. He just has done nothing.
did he-
Literally hasn't cast
Right?
anything all
Did he
game.
mulligan?
有没有
This is
招
not the fastest draft format we've had, but you
You
can.
Jun
can't-
Davis
you can't-
直接
you
挨
can't
揍
keep
哎，
a
我天
hand
啊
that doesn't do
怎么这样
anything in the first 3 turns of the game.
奈安呢？
Okay, well,
我是
he's gonna
This
play
better be
something
good.
here.
This better be good.
他是不是有什么有伤否？
Perhaps
我
just
偷看一下
get。a 4-4 on the battlefield here, maybe.
他也没有伤否啊，哪来伤否？蓝绿哪来伤否？啊？
Oh nope, that's not that great.
No, it's not. He's going to do cleansing just to get the thing out of the way, but
我越来越看不懂了。Davis 为什么要接这几手啊？
Those are not ideal. Those are not the best reveals. I suppose actually the invasion is not bad because now Jim can't really play a creature next turn.
exactly.
他没差，
This
反正
really
Jun Davis
punishes
叫
the
生物来
slow
就是叫他
start.
跳楼。
So this is an attack
and
for
his life total is plummeting. He's down to 8.
2 treasures. Play something else. Oh, you can play the freewheeler here. Jeez, yeah. I mean, I can't imagine Jim unless he has a sweeper. Needs to fight through what he has in play, what Simon has in play, plus that edict, right? That sacrifice effect that's hovering over there on the side.
Invasion of Asgol just sitting there. Oh, there's land number 5.
Yeah, but you got a invasion of New Phyrexia maybe? Make 3 2/2s?
That'd help a lot.
Yeah.
And instead he's just going to pick up his cards. Wow, just
Jeez.
effectively a free win for Simon Nielsen at
absolutely.
the PT when you're X and 1 facing down the only X and O player.
Yeah.
Jun Davis 难道要
Good start here for
今日
Simon.
首败了吗？怎么会这
I
样？
will take it.
我是不觉得
See if
接
Jim
那
can
棋
right
手
the
是
ship. A
是有
little
道
bit
理
better
的
of a。start for Jim. He's on the play and Simon's on 6.
Simon's
So
on 6 this time. Yeah.
perhaps a little better.
我有
Roman Hawker
生物了。
started off. That can turbo
真
out.
是太
It's
感
definitely
人
a
了
scary card. When your opponent plays it, you have to think, okay, they have several ways to use the mana from the Hawker.
It is funny because when your opponent plays it, it's like does almost nothing until it does all the things.
Right.
Right. It's like it's either a blank or
it's a 1 mana that makes
turbo.
2 mana.
Right.
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 Like, what if there's an Eyes of Gitaxias this turn, right?
Exactly. Instead, it's getting in the red zone.
Okay.
My boy
哦
Skittering
，Jun Davis
Surveyor
节
doing
奏
his
正
thing.
常
He's
了
gonna go find a
Better here.
刚刚是在浪是不是啊？太扯了吧！
No Lannery Storm this time.
闹可怜。
Not even close. Just a gremlin.
That was, yeah, something he drew for the turn.
Yeah, Furnace Gremlin. Would have played that last turn.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So we know Jim's hitting his land drop. Seems like he's well set up here. Okay, Portent Tracker.
All the men in the world here.
Hawkers, Trackers, Surveyors.
Creatures are not impressive stat-wise.
No.
But
no. He has 3 creatures on the battlefield and 3 power. But that is a setup, right? I mean, he could have some explosive action here. All right, we're going to see Valduk here from Simon Nielsen and no
有6点
fourth
法力了
land.
great combo
应该要
with
做
the,
点什么吧？
Newton
6点
stick
法力
that we saw in game 1.
6点法力有不做事的道理
I'm
吗？
curious if he has other. Does he have like maybe a great sword?
Beamtown
He
beast.
does. He
What's
has a
the other?
Ramosian greatsword.
Just everybody just playing that card, huh? Just
龟
doing the draft.
索尔
Seems like it.
加
There's a
3
bunch of
加
them in the
1
draft too.
减大。哦，
Okay, so
召集
3/4 flyer.
He does seem to be telegraphing that a little bit here.
Right. He's got a pair of those.
Yeah, Thunderhead Squadron. There it is.
哦，好大一只。
That looks pretty good here, though.
Okay, and keeping up 2 mana. I'm not sure if he's got an Assimilate Essence or something like that in his deck.
Let me take a look.
4点，叫老鼠
No, he doesn't.
磨3张。
Does have a Cosmic Hunger, I believe, in the deck. So
哦，3张地，我们有2地跟1个生物，还好。
Yeah, he does.
okay. Oh, didn't use it though on the free.
Davis 是不是该赢啊？
Would have been very
对面
tempting
磨得还
to
不
cast
错
it
哎。
right there. Could also leave the mana up and use it if Simon
对于
tries to
Davis 来
flip.
说啦，
This is one of the
那几个生
the
物
cards where it's most punishing because it just takes
蛮
so
重
much
要的
mana.，
结果被
It's
磨
4 to
下去。
cast, 5 the flip. And then
Devastating.
if somebody, even if you just bounce it, it just felt like your opponent just used a hard removal spell at that
It
point.
really does.
对，4倍还有什么事？哦
Okay, Converter Beast. And we're finally getting to see that
Wow.
Omaha do some action.
Right. Although Jim has a ton of mana, probably didn't even need it here, but
Yeah.
now it does have the
Not bad,
Omen
though.
Hawker plus the Portent Tracker to untap a land and still use potentially a combat trick.
Right? So Omen Hawker. Not worth a card this game
No.
yet.
Not yet. Well, it did convoke.
Okay. We're up to 3/4 of
Yeah.
a card of value.
It's great with that Herbology
fail.
Instructor that's in Jim Davis's graveyard.
I love that card.
Oh, yeah.
That guy teaches lessons to aggressive decks.
Yeah. That's got to be a little suspicious, right? If you're on Jim's side
because
here.
we knew he missed land drops earlier,
那个
right?
也可以
So
转
he
化
has
哦
action.
All right, so
只
we
能用来
do
启
know
动
that
异
Simon
能，是不
Nielsen
是？
does have a
那个一
pylon
点蓝那个。
in his deck, right? I believe so.
He does.
Premium removal there, probably going to
哦
look
哇，你
to
把我的地拿走
potentially fire that
了，
off
这
here.
是谢谢你，是不是？
And if you're on Jim's side, you got to be kind of scared to just attack on the
再
ground,
打
given all the different tricks Simon might have. So just making the safe
打
attack
3打
here with the
3，
flyer.
地面也蛮稳固的。下个地换你。
Yeah, the Furnace Gremlin, also the threat of activation on that is a little bit annoying from Jim's perspective, as Simon's just leaving his mana.
So vanquish the weak, maybe? No, another.
And
Okay.
seal the
老
Necropolis.
司机
Seal the Necropolis, okay.
He's already got a Rager in the
还
graveyard,
好
and
没
looks
被
like he's
磨
got
到手。
Lannery Storm
Oh,
there
that's a
as well.
Shieldred.
我
That
西
is
游
a
了哎
Shieldred.
We hit a
That
Shieldred
was
too?
milled here
Ah.
for Simon Nielsen.
Wow.
Extremely powerful.
哎，还有的
mythic
打，
rare
有
here.
西游雷加那
Just
个。
you don't even need the flip side, but if it's just 5 mana, 4/5 menace, enter the battlefield, sacrifice a non-token creature, right?
Right.
Super happy to play that card in my deck.
Amazing. And he has the pylon
And
here
he has
as
the
well.
pylon. Okay.
Wow, so
Legit.
he waited a little while, but now the rares are coming out.
Yep.
He's going to cast one on end step and one on his turn. The only downside here is that it does force
是手里有
Jim to
康吗？
sacrifice a
那个6
non-token
点的
creature,
康啊
but he's got a
不知道
really
Davis
good
有没
option
有。
there. He's got like actually
Right.
3 or 4
Yeah,
really good ones.
there's plenty of fodder
Yeah.
on that side. So, but it could be one of those situations where
这可以
if this
刺
game
探
goes
2是不
long
是？
and you can find a way to flip that Shieldred,
像后
Which
面
he
不要
will be
生物
able to
崩了，
because
刺探
yeah.
2。
just by casting it, that will put 8 cards into the graveyard for Jim here. Like
我怎么记
Converter
得有
Beast
个
will
那
end
个
up in
放逐
there,
生
or
物朋沃
you know,
克
maybe the Surveyor or
刺
whatever.
探1的？对，好像有这种东西哦。放
And
逐
he's
那
built
个
up
啦，
his mana base. He's getting
那个什
pretty
么
close
贪
to being able to
猎
just do
灭
that.
机
And
是不是？
Yep. So
那个
the
是
only-
放逐，
not
然
fun
后
for Jim. He gets to
好像
just
刺探
fight
1吧。
Shieldred.
Oh, okay.
Shieldred.
And the only thing Simon needs to be concerned about here, and look
It's
at this, just
counter
developing his board a
spell.
little bit more here, is playing Shieldred and then Jim using a
我
fight
会
or
抽，
bite
我会
effect
拿牌。
with the 5/5 token that he has
僵
in
局
play to
感
get the
觉。
Shieldred off the battlefield. So perhaps, you know,
Jim Davis 弱
finding
哦，
some way to get that into play a little
但
bit
是 Jim
later with
Davis
some
稍
kind
微
of
小
protection
优吧
element.，
只
Maybe
是也
that's
没
what
什么
Simon
方
would
法
be
再
looking
打过
for
去
here.。
Looks like he went Sandstalker Moloch on end step, which did trigger.
Oh, it feels bad every time your opponent plays that.
Yeah.
and
Jim Davis
get
有
the-
大招
gets the
啦
value.，
进
Really good 2
军
for 1.
新菲瑞克西啊，他的大招，用那一大坨法力直接挤一坨骑士啊，
So 3
蛮
Rangers
可怕
in the
的。
draft.
Yep.
Ooh, lots of mana here. Is this an
7
invasion of New
进
Phyrexia?
军新
Yes.
飞，
Oh,
哦
yes.
That is a lot of tokens.
叫5只，
5 tokens?
对，5只，
Yep, looks like 5.
有支军队了。
Okay.
Boy, that's really, really tough for
That is a
Nielsen.
lot. Are we going to see a Teferi?
There's a good chance.
Yeah. I mean, that is a lot of
太
power that
狠
can come
了
in.
吧！
Likely going to wait till the next turn here for Jim Davis.
5
looks like
只，
Simon's
哇，
gonna
有一支
transform.
军队了耶！我靠，他
Yeah,
搞不好还有
make
召
a 3/3
召
body
集
there,
康，你
right?
知道吗？
Oh!
What does he have? I can't see.
Glistening
Ah!
Deluge.
Oh,
啊！
what is that
That
going to leave
is
behind?
savage.
Is he only leaving the 5/5?
It's a 5/5 and a skittering surveyor, and you
啊！
wipe that
所有生物
entire
减一减
other
一，
side.
Oh
Wow.
my god, that was gross.
哎呦
That
呀！
Oh,
太
man.
溜了
Jim
吧
must have been
这
like not happy when he saw that thing get transformed.
I mean, that is a heck
被减3
of a sideboard card. I don't think we saw that in Simon's main. So, man, I mean, you're
Yeah, let
playing
me
against-
double check. I am curious. He may
我
have brought it in
靠！
Wow.
just for the new
还以为
Phyrexia.
那个了，
Let's see, Glistening Deluge. Yeah, that's out of the sideboard.
Out of the sideboard. I mean, those cards are so powerful.
What a
Just that entire cycle, really.
disgusting.
好恶哦！
I mean, how does Jim recover from that?
那现在怎么打
Jim is not going to recover.
Davis 好像要下去了。
Calling it now.
I mean, there's still Shieldred in hand too, right?
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And why keep it in hand when you can have it on the battlefield?
You can just have it on, but you can now just offer the trade here with your 3/3 Death Toucher. The Menace creature gets to get through.
Yes.
干，好扯哦，他该挡了吧
Do you want to get in with the Gremlin too, just to potentially just get in for some more damage because you can incubate anyways?
Davis.
Oh, just more creatures.
Rouse
Why not?
reinforcements
Sacking one.
now.
Yep.
And one of them got eaten by the Rager. Yeah, this
is
just overwhelming. We're in Sunfall territory, and he doesn't have access to it.
Davis 的气 ，Davis 的气
要
没了
，Davis
的气不够了哦，这个吃那个扫场直接。我看到那个扫场，我大概直接开始那个了，靠呀，太扯了。
Yeah. Incredible. I mean, it looked like Jim was able to, was kind of on the verge of turning it around, right? But man, that deluge.
Davis 放弃思考了吧？到底有什么招可以逆转？我想不到。
And here I am. I was just thinking, oh, well, you're gonna flip it to make it a 3/3. That's smart because there's a bunch of 2/2 vigilance creatures in play, and then he just one-sided wrath.
我整个也是傻眼，我也很傻眼。
And now he's using the Rager to turn all of these little junkers into cards.
Geez, this is so much damage. Is this just a lethal attack? I mean, it's got to be close.
It does have to be close.
被打烂了。
He got a 3-1 as well. That's going to do it. Well, if you're going to take a loss in the feature match here,
原本还有一点优势哦，结果吃完扫场直接弱势。
That does, by the way, even things up as far as the
没办法了，
那
个扫场直接决定那个胜败了。对，那个扫场。扫到就是直接请 Davis 下台了。
We just have a ton of players at 9-1. We're not going to have one person just run away with it and get those 12 wins. But again, all these players still in fantastic
我没想到会变成这样
with 8-0. Still needs to get those 4 wins to lock himself a slot into the top 8. And you know, his deck does have a decent amount of power. But Glistening Deluge is not one that he wants to see.
No, that was a sideboard champion for Simon Nielsen. All right, we're going to take a short break. But when we come back, we'll be at the news desk setting up for the next round of draft here from Pro Tour. Don't go anywhere.
太狠了。哇，好了。稍微休息一下，应该第9轮就出来啊。Nielsen 跟 Davis， 他们排名一样啊，那就没有人是全胜的了，至少都100啊。约合，不是约合啦，那个应该是时间到了。去，我太难了，给你下那扫场，我要玩什么？对，真的太难了。全一文，那也好厉害哦，7-2，今天都还有机会。对，今天3败以内都还有机会，然后小马维持在3败，小黄帽也7-2，LSV 也7-2，怎么那个、哦？不是，这不是前8，明天才前8，今天会决定谁前8了。哇，修他这一轮输了，是不是？这一轮输后再来都要赢才行啊。6也还有机会，63都还有机会。对，应该13胜是最稳的，13胜应该稳进，12胜可能还有那个吧。下面打标准吗？还有2轮轮抽，对，2轮轮抽打完，再来是5轮标准。对，所以今天还有7轮，对，应该跟昨天一样啦，会到早上10点啦，会打到早上10点。对 ，Yuki 也是6-3 ，Autumn 也是6-3，Senpai 好像也有点印象，也是6-3 ，OK，Senpai 6-3，看谁脱颖而出了。
Welcome back to Pro Tour March of the Machine here at the Minneapolis Convention Center. Here's a look at the floor where the players are battling right now for the lion's share of a $500,000 prize pool. Here on day 2 of competition, I'm Ray Bertholdi, that's Monty DeVuti, and these are your headlines. All right, everybody, nobody's perfect with a loss there. Jim Davis no longer has a perfect record, and neither does anybody in the field. It is a 4-1 split, fighting to get to the top of the standings. Back to back to back. One of those people sitting at 8-1 is Nathan Sawyer. Can he do it? Can he go back to back at these top level tournaments?
不知道 Ray Duke 现在在哪 ？Ray Duke 不会第一天打一打就没心态了吧？有这种事吗？ 是说刚刚排名都没看到 Ray Duke 哎，哇，好像没机会了。Ray Duke
to 6-3 and still potentially in contention for the top 8. And then of course we're showing off a card that is really making a name for itself in draft here, Stormclaw Rager.
Maria, I've been singing the praises of Red-Black Sacrifice all weekend. Nathan Sawyer saw this card, pack 2, pick 1, switched to Red-Black, picked up a second copy, and they led to victory here in the first round.
有人第一天第8轮就不打了，有人昨天第8轮就不打了，有人第8轮就做不了。昨天，今天好像是156人，好像少了将近100人，直接不玩了，直接不打了，快100人直接不玩了，因为确定不会进就不打了。
Yes, he certainly is, and he talked with Cedric Phillips after his last win.
I am here with the reigning world champion Nathan Sawyer.
现任世界冠军
Javier Dominguez in the feature match area, bringing you up to 8-1. How'd that match go?
It went really well. I'm playing this black-red aggressive deck, and Javier is playing this green-white slower deck featuring Sunfall as his main bomb, and so I knew I was going to have to get aggressive before he drew that card to win. And game 1 went super well, and my value creatures just generated a lot of cardboard, and then in the game 2, I played Dramatic Revelation, and I took his Overgrown Pest and saw his hand of 3 5-drops. And was like, okay, well, if he hits his 5th land on turn 5, it's going to be really hard for me to fight through these. I just have to play as if he's going to miss that land for a few turns. And he did. And so it was maybe 1 turn too late that he hit his land drop, and I was able to close the door just in time.
I know you're not thrilled about your deck, but maybe hoping for a 2-1. Is that the idea here?
Yeah, I would be more than happy with a 2-1. I think my deck has a lot of cheese value, which is a good place to be. I have no rares.
觉得预计是拿2-1是不是？这个轮抽。
Which is convoke 5 mana plus.
不错，不过他套牌确实不错。
Putting that on 1-1.
套牌啊，有2个红黑色，几乎把都抽得到。红黑那只有2只。对，几乎是确定把都抽得到。不要太衰的话啦。
Finish people off and get them low in the early game, and I'm hoping they stumble and my deck performs well.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
There's your world champion, Nathan Sawyer, putting himself in a great position to potentially make yet another top 8. Unbelievable. Let's take a look at our leaderboard right now. Find out where we are here on day 2 of competition at Pro Tour March. Like I mentioned, 4 players now tied for the top spot, sitting at 8-1, Monty.
There are 4, and 3 of them, Maria, are team handshake. I keep talking about it. They had 4 players at 7-1 in this featured pod. 3 of them, Simon Nielsen, Nathan Sawyer, Carl Serap, now at 8-1. The only one that lost, Javier Dominguez, well, he lost to Nathan. They had no chance of having all 4 wins that round.
That is just incredible, Monty.
It is truly astounding to watch how dominant they are being at this top level.
Here's some more standings for you, everybody. Luis Scott,
Ely Loveman 第一天有上焦点桌，现在是6-3弄。
Sitting at 7-2, Monty.
Yeah, pretty impressive names. Yasuoka, unfortunately,
那西服感觉达文也有机会进，都有机会啦。现在3败以上了，对，再来就是都赢就好，就有机会。
All right, everybody, we're gearing up for round number 10 here in the building, and more draft is on the way. Let's find out who'll be watching for our feature match coming up here. We've got Karis Kakidis versus Javier Dominguez. Let's get to know our players a little bit better. Karis from Greece qualified via a Legacy European Championship in Naples to get to this tournament.
Legacy
Karis' Pro Tour debut, sitting at 7-1. What a great Pro Tour
我是 Legacy 玩家啦，
Javier Dominguez, your 2018 World Champion, has
2018世冠
in lifetime earnings.
世界冠军 Jaber。
All right, let's take a look at these players' decks.
靠 Magic 赚了50几万美金。
Yeah, Maria, we're going to start taking a look at Kakidis' deck, and I believe this is actually going to be a green-white mirror between the two players.
两个白绿的内战是不是
Kakidis' deck
？Jaber 跟
are those two copies of Knight
Charis
Eos at the
他也是白
top
绿
of this green-white curve. Green-white strategies
真是白绿内战
counters oriented.
两个骑士
That is the archetype. But part of getting those counters is you are playing a lot of cheap creatures. So having a lot of creatures to use to convoke that Knight Errant very valuable. I think the big important highlight in this matchup between the two creature decks is going to be on those two copies of Aerial Boost as well as the two copies of Chomping Kavu. Those are what's going to help Charis break through the potential creature wall being presented on the other side from Javier. Now Javier, we saw his deck in the first round going up against Nathan Stoyer, wasn't able to get the job done. But taking a look at his build of
他是不是只有一张杀
we do see a bit of a different direction. The
Jaber
big key card here is of course Sunfall.
大招神日堕威是吧？
powerful card in the set according to
打不过还有堕威这个大招。
So this is a big one to have, especially in a creature matchup.
大宰加堕威。
Copies of that Signpost uncommon for this green-white counter strategy, the Botanical Brawler. So having those definitely gives him a bit of an edge up, and then he has two of the more powerful uncommons to go along with it in Storm the Seed Core and Invasion of Moog to put counters on a lot of his creatures.
All right, well, let's find out which green-white deck can get it done. I'm going to send it on over to Alien Corey here for round number 10.
Thank you so much, Maria. Welcome to some more draft coverage here of the Pro Tour Minneapolis. Corey Basta, I called you wrong. Corey Baumeister. There we go. We're just warming up, friends. Alongside myself, Aililoni, it's lovely to have you here. And we have an awesome matchup indeed. Some green-white, just beat 'em up style magic here in the limited portion of our tournament. So let's get to it. Let's shake a leg and see what these players... How they can improve
Jaber 的招感觉多一点，是不
是
Let's do it. Yeah, both
是这样讲的吗？感觉 Jaber 的招多一点。
Bombs aplenty here in the form of Sunfall. I believe we even have Giganta as a companion here for Karis. So
自由那个啦。
should be a really good match.
Should indeed. I personally like the green-white deck in this. You know,
大家那个适度啊。
or two, as we see in Javier Dominguez's list, you are going to be having a good time with the backup mechanics. So
yeah, that card can really get out of hand.
我个人看好 Jaber。
There, Giganta in the top right-hand corner. Whenever you just get four,
个人是比较看好 Jaber 的。
card
这边的话
constructed, it's excellent. In limited, it's super excellent, and it's much more impactful. You know me, I'd prefer Yorion, but Giganta very good as well.
We can't all open the big sky.
两个都2回2有事做，节奏不要落后最好。
Up against an equally fearsome foe, especially when this card
就怕节奏落后了。
Making copies of itself, the Sunblessed Guardian is no joke.
Yeah, and Karis has a lot of backup here to be able to put on that
这边不
Sunblessed
交换
Guardian.
是
Then
吧
when you flip it, you're equally having as large of a second creature that's coming into play as well. So really powerful card in the deck.
这个翻过来很可怕哎，这
Who
个。
plays a lot of Magic Online will know him as a little bit better as Mogged, someone I've lost to so many times on Magic Online.
Hey, no shame in that.
杨刺那个什
You don't
么
feel bad when you
杨
lose
刺
to
护卫什么
players
的。
of this caliber. So
Exactly.
我先
with
打
the Zolfir and Lancer joining the fray here up against the Cavaliers, so gonna be doing some night things here, especially when
Jaber
you have
上
night
直播做
ETB,
好
you know, you get the vigilance, you get the buff.
基本上直播做，我不知道他应该是前几周在猜的
for
啦。
Javier Dominguez.
Yeah, definitely, and that's a tempting trade as well there. I mean, you have a 2/2 that's already, one of the better uncommons, especially for the Celestia archetype, to not just trade with a 3/3 you know, when it didn't have any help to back it up or anything. But looking at Javier's hand, it makes a lot of sense. You have Storm the Seed Core.
对 ，Jabber 那个啦，应该是前几桌抽的。对，焦点桌通常是打从前面抽的。一般来讲。
Oh man, Storm the Seed Core is such a bomb. If you could, oh yeah, you're gonna die plenty of times to that card. Just it's no shame in that either. But the Knights swinging in here, just a 3/3 at the time being, just screaming, block me. I know you want to.
Yep, exactly. Javier, a lot more.
多少？打3。
And holding up the creature there, maybe as like, oh yeah, you want to block? It's just gonna go to the graveyard. There's nothing bad that's gonna happen. And we know there is some shenanigans afoot.
Oh yeah, Golden Scale Aeronaut coming up soon here for Javier Dominguez. Also has Fred's Favor and Storm Seed Core, like you mentioned. Jumping Kavu, Realmbreaker's Grasp, and Wary Thespian. Yeah, that's what you should be in this kind of format. Very wary indeed, as we see the Jumping Kavu.
不能被二攻阻挡吗？
To its buddies, so we're going to see a swing out here. Can't be blocked by Power 2 or less, but that is a 3-1 on the other side.
So yeah, Javier doing a little read, and we'll kind of inform you as well. On the flip side, it would turn into a 5/5 that when it attacks, it creates another 5/5, another 3/3 with 2 counters on it. So now Javier has a decision. Do you want to block with the 3/1 and Fertilid's Favor it to just take down the large creature, or use Fertilid's Favor to eat the 2/2 Vigilance and still have a creature left over?
Yeah. I mean, either way, I think getting rid of one of these creatures is a good place to start. So
yeah.
Let's declare our blockers there with a Cavalier. Jump in the way of the Vigilant Attacker. Fertilid's Favor to get the lands, get the counters. I really like Fertilid, and I'm glad to see it like make a resurgence in Fertilid's Favor. So.
Yeah, there you go. Fertilid's Favor, Combat Trick, used to be just a great 3-mana 2/2, right? You remove one and search for a land. Yeah, this is a card I didn't necessarily think was going to be that strong in this limited set, but ends up having some really nice synergies, and especially if you have any kind of splash. That's when I really love this card. Javier doesn't have a splash here, but still has enough power in the deck that it's deemed worth it.
Yeah, you know, I think just being able to get ahead and get something off the board.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good card to include if you don't have any of the cheaper combat tricks or removal spells. So. Looking pretty good here so far for Javier. A formidable foe on the other side in the seat of Akaris Kakidis.
哎，那是你的坟场吗 ？OK。
And looks like we do have
他有心率哎。
where you can get
等一下，我有心率。
here in Javier's hand. Not necessarily any big synergies.
这支心率在轮周蛮强的。
That card gets so much better when you have a lot of bad.
主要是说你会无条件多一只5/5的大白板。
counters on that. That's 12 damage.
Yeah.
No big deal.
No big deal. Yep. Yeah, that's all good. Yeah. Vigilance and Trample on a
会很痛吧
first strike or double striker, excuse me. That's pretty good indeed. But that's coming later. That's just a taste of things to come if Javier Dominguez has his way.
Yeah. Absolutely. So playing the knight pre-combat there allows not only the Lancer to outsize the Kavu, but also the 3/1 now, a 5/3 to be able to have first strike. So Kars really doesn't have any great blocks.
Yeah, no, it's basically just.
可恶，53连击，好痛哦。
It's meant to do the chomping, but not this time around in the situation. And
哇，这个真的很难。
You know, still a respectable life total, but seeing the Quendi there, he might be a little bit like.
好了，给你了。
Yeah.
打3。
This is not great in a backup deck.
Yeah,
at least for Kars.
53连击太伤了。那个被打到很快就去世了。53连。
If we go Golden Scale Aeronaut next turn, just that on Quendi, that's still a lot of damage coming through.
No kidding. Quendi with wings here is a very scary thing here for Kars. And Kars has a couple of decent things. A Grasp as probably the best card to interact a little bit. And then Knight Errant of Eos is an extremely powerful rare from the set. But it's not very good at catching you up because to get value off that card, you do have to turn your creature sideways. So
现在他比较需要杀了，能处理掉那个东西的。
Convoking when you're on the back foot feels so bad.
So bad. Unless you're convoking to cut short a creature or something like that in combat, it is becoming very, very bad pretty quickly.
Yeah. Alrighty, let's see. Kars goes here. Wary Thespian. Surveil. At least it's a something in the way here. You don't too mad if it dies. And Realmbreaker's Grasp does take care of one of these threats.
So the Seed Core right now just represents 12 damage that would have to be, that would have to be blocked, so you could jump with the large 4/4 here from Karis.
这个下来会被操了哦。
Brawler into Storm the Seed Core.
Sense a combination.
完了，要被操了。
This is where you pick up your cards and run.
哎呦，要被操了。
So Javier is incentivized to put counters on different creature because Brawler does only trigger off individual targets.
Yeah.
So ideally, when you have Brawler, the thing you want to be doing is spreading out to 4 different creatures.
这个3，这个1啊，我会这样放。哦，跟我想的一样。
But when you have an incredibly powerful double striker here, you're definitely more incentivized to just be loading that up.
Oh yeah.
And I like how Javier is distributing this because then that is just submitting a lethal attacker with the double striker. So
yeah, that's just like if you weren't dead already, you're extra dead now.
Yeah.
Oh, not permanent.
Per permanent for this.
Yeah, so it should be coming a 4/4 unless I am missing.
哦，不对，放2颗哎。那边试试。
Yep, there we go.
There we go.
Okay.
Ew is all I have to say about that. So Quendi is now what, 10?
Oh.
Yeah, Quendi is a 10 power creature coming in, so at least something has to get in the way. And
好，收牌，不玩了，太狠了。
Okay, this deck is sweet.
直接被操了。
World champion.
Really sweet, and unfortunately lost round 1 to, well, the current world champion, Javier. But yeah, this matchup seems a little bit better. The Rakdos sacrifice up against this slower style Celestia deck doesn't line up as well, but
Nathan Stoyer is very quickly cementing himself as one of the best Magic players of all time.
It's unreal.
He is unbelievably good.
It's unreal. I mean, the last 2 events we commentated together, he was in the elimination matches on Sunday. It just seems like a right to just be saying Nathan Stoyer on Sunday, you know?
Yeah. It's incredible stuff. Let's see if he can continue his run, see if he can maybe make another top 8 and tie up Luis Scott Vargas in that sense. But for now, 2 Enduring Bond Wardens, 3, I say now, on the board, along with an Alabaster Host Sanctifier, the lifelink on the other side, an excellent target for backup mechanics as well.
And another fun thing there about Nathan is in his free times, he'll come and attend some Star City Games events as well. Won it 2 weeks ago as well, just winning a modern event too on his spare time, you know? It is incredible, that's for sure.
Oh, man. Weary Thespian again going to surveil.
Oh.
And then we've got Target Dune Shaper. I like this joke.
铺满了小怪。绝对不会卡绿吧？哦，没有卡绿，3点，太狠了。
Yeah, it's hard to break habits of Magic players. You know, like put your library over there. Like, no, I don't wanna.
It really is hard. Yeah, absolutely. Gotta get used to those feature matches. But this is Karis's Pro Tour debut. You know,
yeah, that's
and just
awesome. 喝水结界哦
already.
捡是喝水结界。
Okay. And that's it.
Excellent to see all these new faces on the Pro Tour, and we hope to see them several times over.
And wow, look at that hand alley from Javier. Just a nice one. You have the Alabaster, you have Storm the Seed Core, just picked up that invasion, and then Sunfall if you need, as well as the Forest to be able to cast Storm the Seed Core. So, I mean, just a picture-perfect hand really for Javier so far. But that being said, we do have Knight Errant Eos to be able to pick up a couple of creatures here, and you can even get 4 drops here.
可能是缺料吧。 我也不知道为什么，我是倾向不用，我也是倾向不用的那一边。可是你真的很缺料的时候，还是要用啊。对。
Exactly. This is when Convoke style
应该填宠物吧。
at their premium for sure.
It's kind of like the later it gets in the game, the worse Convoke gets.
Yeah.
没道理去用那个喝水结界啦。
It should be value 4 or less, so yeah, you can get.
同曲线的东西比它好的太多了。如果没得选，可能才会选那个喝水结界。
No, this is correct what Karis is saying.
I think you're right. I never play the cards, so I want to make a double share.
And here's another thing for players at home that are like, you know, I just want to trust my opponent. I don't want to call a judge or something. This is a former world championship, former world champion, just calling to double check. There's no shame in calling judges to make sure you know how your cards work.
Yeah, so it's gonna get the Billy Rider then.
Billy Rider.
所以拿2只哦，哦，好赚哦这一波。Chris 不是Charis 的。 对 ，Charlie 好赚哦，拿2个生物。那是不是换 Jabber 要被抄了？
It's a great way to refill the hand. Billy Ryder joins the fray.
到下个都要换你。
A very good target for backup. So now it's going to be really
喝水
interesting what Javier does here.
这时候什么屁都不行啊，只能不是血归场。
to get a little bit more aggressive, or
竟
what I
然
kind of
是
expected
喝
him to do
水
here
结
is
界。
play it a little bit more conservatively, a little more coy, and
多
next
名
turn
纳利亚
line
人只会喝
Sunfall,
水
which is
啊！
going
哈
to be
哈哈，
gigantic.
笑
It's
死
going to be a
了，
very big sunfall indeed.
太好
As we
笑
see
了。
Invasion of Dominaria hit the board, so 4 life and a card for Javier Dominguez. The backside of this card, pretty good, but you know, at a certain point, you know, when do you ignore the battles?
You know, most of the time, whenever you can paint a clear picture of how you are going to close out the game, you think if I make this attack and then next turn, it's going to be very difficult for them to stop this attack to make lethal, aka like have to play 2 removal spells, 2 creatures to get in front of the some blockers and stuff like that. So that's about the time. So when we're still at 24, 20 life, you would almost expect Javier to prioritize dealing with that invasion because on the backside, it is Sarah Angel. Yes.
The Angel is super tempting, but you know, at this rate, look at the number of creatures on this board. Like,
24连击是吧？
Oh, I'd like this to be. I think it's
Boom,
getting
boom,
late.
boom.
It's sunfall time.
I think so. Time to sunset here because Javier is about to have a phenomenal
蹦蹦蹦，
play next turn for Sunfall.
4-4
And I think the one thing
24
Javier
连
really
击
wants to do
很
here
麻烦了
is。 You can chump block
对于
away
Jabber
some of your creatures, but the one thing Javier wants to keep around is a grand total of 5 creatures
不
on
能
the
打
battlefield, so
都
that
不
you
能
can
打
incubate 5 to then pressure the invasion the following turn.
Yeah, for
除
sure.
非用个什么招了。
Because at the moment, Cars is
哎
probably
，Jabber 有剁威，等一下
Yeah, I can protect.
，Jabber
this
手上有
battle, no
剁
problem.
威，等一下，还有的
Confident
打。
on that, but this is open decklist for these players,
Yeah.
so the
Jabber
Sunfall
手
is
上有
an
剁威
information.
啊，等一
But
下
I think Cars，
我
is
看
at
到
the
了
situation
，Jabber 手
like,
上有
I'm a
剁威
Celestia aggro deck. I don't have any ways to play around Sunfall.
完蛋
And
了
to be fair, there's not many ways in the
，Charlie
format,
是要假
so I
赛
don't
了，我觉
Yeah,
得
you have to like, I don't know.
有人要假赛
Scroll shift
喽。
doesn't get around it.
哎，很好，哎，下地剁威，哎，
Indestructible doesn't work because it
No, it
exiles.
exiles, yeah.
有人要假赛
Not
喽
much，besides countering it.
That's not gonna happen right now.
假赛了，几只生物自己数，
Sure, says Karas, reluctantly.
几只哦，九
That's a big
只是不
friend. Now
是
there is a creature in
？Oh
hand
my
for
god！
Cars, but no fifth
直
land.
接被
It's a
操
big
了，我
creature though.
靠
It！can kill the incubate token if you're able to draw land. So big draw.
多威还是太混蛋了吧。
Yeah, oh, okay, all right, we got it. And
裁
wrapping
掉
the
了
sail back, making sure there
大
is
恐龙
no benefit from that sunfall for Javier
哇
Dominguez. He
，Jabber
would
手
love
上
to
有一堆
untap
手牌，
and wake up that little incubator token.
Yeah.
多威
absolutely.
太
But
威武
all
了
that，being said, Javier's hand
多威
is
是真的猛啊！
docked here.
Jeez, like,
我傻眼哦
The，Sunfall is
原来
definitely
多威
got
早
out
就
of
在
that
手
hand,
上
but
了。
we'll have
the follow-up is gross.
yeah, another land to just
太恶心
alabaster
了。
host the creature if you
哦，
want.
我
You
那
can
什么
get，back a creature with
哦，我再拿个
this.
生物回来，
Plenty of
Wildwood
gas in the
Escort.
tank.
Yeah.
都
It's a
太
really
完
cool
美了。
card just to recur some of your
大恐龙
the
还能
stuff that's
打，
been chucked in the bin. Not a
Hello,
super impressive
Hooper.
card by itself, but definitely something that can
Hello,
help you
Hooper
out
是什么
in the games that do go longer. And in this format, it
哦，
is
拿行旅
more of a mid-range grind fest. So
Definitely. And Javier's deck
叫个
is
青蛙
not
换你
really on the aggressive Celestia backup
Yeah.
plan, trying to get you dead like Karas's deck. It is much more aligned
哇，
with
只是
kind
手
of
牌差
Celestia
很多，
control
就是
deck
了。
and high synergies with these counters. You have Botanical Brawler, a bunch of backup as well, just not really as aggressively slanted.
yeah. Alrighty, let's see. Ooh, okay. Speaking of Botanical Brawler, is that about to hit the board with the Bond Warden?
We got a great turn here, Ailey. You can go with Botanical Brawler
Oh.
and Storm the Seed Core if
开
you
始了
want to then pressure the
开始
invasion.
滚起来了，是不是？
And just make sure, I mean, the 3-2 body is the only thing across the way, so
Yeah.
as long as you at least have your 3-3
Get 3 of
high
the
enough
counters.
to
先
get up that.
Okay.
我的
Doesn't
青蛙
decide
是
to
该
do it
挡
here,
吗
but？you do have
我是觉得
Fertilized
青
Favor
蛙要
as
挡
well
啊
as just，
不然好
another
像不
trick
太
here.
行哎。
Yeah. And you know, you have to, like, you
有没
know,
有
this is
招要对付我的
probably not
青
going to
蛙？
trade, but an angel
连
is
这个都
bad
不
news
给
bears here for Karas Kakitas. So
青蛙爆
Fertilized
了，再
Favor
见。
again.
And you heard
太
Karas
狠了
say, he's like, I'm sure
吧
this is going to work. And blocked.
哇靠！
Yeah, you know, caught between a rock and a hard place, or
Yeah.
in this case,
真的被
5-5.
被打烂了。 没救。
Yeah, absolutely. The one nice
那
thing
个
for
舵位
Cars
下
is
来
did
大
have that
概
Giganta able to be bought,
乔瑞斯
so
已
you
经
have a
把
little
所有的
bit
身
of
家都
hope
放到
here.
场上了，几乎。
But yeah, Javier's hand
对，
is
他
still
吃到那个舵位就
amazing.
是真的没救。
Bond Warden not amazing, but Alabaster and Storm very powerful cards in this
真棒
battlefield.
我还有大公路了，大公路来也。
Hi, Gigantha.
Yeah.
You were a nice big body, but alas, no more.
无情大公路。
So here it
啊，我连
comes.
大公路都不给你。
Exile effect. And oftentimes with the
我连大
intercessor,
公路
you
都
have
不
to be
给
careful
你
about
了
what you grab, because
太
if
狠
there
了。
is a ETB creature that you need to nab with it, you know,
太
you're
夸
just
张
gonna
了
get got
吧？
by
怎
that
么
effect
被压制成
if
这
that
样？
intercessor is dealt with. But grabbing a token or something with it,
我觉得可以准备握手
Yeah,
了
if you
啦。
hit like an invasion, the backside of an invasion, and then they get the
乔瑞
frontside
斯
back,
应
it's
该
like,
是没有
hey,
舵位这种
that's
牌
a
的，
real
对。
cost.
yeah.
他手上应该没有舵
So
位。
one nice thing for Cars here is at least there
这种
is
牌
one
那
thing
几乎没办法
you
逆
can be
转。
doing here is blocking and then using Convoke to aerial boost up a creature. But
Yes, pretty good.
just double checking to make sure the synergies with the brawler
哦，
here
我要先，
is
我想要
very
叫个天
apparent.
使。哦
Looks like both of them swinging towards the battle, I believe. Or are we splitting it?
Looks
One
like the
to face,
brawlers
one
to
to
the
battle.
face, yeah. But Javier picked up an aerial boost
不
of
给
his
你
own
天
as
使。
well, so it might have a boost off here.
哦，还有招，哦，我也有招哎。
A boost off indeed.
你有招，我也有同一招。
Oh boy. All
这么
right.
狠的吗？
Battle still stands, so.
什么都做不了。
Not for long, Alien. Now with just
一
a
张
one
啊，
on
握手了
It's gonna be
，OK。
it.
no way to
Jeez,
come
yeah.
back.
Man, that
太
was
狠
beating.
了。
Javier just found so much stuff off the top of his library and was able to refill. It's like, sure, you know, you think the Sunfall?
Javier
Yeah.
太狠了，那个
I mean,
舵
Javier
位
really had to have that
夺走
sunfall
了
on
一
that
切。
turn. Cars really had just a ton of pressure there.
真的只能
and
用
had a
狠
really
来
good
形
draw.
容
Was。very favored in that game if it wasn't exactly on turn 5 Sunfall. And guess that's why you put that card in your deck, huh?
Turns out it's a pretty good rare, so draft those ones.
Yeah.
When we
对，
come back, friends, we're going to have
喝水
plenty
结界
more
成功
magic
翻起来
from
了
the。draft
好。
portion of the Pro Tour, so don't go anywhere. Simon Nielsen versus Nathan Stoyer up next.
哇，只有上方那个，没有人会拿到钱啊。这样就没人拿到钱了，笑了。对，我等一下。天哪，舵威太狠了，舵威绝对是炸弹啊！对，舵威肯定是炸弹。对，他跟以往的扫场，其实这连续这2个系列的那个扫场都有个很强的点，在于说扫完后通常会给你东西。对，舵威后扫完后多一个可能蛮大的生物。对啊，上一个白羊是回血，加上很多一排虫子。OK， 其实白羊更可怕啦。对，白羊比舵威还可怕。白羊下来是真的不用玩了。对，对，舵威是真的已经还好了，相比白羊啊，那个上个系列那个白羊更虎小，对，完全虎小。对，好了，我去拿点喝的啦。对，感觉精神要绷不住了。这要到早上10点啊！吼吼吼。看我们先准备一瓶魔爪，这个等一下大概3、4点，能量差不多快用光的时候，我们再拿出来喝啊。我今天睡到下午6点啊 ，OK， 笑了。我今天直接睡到下午6点，因为我昨天11点才睡。对，真的，我昨天11点才睡，有够那个的。
Welcome back to Pro Tour, March of the Machine from Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm Amy Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, and we have one heck of a matchup for you, friends. Reigning world champion Nathan Stoyer up against Simon Nielsen. Team handshake, let's go.
They're crushing it.
They are absolutely crushing it.
This team making up half of Pod 1 for day 2 is so incredible that this team just every single Pro Tour is really showing us, especially how to draft, but really that they're one of, if not the best team in the world.
They sure are. They can make that claim pretty darn soon if they haven't so already with the results that they've been putting up. So let's jump into this head-to-head here. Nathan Stoyer up against Simon Nielsen. Hey, they both started playing the same year. That's pretty cool. Look at that already. 4 top finishes for Nathan Stoyer. Unbelievable stuff from the young man. And they're looking. It's unfortunate when you have to play teammates. You know, it's not the best feeling in the world, but at the end of the day, you want to walk home with $50,000, which is up for grabs here for the champions. So.
But when you're playing each other at this stage in Pod 1, when you're kind of at the top, then not so bad, because even win, lose, one of the players is in a great position to make a run at this 12 wins to get into the top 8, and the loser, well, still in a pretty good spot here. One thing I will say is both these players are playing a red-black base deck here, but Simon's is way, way better. Simon's deck is a solid 9, 9.5. And then Nathan, we watched Nathan's draft.
两个都是红黑吼，哎，又是内战哎，红黑内战。
Atraxa.
No.
红黑对红黑，白绿对白绿的内战。
Yeah, maybe.
可是他有零零技，好像比较猛。
Started off with Norn, and then really derailed from white completely.
可是那个零零技好像有点凶哎。
Until Pack 3, so just doesn't quite have.
不知各位怎么看？零零技好像有点凶。
Yeah, it's an unfortunate situation where you get this bomb rare and you really want to play it, but sometimes. The cards just don't align that way, as we see the Spell Spear, as well as the... Is that a Boomtown Beatstick?
I believe it is.
I love that card.
I'm a fan.
So cool.
I am a fan.
这个零零技有点凶啊！
Join the party as well.
零零技被送下去了，不然后面很麻烦啊。那个零零技打太痛了啦，一次零技加2点。
Oh yeah. If you can get a creature in unchecked, perhaps on one of these Oral's Reinforcement Elementals, get a couple treasures, you are setting yourself up for a very, very good round indeed here. We're going to take a look in the hand here, gift to completion. Going to take a squiz.
气源真的蛮厉害。
Yep, taking a peek, nothing to hit off.
气源厉害的点在于说，他不气源再也不是死卡了。 会还你一个东西，你没弃掉的话，我是觉得Nathan会赢。我是觉得Nathan会赢。
Get some value off this with this revelation. It makes it a lot more.
Excuse me, traumatic revelation.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier to play this style of effect.
Ren's resolve now. Gonna exile a couple things. Ooh, a pylon.
Oh, that's actually really brutal because now Nathan is just not going to play a creature. Because you really don't want to just run right into Pylon. Such an incredible card. One of the best removal spells.
Yeah,
if not the.
Awesome. Yeah, it's like premier. Premium removal indeed. So things looking pretty good here for Simon Nielsen.
一直生城堡。
Mr. Checklist card on
好烦哦。
Always jams out to some good tunes.
完了，那份可能。
Always one of our more animated people, not only in paper events but especially.
在他回合结束还不能变身，会被杀掉。
See him dancing around, whether he wins or loses. To be honest,
he's always just having a good time.
I think I remember seeing him dance around while his opponent was comboing off against him. He's like, you know what else?
早就掰了，不变一下。哦，这个才真正结束。
Then Nathan correctly there, not incubating that token during Simon's end step, otherwise being able to get piled on here.
Yeah,
so.
No one likes a pylon. Unless you're igniting them, of course. But
there you go.
Yeah. All right, where are we going here for Nathan? It's going to be Dreg Recycler. So in case of removal spell, get that.
All right.
Unsealing Necropolis, that's a good one. So get back some goodies from the bin. I do see a Captain Lannery Storm in the yard.
Yep, only had one card, so Simon was very much hoping to at least mill one creature over, and we did see in the last round, Simon unsealed and just flipped over Shieldred. Pretty good. Pretty good. Bring that one back.
我看这船长不太妙，这船长变人生珍宝，一回合2颗生2颗的那种，有点凶残。
Dinosaurs and vampires. Vampires are my favorite.
What a combo, huh?
I know. Maverick and Galta, still a better love story than Twilight. Got him.
I'll take your word for it, I guess.
You were never subjected to it?
I was not.
Okay.
Nope.
You don't. Alrighty, here comes the captain herself, Lannery Storm. Gonna put the beat stick onto her, swing on in.
又真珍宝，扁到再生
There
珍
isn't
宝
like。instant speed stuff to use the treasures for.
哦
like
好
Lannery
痛哦
just gets so
Or
big.
just sacrificing it, which we saw what was done to just equip there. So that was a large hit there
Yeah.
for at least 5 points
这是
of damage.
真实的
Spell
吗？
Spear
啊，
joining the fray.
他是不是有2个
Everything
00
really
技？
coming up, Simon, so
他
far.
2个00
Nathan's
技，
deck doesn't have the best amount
这
of
是
removal.
真实的
It's
吗？
decent, you know, deadly derision or two.
哎，
and
没
then
有，他捞回来
finally,
了。
there's
哦
no real
我想说，怎么可能
huge
这么虎
catch-up
小？2个
mechanism,
00
so
技耶
if Nathan falls too far behind here,
太
it's
胡乱
going
了
to be near impossible to catch
不
up.
过还好啦，都有2个大恐龙了，拜托
And。at this point, sitting at 9 life.
大恐龙
feels
都有
like
2
he
只
is
了，2个00技也
falling a
没什
little
么
bit
吧。
too far behind here to catch up. Does have the drag recycler, so can pad the life
不过
total.
很
You
凶
know,
哎，
if
那
he
个
needs to get
00
into a chump and sack situation. Sure.
再见。
Looks like a
Oh, yeah.
deadly derision.
Okay, deadly derision on the flip side of the spear.
Yeah.
Being able to get a treasure here. Good start.
牺牲
So spell spear
抽2
down.
张，
Good to get that off the board, but still has the
没有
Lannery
手
to
牌
deal
是不
with.
是啊？
And
没有
this
手
little elemental, he's just chilling for the time being. So, no,
Nail
no threat. Ooh, Ramosian Greatsword.
大剑，
These are some gigantic attackers
已经
here.
有更夸
Ooh,
张
this gives
的。
trample
有
2.
把
That
大
is going to
剑
hurt. That's a lot of damage coming through.
Yeah, huge swing here. You see
我怎么
Nathan
觉得只能
just
挡
snap
啊？
double blocking, really having no choice. And it looks like
我觉得没
both of
没得
his
选，只能
teammates
挡。
really highly
这边一定要挡。
value the greatsword because Nathan
再多
picked
挡。
this very aggressively as well.
Yeah.
And looks like Simon is putting a high equity
还有
on it
剑
as
他
well.
哎，
Believe Nathan even has 2 of this card.
还是剩2个珍宝。
And that
那份剩
hurts.
7，是不是？
Yep,
Oh,
double
boy.
for Nathan, a single
那边要
great
抽
sword
个
for
什么才可
Simon.
以？
And yeah, whoever has that sword
不然要
first,
握手了。
definitely heavy advantaged
Oh, yeah.
because, well, blocking with the great sword and equipped creature is fine,
叫
but
人。
definitely a much better card to be attacking with.
Oh,
大
yeah.
剑
Yeah,
加那
you
个
wanna be
棒
swinging
槌
with
真的
that
很强
for
哎。
sure. Now, only one creature left for
但
Simon
人家
Nielsen,
棒
so
槌是
Nathan did
威
a good
慑
job of
加
keeping
践
the
踏。
attackers at bay.
对啊，你要合挡又
Greatsword
很容易
and
被
the
1
beat
换
stick
2。
together. Would hurt. Here comes Jury, Master of the Review.
All right, getting some first strike here, very powerful.
哦，有先攻了，挡得住，挡得住。有先攻就挡得住那个了。
So just being able to get some blockers down. The
Wow,
red cap heel
操
slasher, he picked that up pretty late. In,
好会
pack
摸。
3, I believe it was. So just getting some first strike going there. That'll help
全
against
吃啊！我要抽牌啊！
the equipped creature, whatever does.
现在的
join the
珍
fray,
宝，
but
刚刚的
Stormclaw
珍宝
Ranger is
全部变
pretty
成那
darn
个
good.
抽牌的
Yep,
肥
absolutely.
料
And that was
了。
pretty much the reason Nathan switched
Yeah.
off from being
Oh,
black-white, was just picked up 2 Stormclaw Ragers really late,
Yeah.
and it almost looked like strange picks, you know,
哦
Paul
我
and
连这
Marshall
个
were
都
calling
吃
that,
掉。
and we're slightly surprised
再加个
by
大
how,
棒
kind of how
槌。
fast Nathan went away for a good 3-drop, you know, maybe not the absolute
2倍
best
弃
uncommon
牌
in
抽
the
牌
set,
嘛，
and as far as
弃
that
1张
goes,
抽2张嘛。
but he just immediately snapped it off and
Oh, yeah.
got
Cool.
off of it. Now this is really big. Invasion to sacrifice a creature here.
Yeah.
Jury
I mean,
吧，
ideally you're sacrificing other stuff.
我会想牺牲 Jury 的。
All right, so Invasion of Asgul down on the board. Target player sacks a creature and loses a life.
Jury
Yep, and this is having Nathan
看
sacrifice
有
one
没有
of
可
the
以
creatures,
做的
which
事
is
情。
very important when it comes to the beam stick equipping on any creature. Nathan's got to prioritize leaving 2 creatures
扣一
behind,
点血
otherwise
啊
this
我真的
Rager with the beam
Jury
stick
给你
and the
扣一
great
点
sword is
血
just going to be
打
far
你一
too
点
much
14。
for Nathan to overcome.
我可以开扁的吗？太危险了，
Alrighty, so Rager in. Are we
你不能
attacking?
打啊，你不能打啊
Looks！like
你忘
it's
了吗？你是刚下
considering
的
it,。but decides to leave it
Okay.
back just in case there was some kind of pump spell maybe.
抽到1张杀那个就有的打了。有没有这么晒啊？还是我也来一个那个
We still got the heel slasher
3点会有什么？
here for Nathan Stoyer.
3点会有什么？
Decent blocker.
哦，我也有一个。
Definitely helps, and there's a Stormclaw Rager of his own.
哦，
Excellent pickup there when you got extra treasures laying around, extra small incubate tokens.
Yeah.
对，
The
但
one
是
mana
先下
life
先
linker
赢
that
啊，
then incubates to do it again, so you can kind of munch on that.
先下后
spice.
下的差别还是有的。
Great at that.
One
还
of
是
the
有
cards
差
that team handshaked and
有
team
些牌就是
CFP
先
are
上了
really
就是
high
会
on
有点
was
意思啊。
that little one drop that
对，
you know, I didn't value super high, but the more and more I played with it, the more it really kind of showed its
Yeah,
stuff.
you know, things that replace themselves are always pretty darn good, and we see
我知道
Icarus joining the fray.
再
Oh,
抽一
there he
张
is.，He got chomped on. Nom 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 nom.
我再孵化一下。
Long live the Eker drinker there, huh?
He lived about as long as I
Ecor
don't know,
Drinker
one of the kings in Game of
这一张
Thrones.
牌比想象中还要更好。
You're really hitting me with a lot of references that I did not
Don't
watch a ton of.
understand, it's
Yeah,
fine.
thank you.
Just TLDR, everyone
哦，
dies.
全部
Okay,
贴，
perfect.
Yeah.
Well, I
然后
guess I'm
开
not watching
扁
that
The king
tonight.
is dead. Long live the king.
Wow, look at this.
我操
Look at this huge attack
Oh,
here.
hey, Valduk.
Valduk with 2
那
equipments
份
to
应
be
该
able to
是
get 2 3-1s into
That is
play.
awesome.
That demands a removal spell or
应
that
该
will
是被扁的
assuredly
没呼
win the
吸
game
了
here.
啦
This is a card that gets to pressure your opponent without having haste and without being able to attack, you know, the first turn it comes into
被扁到
play
没呼吸
through any
了。
other means. So really impressive, kind of out of
放
nowhere
毒那
hit.
些
Yeah.
token。
Oh man, if you hit any like sack synergies, which we'd see, Valduk next turn will be able to
Yeah.
chew. We'll be able to start chomping on these tokens before they exile at the end step.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. That is
Nom, 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 nom.
disgusting.
We like to chew on tokens as Recto sacrifice. Yes, we do.
And right now, Simon likes to chew on current world champions because this is looking like
另一
GG
个
unless you
哦
deal with this creature with Nathan being at 3.
Jury，
Oh, Jury again. And Stormclaw Rager. So Unseal the
Jury
Necropolis,
是
getting back some goodies. Definitely needs them.
Okay,
先打
looking to get an attack in there. Nathan's got to have a removal spell for
Yeah.
this. Oh, just sacrificing it to draw 2 cards, or to draw a
牺
card off
牲
the
Jury
Rager and
抽
hope.
牌，是不是还有机会啊？
Question mark?
Now, Nathan doesn't have a pylon like Simon does, so that would be kind of the one card you'd be really looking for.
哦，
But yeah, it looks like that is
我
it.
收牌
That's
了
gonna be
，OK，
it.
好。
Now, what kind of a player are you,
内分
Corey?
金
Do you look at the top of the library to see what was next, or you just
Always.
会
leave?
这样
Always.
对
I
手
do that
比
to
我还
You know, I have to
狠。
justify that I got unlucky, you know, in some
Okay.
way. You know, it just really helps me sleep at night. But yeah,
I don't know.
most of the time I'm not at pod 1 in this draft. You know,
Okay, fair.
没有
I'm
省
the
那
squeak
套好
in
扯
turn
哦。
4
Ooh, I
and
can scrap jumper.
happy to be there for day 2 type of player.
I'm on team no look.
Okay,
That's not
okay.
gonna
大
make a
剑
difference.
加上那个棒槌的
Dragon
那个
Cycler
好
and
猛
Uggy Scrap Chomper, 2 sacrifice outlets down on the board. Looking to get going here.
Such
那
a
个太
good
猛了
decision from you.
一直升着，而且还有船长这种炸
Looks
弹
like，Simon there in the
一
bottom
直
left
一
hand
直
corner,
一直
opening hand
升一
of
堆
6
珍
cards,
宝
so，did take a mulligan.
对，
Getting the Furnace
那本
Gremlin
落后
down
就很难
2.
打。
This little guy, you certainly like to pump him
那
up.
份有
Because
卡
when
地
it
吗？
dies, you get a big old token to replace it. Talking
Yep.
about things that replace themselves. So.
Yep, another card that is really great with the Furnace Rager, or the Stormclaw Rager, excuse me. Just being able to sacrifice this
先
and make a
点，
giant creature, or just make a small one and then just sacrifice both of them. So
Yeah. Are we swinging? Oh, getting
这
feisty.
边先扁，
You okay?
合
Double
档
block?
哦，
Coming
拜
in.
拜，拜拜，哈哈哈，笑
That
了，
always feels good.
I
竟
just
然
love
有
the name
用
of that card too.
哦
Yeah. That's really neat. So, win that little
哦，
duel there.
哇，那
Gift to
现
completion.
在是
Yeah, gonna get some more
没有
buddies
剩
to join the
落
fray
后了
here. Hey,
哦
Valduk
有
is
了
back.
哦，靠，
No
麻烦
beat
的东
sticks
西。
this time.
Yet, yeah,
Yet.
absolutely.
不过这一
Really
次没有
powerful
大
card in
棒
these
槌了，
Rakdos sacrifice strategies when you can get some equipment with
那
them.
个32
And it does look
贴个
like
东西就
opinions
变
are
好可
changing
怕
on
哦，我
Recto
靠！
sacrifice a bit. You know, all of the
Yeah.
limited
那
experts
个
out
是
there are starting to
打
say,
点
I'm
加
sorry,
牺牲人呢，
I
对，那个东西，那些
underestimated
token
the power.
有够可怕。
No, the one thing that's really impressive to me is half the time when a limited set comes into a pro tour,
打，
there'll
要
be
不要
one
接？
team or multiple teams that just think, okay, I'm going to kind of force this strategy. It's so much better, quote unquote, than every
不接
other
不接，
strategy.
会怕。
The one thing that's
对
being proven here is
处理
players can just draft exactly what they're comfortable with,
Yeah.
and they're having
换你
results
换你
with it.
Yeah.
You
没
know,
有
it
大
was
剑
pretty
啦
widely
，OK。
thought of going into this that blue, white, blue, black were kind of the top 2, and blue, white did have a great winning percentage as far as the 3-0s, but
对
outside
没
of
大
that,
剑没
everything
棒
was
槌
very，condensed as
他
far
也
as
就是
what
个
3-0s.
32了
So。you can really kind of
对
play anything in this format, and it is
Oh, we saw
still
that yesterday.
still one of my favorite limited formats,
Oh.
if not my favorite one I've ever played.
High praise indeed for an excellent set. Hang Scrounger hits the battlefield, gives the counter to the incubated token, and we'll get the discard and draw.
Getting to loot here. Simon has, I saw a couple of lands. And did have that mulligan, so nothing impressive, but there is a pylon.
Oh, nice.
But outside of that, it was just 2 lands in hand for Simon, so looking to surveil into something great.
你要杀人，那我要吃。
like Shieldred, maybe?
Yeah, sure.
But
Let's get some preachers going.
No surveil with the drag. Recyclers sacrificing that incubate token.
没有试探到，因为没结算到啊。
But instead, you're probably going to draw that one anyways, so.
Yeah. Nazumi freewheeler. Vanquish the Weak, unfortunately, hits the bin. But Nazumi freewheeler is excellent. When it flips, brings back one of your little idiots, you know, like the discardy rat.
Yeah, and also can bring back your opponent's stuff too, if that is important.
请问我能换我了吗？
We did hit a little bit of value in the yard by milling the incubate creature to be able to sacrifice that a little bit later.
Scornblade Berserker, looks like that's in the bin. That's also a nice card to recycle, I should say. Yeah, bring it back.
Yep.
Sacrifice, draw card.
So still pretty even board state here. Yeah. That gift of completion is really nice in these kind of Rakdos mirrors where you're trading a lot of resources, getting a surveil every single time to just fix your really adds up. Whoa, there it is.
Oh.
A big old beat stick. Oh, you think you got a big beat stick. Wait till you see my greatsword.
And then here is a gigantic
53件他的大剑，我的大剑也掏到了。
Really advantage to the person who has the greatsword.
掏到大剑了，5费。
Oh
要转化，要拉谁
？No, Corey. They say size doesn't matter, but greatsword, pretty good.
他可以拉个2费永久物吧
It is an impressive card, that is for sure.
气抽，我拉气抽。
Oh boy. Alrighty, what we got here? So we flip the freewheeler.
哦，麻烦了。
What have we got there? Is that invasion of?
哇，这个麻烦的。
That was actually a great draw here, being able to immediately attack that battle.
那个可以被敲掉了，那个麻烦了。
Super strong.
That's excellent.
那个东西活过维持就是一张地换2只1，2只21，对，很烦，很麻烦。
Make a buddy, give everything haste. Unfortunately, our systems are down, so we're unable to know for sure. But yeah, invasion of Mercadia.
Yep, flips into the 3/3 discard card.
Yeah, that card's excellent.
Really strong, really strong. Saw Nathan make great work of that.
只是人家 Jury 也要爆掉，就是去解掉那个。
Yeah, that's terrifying. If you can turn to that.
我是觉得那一拳应该打完后 ，Jury 打完一拳牺牲掉，就直接炸掉了，开炸了。
How much you can attack
正常应该是
because
这
you
样
have
子。
2 creatures left back and that great sword creature as well as a
这个
couple
姐姐
of
翻
other
过来
ones
应该只有
here.
3攻而已
If
吧？
Nathan has a removal spell to push through, it just might be too much.
不过蛮危险。
21 to 10. Simon Nielsen's gonna feel
因为
pretty
叫
good. Having flipped that and gotten quite a bit of value.
哦，你已经喊打了，不行
Time
了，
being, just getting a
是不
judge
是？
referral there.
It's like they're
拿
straightening
2个
out
合
something.
挡，
Look like we got this sorted out.
会2个合挡，
Current flame right hits the board.
对，那2个会合挡，
If there is any
不
discard
挡就死了。
fodder next turn. Could be quite a big swing coming in, but yeah, Simon Nielsen is at 10. So does have to be cognizant of that,
杀人吗？
especially with gain and drain effects
杀
like
人。
the drag recycler on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. Nathan just doesn't really
还
have
有
to
那
worry
个
about blocking at all here. Attack with a creature that has a
那个
great
红黑银
sword,
牌
and then kind of go from there. Attack with something else if you can. Every other creature is pretty
红牌真的猛
outsized right
我
now.
吃掉
So yeah,
变
it looks
大
like
只。
Simon or Nathan.
啊！
Oh, all right, collective nightmare before Jiri can get got. Or can get bigger, I should say.
Oh, but look
Oh,
at
牺牲自
this
己。
heads up play. Nathan sacrifices another creature
完了，
to keep
输
it
了，
alive. And yeah, I think Simon with
这样就输了。
kind of
确定 Nathan 赢
that he
了
cast。that spell, maybe thought that that
只要
was
喊打后再
full
吃掉就
plan
结束
there.
了。
Oh man, that is excellent.
力量没有了。
Jiri dying
减3
is
减
gonna
3
hurt
不够。
like, yes.
Yes.
It's gonna hurt a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. If that
攻击
card
够
does die,
吧
and I mean the one way to
减
minimize
3
that
减
damage
3
is if you
现在是
can give it
3-1嘛
-3/-3.
Yeah, so this isn't gonna hurt so
哎
much.
好像还没
Simon
死
isn't dead, but next turn, oh boy.
Yeah, I believe this is just an attack for 3.
Yeah, we
还
need
没
an
还没
exile
还没还没
effect
还没
ASAP for
还没
Simon
没事
Nielsen.
没事没事没事还没
That
死
in the deck.
被减 3
Yeah,
减 3
something
的
like- Or even just something
被减3减
I
3
would
的
say like pylon, but yeah,
Pylon,
you're right.
yeah.
You're gonna take so
That's in
much
the bin,
damage.
though.
You're just
被
gonna
减 3
take
减 3就还
6.
没事
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You do have to give this negatives to be able to.
Yeah, or exile it, something. And unfortunately, no pacifism effects in these decks.
被
And
减
the
3减
Ranger
3
can
就
just
不会有事
sacrifice it
了
to deal 6 straight away to get out
暂
of
时啊
combat
Yeah.
here. But of course, that is sorcery only.
有没有
and
放逐
Nathan
啊
had that
有
creature
放
shrunk
逐
to
杀
get
还
to that
可以
second
撑
main phase
哦
to
Yeah.
win the game last
有放
turn.
逐还有得
Just
撑
in case anyone
哦
was
没
thinking
放
Nathan
逐
would
就
make
白
a
了
mistake, which he
Nathan,
does not
mistakes?
do. Yeah.
I don't know this word. At least not next to the reigning world champ.
说哪本是不是刚少放个豆啊
Wow, it says you're at 22. I can only deal 20.
Unbelievable stuff there, Nathan
Wow.
Stoyer. Inevitability on his side. That 2 extra life. Drag Recycler, baby.
There we go. That is pretty wild to being able to deal 20 there. Simon did have a
好奇怪哦
large battlefield there, and
刚刚
looks
是不
like
是少放
another
个豆
mulligan here from Simon on
然后
the
他
play.
打点不够
Not
了
what you want to be doing when you're
他算过
8-1
他说
and
打点
have
哦
to
只能打
approach
20
her.
是不是
Not entirely, but you know these decks are
我
pretty
开扁
good.
了
Between the 2 lists, Simon Nielsen definitely had stronger card quality. So
Yeah.
最美的
if
卡
anyone can get out of a 6-hand
红
maul,
黑
a
二
6
费
card
最
maul
美
should
的
be
卡
him. He
大
scratched
大概
my
是这一
face.
张吧
Quality for sure.
Oh, you again? Every single time I draft a cool rare, I never see
下
it.
去
Never see it, huh?
What am I doing wrong?
打2然后孵化
Taken
1
care
哎
of
这个
Veldic though, so
蛮猛
no
的
more
对
stress
红黑还
there.
蛮猛的
There's me freewheeler causing the discard.
哦黑半神
Yeah, milled some decent stuff.
蛮麻烦
They
的
did
黑
mill
半
a
神
2-drop, milled Timuret to be able to
Yeah.
at least
黑
flip
半神很
next
麻烦
turn, flip this
会搞
freewheeler
分
and
场
start driving away with a couple other powerful
就多
cards in the graveyard.
This is like the vroom, come with me if you want to live.
There you
Driving
go.
away, you know? Oh man. Rats on bikes. Kamigawa was such a cool set.
Kamigawa was a really cool set.
Neon Dynasty, that
Absolutely.
is. Alrighty, where do we go from here? So we got the Drag Recycler, we have an itty bitty incubator token.
And I think Simon had at least 1 land, maybe 2 lands in hand, so kind of out of gas. But just being able to flip that card next turn, whenever you have one of these cards
Oh,
that are really powerful to transform when it goes the mana value into
这个
one
老鼠
more of the
是啊
mana value,
蛮麻
those
烦
end up being some of the better cards because they just naturally curve into themselves.
Yeah, here comes Invasion of Arcadia once again. This card is really, really good. I like it a bunch.
进军马凯
Big
迪啊
fan. A little thrill of discovery with extra bonus on top of it. I just love the battles. The battles create all these sub mini games, especially in combat, where your opponent has to really
打敢不敢
prioritize leaving a creature back, maybe even
我跟你打
if your opponent doesn't have a battle, because if they play it
等一下就
and
打
attack a
打更
battle,
冲回
you kind
去
of
啊
fall really far behind. So adds a
主
another
要是
layer of
他会怕
layer
那
of
个减2
complexity.
减2啦
Drag Recycler getting in
他
for
应该
2
可能知道那一份有
on
减2
that
减2
battle. And now we have Freewheeler and Aki Scrap Chomper.
踩到减2减2其实
We're
蛮
gonna see a flippity flop here.
蛮亏的，你的老鼠在这
So
边
Freewheeler is gonna get
这边
Timmy
损失
back.
掉了
Oh
哦
no, not in response. Dead.
Yep.
哦死了
Oh, that hurts. Use all your mana, you don't get the flip. Oh man.
And the one up.
回
had
应
the
转化
one
被杀
up.
掉了
Final flourish here to be able to deal with
Yeah.
that. And not a single other card in Nathan's
Oh.
deck could have interacted there, but that was a huge swing.
Jeez.
好
Oh
伤
man, that hurts so
哦
much. And gets to flip this, so we get
回
the
应
flame
转化
right
被杀
now.
哦
Whew.
Yeah, and
这
if
个
that
细
didn't
节
work,
会
you
决
would
定
have had a blocker
胜
to
败
block
啊
this so the invasion doesn't get dealt with. That was a
哇
gigantic
这个细
swing
节
for
真
our
的会
reigning
决
world
定
champion.
胜败啊
Unbelievable stuff. And getting Timuret
太
back,
那
we
个
saw
了
yesterday
太亏
Timuret
了
doing work in one of our feature matches.
Yeah, against
Just
Ely Cassis.
unbelievable. Yeah.
The
Oh.
Eli battle there
Yeah, yeah.
was
我就觉得 Nelson
incredible.
如果刚预设他手上有那个
Get the
就
spell
不应该
screen
直接
down,
裸
board down
裸
2,
裸的
gonna
直接
flip
那
that
个转化
immediately
老
down
鼠
to 14 goes Simon
对
Nielsen, Nathan
太容易
Stoyer
绕
at
赛了
17 with an
对
imposing
我觉得 Nelson 这边
battlefield
打错了
indeed. Will we see
他刚刚
an
不
addition
挡
to the
基
board
本
with a
上
discard
假
to
定
try
他
and
可能
get
有
this
减2
game
减
over
2
and done with ASAP.
或者是加1加
And
领
I
先
really
攻
like
了
what Nathan did there, putting the counter on the
那
better
有可能是
creature
减2
here,
减2可能就
putting
不
it
要
on
裸
the flip side of
直接
the
裸那
invasion
个老
just
鼠
to really play around vanquish the weak.
Yes! Let's go!
Oh.
Chili Master of the Review hits the board. We see a
很
discord
凶哦
with a discord with a flame right.
对。
a bunch of tokens.
Oh my
and
God.
we get to do my favorite thing in Magic, which is turn things sideways.
Hit the attack all button?
Yes.
Absolutely. And we do have the combo of the Recycler sacrificing these elementals to make Jury even larger.
Oh, man, that's so good.
全部打是不是？
And right now, Simon has one good blocker with the 3/3 that you can block on one of these 2-powered creatures.
Scrap Chomper might be getting in the way here too, just to try
那
and
我吃一
mitigate
个
some，damage.
然后
But yeah,
Jury
in
变大
response to，blocks,
再扣你血。
Jury gets bigger.
Yeah, takes 6, I believe. Takes 7, putting Simon down to
升
7.
7D，然后怎么救啊？这
Simon's
个好
gonna
像
need
没
something
救
big
了。
here.
啊，
Quite a lot.
还蛮猛的嘛。
Friends resolve.
Okay.
好像还挺能
Pretty
干
good
的。
hit. If Simon has a land drop and can go Jury and Pylon on the now flipped invasion creature.
好像很尴尬
Atari
哦。
Flame Right. That's pretty
这好像没
decent.
救。
But the thing is that's really awkward is you have to do that before it untaps.
Yeah.
And if
这
you do
样
that,
好像没
you're running into
救
the same problem that
欸。
we were seeing last round is convoke when you're behind.
我觉得这样应该不会有救，因为就算这边 Jury 死了。
Yeah, too much. Too much. So Nathan Stoyer picking
哦，
up
那个
another
Nathan
win
赢
there
了。
with a deck that
Nathan
was, you know, it was kind of just medium, right?
Yeah.
刚的情况
It was a little
就算
lukewarm,
杀得死那个
but
Jury，
absolutely excellent
下回合
play
也会有
from
2个
champion,
2-1
just
敏
turning
捷。
sideways when needed to.
Lukewarm
怎
deck,
么
but
解
a
都不太
red
对
hot Magic
血
player
量不
there
够啊。
equals at least a 2-1
血量没有这么多
with,
血量啊。
you know, like you
Yeah.
said, kind of a
根
medium
本
deck.
顶不
And he
住。
said, if I got a 2-1 with this deck, I would be
Jury
very
一定打
happy.
脸
But
，Jury
gets
打
a
脸
chance
是
to
5。
3-0 next round.
He does
对
indeed.
啊你
So
这样
we'll
就
have
扛不
plenty
住
more
那个。
Magic after the break at the news desk with
对
Maria and the team.
对，好了，这个精彩比赛啊，绝地大逆转啊，那一份。真的绝地大逆转啊！对，哇，那一份真的好强哦。对，只有上面啊。快，暂时不开啦，快。如果有轮空局的话，对，先不开好了，先不开好了。对，有轮空局的话，看一下，现在成绩好多那个尾边有杠，对，尾杠蛮多的。尾杠真的蛮多的，看一下，Ray Sen 这是昨天玩那个套牌的组合技的，蛮特别的套牌，他的套牌蛮酷的，我昨天有特别留意，他的那个套牌很酷，对，所以我记得哦，他打上来了，小黄帽这一轮输了。7-3有点小微哦 ，Ray Duke 还有机会啦哦，谁说没机会？还有啊 ，Ray Duke 7-3也还有机会啊 ，Ray Duke 也还有机会啊，真的 ，Ray Duke 也还有机会哦，啊，都太早了。说人家凉都太早了，还有觉得那修塔今天比较惨的，6-4 ，Loveman 也比较惨，可能再来都不能输了，再来一把都不能输，6-4的人，连和局都不太行的那种。
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour March of the Machine. A look inside here at MagicCon Minneapolis, which is going on right next door to where we are in the Minneapolis Convention Center. I headed over there a couple of rounds ago, and it is awesome to see so many people enjoying the game that we all love so dearly. Marie Bertholdi, Monty Devuti, and Cedric Phillips here at the news desk with you on day 2 of competition. Now for some headlines. All right, everybody, one of our big headlines, Team Handshake hit the front. Half of our draft pod this morning, our featured draft pod, was Team Handshake. They have only lost to each other in that pod, undefeated against everybody else. They also now have 2 people co-leading the tournament from Team Handshake in Nathan Stoyer and Carl Serra. Glass half empty. Jim Davis, our overnight leader, has started today, unfortunately, at 0-2. So a rough start to the morning for Jim Davis. However, glass half full if you want to look at it this way, Jim Davis. You're still 8-2, 1 round off the lead. He can still afford 2 more losses and make our top 8. And Sunfall, Monty, what a card!
Maria, you hear limited enthusiasts talk about the upper echelons of all-time limited cards, the Pack Rats, the Umezawa's GTs. There's a second tier, and Sunfall has solidly put itself right there in that mix with some of the greatest limited cards ever printed.
Absolutely, that card is amazing. All right, everybody, it's time now for one of my favorite segments at the desk, other than Monty is the Machine, of course. It's story time with Ceddy P.
Carl,
I like stories. Stories are fun. I do like Monty is the Machine, though.
Yes,
Let's talk about that.
2连败，真的假
very,
的？
very powerful Magic card.
这是真的。
There's a player in their field, Joe Lissette, legacy specialist, I would say. He has 2 in his
难道
deck.
就是
Now, if you are playing in Day 2 of competition and you have 2 Sunfalls in your deck, you're probably pretty happy about this. You're probably thinking to yourself, how can I lose? And of course, he hasn't lost.
他的那个蓝绿2连败。好吧，蓝绿真的不能玩了。
Yeah, he has 2 draws.
各位，活生生血淋淋的例子啊！
I'm sure he's thinking
就算再厉害的人玩蓝绿，蓝绿还是扶不起来啊！蓝绿没救啊！
Let's talk Luis Scott
我去一
Vargas.
下厕所。
Magic Hall of Famer who's done it all, Pro Tour champion among many, many other things. For LSV, it's a heck of a run so far this weekend, but most importantly, you see here in day number 2, he is 2-0. Now, you look at day number 1, rounds 1 through 3, he's 3-0, which means that he has the ability here to go 6-0 in the limited portion of this tournament. Taking a look at Luis in between rounds, if you've seen him when he's winning, he's very much on an island by himself, not ignoring his teammates, but focusing on the task at hand, and he knows that he has the potential to add another top 8 to his resume here. So a 6-0 Unlimited goes a long way towards another top 8 here for the one and only LSV. And I'm going to talk about, lastly, our reigning, defending world champion, Nathan Stoyer. So Nathan's deck here, this red-black deck, if you ask Nathan, he'll tell you his deck's not very good. We watched him draft it. We watched him open Elish Norn and not be able to play it and have to switch into red-black. Now, this isn't the worst deck we've ever seen, but it's not that good of a deck either. When I was speaking with Nathan, I asked, what's your expectation? He said to be thrilled with a 2-1. Well, as we all know, he's 2-0, looking to play here for a 3-0. But what stood out to me the most is his match against Simon Nielsen insofar as Nathan is locked in. His deck is not that good, but he certainly is. And when you do have a deck in a limited event like this, where you're playing against the best players in the world, you cannot afford to make any missteps, and he has not done that yet. I'm a little surprised insofar as his deck is not that good and he is 2-0. I'm not surprised that Nathan, the Magic player, is 2-0. And when you're watching him play this weekend, I'm going to say it because I believe it, best active player. Now,
GOAT.
That's not crazy when he's the world champion, also coming off from Pro Tour Top 8 and Pro Tour Phyrexia, but there are moments in a player's career when you're watching and when we cover Magic where it's like this person, no matter the circumstance, is not missing anything. We saw it with Jean-Emmanuel Deprat during kind of the arena era. We're seeing it now with Nathan. He doesn't miss anything. His opponents are the ones making mistakes and Nathan's capitalizing on it, no matter what his deck looks like. He's the best player in the world right now.
All right, bold statement, and one that I can't really disagree with.
It's just, and I can't believe he's 2-0 with that deck. That deck is not good.
If anyone can do it, Nathan can do it. Absolutely. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. After 10 rounds of competition here, Nathan Stoyer, the guy you're just talking about.
Can you imagine?
Weird.
9-1
So odd, leading the field here at 9-1 alongside
Carl
Serapmani.
也是冠军赛的对手啦。
Including not missing any top 8s, just continues racking them up as he's on his way for another.
都是进
Team Handshake.
都是进前4的玩家。
Carl won, Javier won.
都是进前4的玩
Can't
家。
blame him. He played against Nathan.
在世冠赛
Still only lost to each other in this top pod.
All right, there's a look at your standings, everybody, as we gear up for round number 11
完了
in the building.
，Davis 的蓝绿，好了好了，先不要嘴蓝绿
in
了
our。feature match area
蓝绿是
for
真
round
的
number
不能
11.
玩
We've got Yuwen Chen versus Luis Scott Vargas, hoping to go that perfect 6-0 in draft. We're going to see if he can do it. on camera. Let's get to meet our players a little bit better. Yiwen Chen qualified at an MTG China Open, got 9th place, but his friend had gotten 8th and already qualified. The
Arena Open.
NTG
那个中国公开赛北京的
playing the game in 2013 versus one of the goats, Luis Scott Vargas, looking for that perfect 6-0 in draft.
LSV 大家都认识。
27 draft trophies at Pro Tours,
越来越
looking
远
to
了。
make that 28, which that number, everybody, is
有
completely
11
absurd.
次打到 top 的那个
Absolutely
经历
absurd Hall of Famer inducted
也是骨灰级的玩家啦
in 2013. Talk to
玩了
me about
30年
his
了
decklist Mane.
Maria, we're
LSV。
going to start with Yiwen Chen and take a look at his deck. I believe we are going to be looking at one of those blue-red Convoke decks that we have heard about. Not that common, hasn't been doing that well this weekend, but it is a powerful archetype. It does feature the color blue. So let's take a look at that list and see what Yiwen is working with.
All right, we don't have the graphics for the deck list, but overall, Mani, if you're going into this weekend, what would you say about blue-red as a choice?
I would say that I'm blue. I hope I get some preening champions. I can tell you, I do have the deck list here. He has one.
Okay.
He also has a Chandra. Not a bad card to have.
That's not blue.
No, but it is good. He also has an Urabrask.
建卓不是蓝的啊
Yeah. So, you know, not too unhappy. One of the highlights of his deck, I would say, 4 copies of Rouse Reinforcement. Not something you're typically too excited about as a, wow, I have this. But when you're blue-red Convoke and you're trying to cast expensive spells for cheap, having 2 mana make 2 dudes that make more mana, pretty good.
Yeah, that's very, very true. What about Luis Scott Vargas? I mean, going for the perfect draft pod. Let's go, Luis.
All right, so Luis, we've been talking about blue. He's blue-black. He is in the
color combo.
The color combination you want to be. Nothing that's too exciting, I would say, but the deck is just solid. He has some removal. He has some very solid creatures. He has some of the premium knights, the Zarek Strobe Knight. That is one of the premium uncommons that we have seen. No preening champions in this deck, so he's getting it done the hard way.
Wow. Okay, there we go. Take a look at Luis Scott Vargas' deck. We do have the graphic for you now. And just like you said, Mani, just a solid list in the best color combination.
限制赛的那种蓝黑控，牵制型的生物、飞行生物。
Yeah, definitely.
一大堆互动。
A deck that we saw underperform a bit yesterday. Only 2 copies went undefeated, but perhaps that's because it was being very contested.
All right, Cedric.
So one thing that is notable about Luis's deck here really quickly is that, again, it's not really bomb-laden. It's just solid cards, right? A lot of people talk about how this format feels like Cube. There are bombs, there are companions, there are all these things. But on the flip side, you can still win with a deck like this, right? That's what makes this format so compelling. Is that this deck is just pretty normal, pretty regular. There's nothing wild going on here, but in the hands of a very, very skilled player,
如果每个都给他解掉了
a 6-0 is very much in the range.
It's solid.
那炸弹也只是普通的牌而已啊。
It's solid. All right, everybody, we have round number 11 coming up. You might be wondering why we're not watching Nathan Story or Carl Sarah this round, our co-leaders of the tournament. That is because they are not playing. They have taken an intentional draw. We'll talk about that more after this round. For now, I'm going to send it over to Marshall and Paul for the final round of draft.
Wow, Maria with the bombshell at the end there. We'll have to wait and hear more about that intention. What round is it? 11? It's a little early for that. But as mentioned at the desk, also we do have the next round lined up, and we've got Yiwen Chen versus Luis Scott Vargas. Now, Luis, he came over to Paul and I, and he said his deck was middling,
average.
Yeah,
right.
Like a 2-1.
Yeah,
right would be like. Okay, and we're going to see if he can get that right now because he's already somehow managed to get 2 victories with a blue-black deck. Now, you might be thinking, wait a minute, he's got blue-black? Like, what's the problem? I'm not 100% sure, but it feels like he forced it through a little bit, Paul, because the power level isn't there, but he has enough players.
Yeah, it's not your traditional kind of more controlling blue-black deck, which is often what you see when somebody's happy with their blue-black decks. It actually looks kind of similar to his Blue-White Knights deck from yesterday that he went 3-0 with. And basically, with what his deck is trying to do is just curve people out. He's actually playing Protocol Knight, which is not a card you typically see in a blue-black deck. He was likely a couple of players short. But again, it's one of those things where he's got a good curve. He's got just maybe the right amount of interaction to kind of push him over the edge. That's kind of what we saw with Nathan Stoyer. We might see it again here with Luis.
Now, Yuan Chen has a really cool
这把
archetype.
赢了
It
的话
doesn't actually come
晋
up
级
that
压
often,
力可以再
but
小
when
一
it
点。
does, if you get the right
对
pieces for it, it can be really
这把不算
strong.
蛮重要
And
的，
this is a play that you're going
对
to
他
see a
们
lot here. Yuan Chen on
拉尔
two
的
mana
那
plays
个
Rouse Reinforcements.
两个
Why?
token
He has
police
four of them in his deck, and he's playing all of them, and that's
那张
because
真的
he's
很
playing red,
红黑跟
blue,
红蓝好像
and he is going to try to
都是不
convoke
错的
some
牌
big，
在
stuff
红黑
out
红蓝。
for real cheap.
哦
And
先
Rouse
知
Reinforcements is the
很
easiest
顶
way
的
to
先
get you
知
to that level.
顶住那两个小
Absolutely the
小
two
小
drop
东西
you
了
want.。You want probably as many of those as you want in the blue-red convoke deck.
这些2-1蛮多的。
Payoffs there. You know,
先知
removal
防
spells,
守还
counter
不错，
spells,
只是他是
card
银
spells,
牌
all
啦。
kinds of things
对，先知
that
是
you
银
can
牌，
do,
稀有
and
度
all
其实
kind
蛮
of
高
starts
的。
with getting creatures onto the battlefield.
He does have a copy of Preening Champion 2, which is the best common.
Look at this
再
start. I
做
mean,
两个，
can't get through just yet, right? This Oracle of Tragedy is kind of brickwalling everything.
一排
But I mean, he's setting himself
一排
up
小
if
屁
he
仔
has some convoke spells in hand to have some potential really explosive
抽一
turns.
张牌
There's
孵
eyes
化
of,
2，
of Gitaxias
孵化
there
3
for
嘛，
Luis Scott Vargas.
孵化3
And we have a little bit of a
这
standoff
牌不
here
错，
right now.
大约等于
nobody really
5
has
费
a good attack.
33
So
进
now
场
there
抽一
is a
张，
Mirren Bane
只是
Splitter
分期付
in
款
Yuan's
而
hand,
已。
so he could just attack with all 5 creatures, cast the Bane Splitter, and put it on the Oracle, right?
手上有
So
什么？
that'll kind of clear the board in a
有
sense.
加工
The
的话，
other
那排
option
小
would
屁
be
仔
to
就很可
play
怕
a
了。
Hangerback Scrounger and just kind of get a rummage, right? To
全
try to
力
hit some
啊
more land drops, given that he's got that Fearless Scald in hand.
All right, Yuan Chen's going to send in the
Okay.
squad here. And as you mentioned, the Bane
怎么着？
Splitter can come down at flash and equip at instant speed.
加2加1
So those will trade. But
死掉
in。the meantime, he does get in for 3 and clears off that 1/3 blocker.
那
So
个先知可
I
以
would
抽
call
一
that a
期吧。
reasonable exchange for both players.
Yeah, and he
Favors Chen.
does have the ability to move the Bane Splitter here with the help of that Omen
可以贴
Hawker.
剑吗？哦，
Not the most explosive turn here with
贴到
Ewan,
那
given
个
his
小屁
start
仔
and
上
the。archetype that he's in, right?
Right.
You got double rouse reinforcements, and then you want to be able to play
Oh,
payout
手上
cards
都
like
是
Artistic
那
Refusal.
个
He doesn't have one. I know.
Yeah.
He actually
满满的
is
沙子
missing most of the blue
太危
convoke
太危险
payoffs
了
that。you would really want. The cards he has are Assimilate Essence. He does
不
have
过有
Master
麻烦呐
Wingspan.，
那个
Okay.
So
那
that
个
can help him
33的
there
那个
get going.
token 也很麻
He's
烦
got。two of ours Dispersal,
33那
which
个
are
威瑞
just
人
a good
孵化
card.
的那个，
He's got the Omen Hawker UC. He's got a Preening Champion. He has his
Oh.
Elfriend Shapecraft. So
not a
Wow.
ton of
right, you're
convoke
hoping for
cards.
Meeting of
要怎么打
Minds.
过去
You're
啊？
hoping for Artistic Refusal.
重点
And
该怎么
he
打
doesn't
过
have
去呢？
them at all.
Yeah.
对，
So interesting matchup here because when we talked to Luis, and he said, "Well, I have to play the other two a player in my pod. They're probably going to have like bombs." And he said, "I have to get under, right? Low curve out, tempo them out."
不过
and
这
just
个系
squeak-
列转
squeak it
化
out of
异
the
能，
finish
其
line.
中之异能其实很
But
多。
Interestingly, he's
对
not
他那个
actually
异
facing
能
a deck
算
that is
蛮有用
bomb
的。
laden and going to have this like
那个
amazing
蓝
late game.
蓝小
They're
蓝人
both kind
呢
of meeting in the middle.
Yeah, they're kind of trying to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Right? They're like, okay, you know what? I'm just going to try to curve out and get under you. Now, Luis's deck has a bunch of cheap creatures, several of them being X1s, and these reinforcements are pretty annoying to deal with.
They really are.
再生哦，好多哦，这么
Pretty
夸张。
champ there you see for Chen. He just has one copy of that.
Yeah,
But that'll be a nice little threat going forward.
Yeah. Now you have 4 damage coming in every single turn. Luis does need to find an answer for that. Currently doesn't have one. I mean, look at his hand. It's just a bunch of great ground creatures. You have a couple of copies of Aetherblade Agent. Normally a fantastic card. Not as good in this matchup. Again, like I said, 4 copies of Rouse Reinforcements.
That's right. You're really going to look to transform those, and
哎，然后那是什么
that？carries its own risk with it.
那金卡，那金卡是什么？哦，
But Grafted Butcher,
那什么啊？
very, very powerful
32
effect.
Yeah, it has that static ability, pumping everything up.
哦，
It can
飞瑞
enable
人
a
加
huge
一
attack the
加
turn you
一，
cast it, though. That isn't the case
然后
here.
有
And
minus，
then it's just difficult to get rid
好
of.
麻
You can see
烦
it
哦
has the
的。
activated ability from the grave.
我靠！喂，不要这时候卡住啊！靠腰啊！啊，不要卡！
Yard, and it just kind of keeps
有
coming
冷静。
back.
Yeah, it kind of perfect for Luis's
这个麻
kind
烦，
of
这个武士也太麻烦了
unconventional,
吧！
somewhat aggressive Demir Phyrexian's
Yeah.
deck. Now the Ether Blade agent here, as you can tell, is not.
恶心的是，它还可以一直爬回来啊！那个舞是，它还可以一直爬回来。好恶心哦！黑瑞人领主。
Unless you're pro Phyrexian, in which case,
yeah, then
turning into something slightly better than they were. I mean, they are better, right? You can't argue with that.
哦，怎么一直卡啊？这是现场问题还是我网络问题啊？怎么一直卡啊？怎么那么卡？好像不是我的问题。哎，不知道。
You may not like their motives, but the power's there.
Are we just?
怎么那么卡啊？到底在干什么？嗯，完了，爆掉了，网络炸裂是不是
？Everything looks like it.
哈？为什么会卡 ？Hello，Hello， 怎么会卡了呢？嗯。 也不是网络的问题啊，不是，也不是网络的问题啊，完蛋，感觉是我的问题，但我不知道是什么问题。看一下，这边是正常的，我这边串流是正常的，那到底是什么问题？重新整理一下，搞什么啦？好烦哦！网络爆炸了是不是？对，网络爆炸了。
Yeah, so then that's where you wonder.
刚发生什么事
Was it actually correct to move?
干，我什么都没看到。OK， 哦，放豆然后连击是不是？ 靠，要怎么又卡了
？Yes. Because had it stayed onto the Preening Champion, next turn UN could simply have gone land.
砸了个 LSV，
pump up the Preening
Champion,
伤害 would have been a lethal attack.
Can he still do that with the Hawker?
I believe it's 3 mana to move.
Okay, so
he is 1 mana short.
Yeah, he's playing for a slightly longer game then.
感觉 LSV 被打很多伤害是吗
？3 to go.
3-3.
I mean, if you're gonna move the Bane Splitter, this is a 4/4, so it kind of makes blocks a little bit awkward, right?
Yeah.
哦，不要再卡了，这网络问题是不是？希望不是的，很烦呢，一直这样的卡啊。喂。
Game, but
right,
Chen. I mean, especially if you're going to give up the ability to present lethal next turn with the top deck land, you committed to this.
Absolutely.
有招吗
Oh, and Luis, of course, with.
Oh, he's got Bladed Battle Fan here. Oh, that's going to come in.
Right, and a Temporal Cleansing here on the Preening Champion. It feels kind of bad to use Temporal Cleansing on a creature that has an ETB effect.
It does, but you also knock off the counter.
Yeah.
第二个
Is he going to do it? I see some creatures being tapped here.
3，什么召集是不是
Yes, he is. Yeah, this is a smart play from Luis. He knows that at 9 life things can get a little bit hectic, and this is really devastating for Chen, right? He went from potentially having the win next turn to now he's way behind. The Preening Champion's going to get especially if this isn't a land.
So if we look at what's on the board here, this is a potential attack for 5 on UN side of the battlefield. If he plays the Fearless Scald, that does mean that Luis will be forced to block with the Butcher. But Luis might be okay with that, because it does have a nice enter the battlefield effect where your Phyrexians also gain Menace.
Yeah, you know, that Omen Hawker's done his job.
Yeah.
I think we could sacrifice that to get back his Lord as well as that temporary Menace effect. I mean, maybe that Preening Champion is too late anyway.
Right.
Okay, there's land number 5.
Double removal spell, turning things around here for Luis.
This is interesting to me too, because you know Luis, with all of his Pro Tour experience, is watching Yuan Chen do combat mode, and I guarantee that Luis is thinking, okay, he's thinking if he can kill me,
right?
You know, and therefore it must be Scald. Remember, the players do get to look at the pools of the other player's draft, so Luis will have an idea.
Yeah, so you can put a counter on the Scrounger, attack for 6. You don't have a lethal attack. The question is, what happens if Luis just blocks with the Butcher and puts it back into play?
全部进攻吗？
Looks like we're only attacking with the Scrounger, so you will have enough blockers in place here.
挡啊！
Luis is like, you know, I don't feel like taking 6. I know you have a Preeing champion up top.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and chump block there. This was the line that Luis took last turn.
And the Scald is a 3-2 double striker, right?
3-2连击。
That 3-3 incubate token is will be a 4-4 if Luis does return the Butcher into play.
Right.
But right now it is only 3 toughness.
That's right.
So can't attack just yet unless he puts the Butcher back in.
Or just kills the Scald.
Did he find a 3rd removal spell?
哦，捞人了。
No.
Okay.
你的要哇哇，那个鸟，还有挖巴斯，他有挖巴斯哎，权益文，他有挖巴斯，对，还有挖巴斯，哇，好亏哦。哦，你生我米杰。
Okay. Informant.
挖巴斯应该是能用吧？好像又没差了。我看了看异能，好像又没差了哎。挖巴斯对现在这样子，好像又没有差那么多。
Right, and without the flyer, I'm kind of liking Luis's side of the battlefield here. Luis can, even if UN chooses to equip the Scald, Luis can simply block with the Informant and then sacrifice it to the Recycler. Right, that'll buy him a lot of turns. So UN wants to find some kind of evasive creature to force damage through.
This is a really good game to watch for planning ahead your turns for Luis, right? Like knowing that okay, I can mill this Preeing champion.
Block and sack.
Go block and sack. It's the classic. Right. So that's 10 down to 12 here for Chen.
And if the games go longer, Luis has things to do with his mana with a couple of Ether Blade
in play, right?
You can flip those into 3/3 Death Touchers.
Furnace Gremlin's going to hit here for Chen.
And Chen still, of course, has to be mindful that the Phyrexian Butcher is in the graveyard.
纯粹加攻了一把剑。对，但你对于那个几乎没什么用。对于那个没有穿透的力啊，这时候就很需要那个大剑啊。有大剑大概就赢了。对，可是红蓝象星好像又没那么适合大剑。谢谢。
Yeah, now this is a 5/4 menace creature that's getting in.
Pretty nasty.
5/4 menace. 很麻烦呢。
UN can just choose to go for a double block here, maybe just to get the creature off the battlefield.
Yeah, each of these blocks that we've seen from our players have signified to us
不然那个在场上 压力太大了。
哦
Is that a Xerix Strobe Knight?
It is.
哇，
probably going
被一点一点点的。
I don't think Luis has any cards left in hand.
Yeah, that could be.
被一点一点的那个啊，哇。
Still a nice threat.
Nice threat, but UN is also trying to slowly but surely chew through chump blockers here with a 5/2 double striker that's in play.
Lethal.
Yeah. So what's getting in front this time? An agent?
Right, real cards have to start going away now.
Yeah.
And Luis says, I got nothing. You and Chen said, no cards in your hand? And Luis can simply sit with his arms folded and hope that Chen does just find some way
I think
to kill
Luis is just on the block sack, get you for 3 every turn, and hope that's enough.
Yep. Yeah, we may see a blighted agent matter at some point here. Chen can't keep blocking forever either.
不扁不行。
Okay, looks like the Furnace Gremlin and the Fearless Skull
不扁不行啊。
Yeah, the Furnace Gremlin can. How many mountains are in play? Because remember, Omen Hawker can also help if there were 4 mountains in play.
Yeah, you're right.
Stands
only the.
Yeah,
that's 5/2连击。
Even so, UN can pump it 3 times, and if there's a trade, you can use the Omen Hawker and turn that into a 4/4.
Yeah. And it looks like Luis is content to let the Furnace Gremlin through. Grafted Butcher jumps in front. I mean, it makes some sense. That's the card that can come back.
Right.
But this does chew up your board, right?
It does. But not a ton of Phyrexians in play.
11.
Boy, Luis would love to see Final Flourish here just to make his life so much easier, right? Like, it's just that one really good threat that's getting in. So a couple of pumps there from Chen. Luis is down to
Only
8.
a couple of pumps. So what is this? Are we moving? It looks like we're moving the base splitter over so that in case Luis decides to get aggressive and flip one of the Aetherblade agents and attack to draw a card, get some pressure in.
But
there's only one blocker here for UN, so I'm wondering, you know, is there some kind of a way here where Luis can try to muster up enough damage for lethal? We got 3 in the air. The Recycler could be a menace threat if you get the Butcher back, right?
Yeah, he's got 8 power on the board as it sits just straight up.
I don't know how many cards UN has in hand, but I'm also worried. With one blue up, you always have to respect as far as dispersal.
Looks like 0 cards in hand.
哇，好拉锯，好痛苦的战斗。
So we're sacking the Omen Hawker then it looks. No, we're just flipping.
转化有没有是？哦，没有。
So he's actually going to sacrifice one of the blinded agents to bring back.
So this is an attack for 6 and 3 of which has menace.
Big attack.
All right,
and he's getting really close.
And he's still leaving mana up here. What can he do? There's an Ichor Drinker in the yard. Must have been milled from the Unsealed of the Acropolis.
Yep, that's one of the cool little combos. Okay. Hey, this gives him a lot to do. Now, the Drag Recycler did attack, however, so he won't be able to activate it this turn.
Right. But can put a 3/3 into play at instant speed.
Has Luis found enough blockers?
So the Beat Stick.
He drew the Beamtown Beat Stick.
So the Beat Stick now means the Scald will be able to eat 2 creatures. So what is that? That is a 4/2 double striker with menace.
Yeah, and it must be blocked as Luis is at 8. Doesn't have the Recycler to get him above.
Not moving the Bane Splitter over. I'm wondering if Luis can kind of.
Yeah, well, it's lethal, right?
Right. So I'm just wondering, is there some kind of scenario where you can double block here? It's a 4/2, right?
It is.
You can make a 3/3 token if you activate, and it looks like
it doesn't work. Yeah, because it'll kill the. Oh no, it would work actually.
Yeah. But Luis going for the double block just so he doesn't die, right?
He would lose it all. Everything he put in front if he did that. Okay, back
to
Luis. Wow.
But this flyer is just going to go all the way, right?
It does look like it. And he's just going to jam with everything.
That should be enough. If UN has nothing, he can only block one of these creatures that's attacking. 3 in the air, and 3 will get to on the ground.
Wow. What a game.
What a close one.
That was so close. Either player, it felt like during the middle section there, could have drawn one and it would have been like,
spell?
Boom. Yeah, just a removal spell.
Kill your double striker or kill your flyer.
Really well played by Luis Scott Vargas to find the victory there, though Chen made it really difficult on him.
Yeah, definitely.
Applying pressure. I mean, he attacked 4 turns in a row and forced Luis to come up with something. There's Ichor Drinker on turn 1 for Scott Vargas, but the ultimate Ichor Drinker stopper here, Rouse Reinforcements. Feels bad. There's a Drag Recycler.
Both players with nice curves here. We got turn 2 reinforcements into turn 3 preening champ. Am I reading that right, Marshall?
What do you see?
You see the top card in his hand?
Ooh, I do see that.
That is an exciting card. Chandra.
Yeah, he does have a Chandra Hope Speak, and
that's
a type of card last game that would have changed things a little bit.
So like a removal spell or maybe a Chandra, that would also probably get it done. Yeah,
that would have worked just fine. It was really fun watching that last game though, because it was ultimately just a very fair fight. Right?
Yeah.
Like nobody did anything that was like, oh, come on, the game's just over now.
Right.
They had to actually grind it out. Though that might not be the case this time if Chen gets up 6 mana.
Luis would love a land here. We're looking at multiple 2-drops that Luis can play if he wanted. Oh, that's good. Because he has the Strobe Knight in play. So now he can go Grafted Butcher, attack you, flourish your Preening Champion, and make a 2/2.
飞瑞人的那个是吧？4/3哦。
He also could break up a double block.
这边被交换很亏。
Yeah, absolutely.
If Chen decides to try to get rid of that drag recycler.
Right. If you go double block here, you can sack your Ichor Drinker, right? Or even the 2-2. No, you can't. You can sack the Ichor Drinker, and then
we'll
just flourish.
那个飞瑞武士真的好烦
It's still 2-1 and a 1-1, so it's still it would kill.
Yeah, depending on how the block plays out. But this is a fine trade for Luis. He trades off half of his Ichor Drinker for half of Arouse Reinforcements, gets in for the damage.
Right.
And he gained 2 life because
I imagine you're going to just kill this flyer here, right? I mean, you kill the flyer and you get...
He had another 2-drop.
He had another 2-drop. All right.
Wow. And he gets to make a 2-2. What a turn for Scott Vargas. That land was clutch.
Huge.
难打了。
This is what he meant by going under. Now, that's not really what's happening here because Chen is going toe-to-toe with him. But look at what Luis did by turn 4.
Yeah.
Right? This is the type of thing where I could be looking down at my hand and be like, I have some great 6-drop bomb, and it's too late. Ooh.
So UN is kind of putting all of his eggs in a basket here, putting Astral Wingspan. However, we know that Luis has a Final Flourish in hand.
That will come in extremely handy. Karsus Depth Guard is huge. Could attack, but doesn't.
完蛋了，
Gotta stay back
应该是赢不了
With
了
that。Chandra in hand, you kind of just want to survive.
全以为应该赢不了了，如果手上有杀，
Although he is
确
pretty
定会
far
绕
away
塞
from。casting Chandra.
He is.
他要干嘛？
Oh, tempo is that?
Jeez, and he still has the Final Flourish in hand.
You can
too.
still Final Flourish and attack and make a token. This is just way too much.
Wow. Incredible efficiency here for Scott Vargas. I mean, over the last 2 turns, just with his 4 mana, he spent like at least 10 mana. And then made 2/2 creatures for no mana whatsoever. While affecting the board.
Xeric Strobe Knight.
That's a card.
Doing so much
that
work
is a
here.
very real magic card.
So strong.
I'll tell you who's jealous of that card is Chen, because he could really go off with one of those.
Absolutely.
Oh no, another Rouse Reinforcements and no land drop? That is not going to do it for Chen.
Desperately just trying to survive
连个地都摸不到，好惨哦。
Dang.
But I mean, he just doesn't have it.
There's land number 5. He's going to play it, pay the 4 mana plus the 2 life to transform the 8 Etherblade agent.
Right. So might see a bounce there, but even then, I mean, what kind of... You're just blocking to survive at this point.
That's right. And it doesn't feel like he has anything he can do if he does survive on the next turn. Even a land drop doesn't get him out of it.
Oh, is he looking to bounce the...
有个武士
the butcher?
那个使出要全挡吧
Because right now that's a 4/4 death toucher.
那是4/4欸
You would think, given the amount of mana it takes to play it and flip it, that's something to consider to bounce with the dispersal. And then you can put 2 on the butcher and 2 in the recycler.
And they'll shrink back down.
They'll shrink back down, but then you'll go down to 2.
怎样都很亏啦，这个基本上太难了。
He's going to take the middle ground here. He is still going to get rid of the
so he goes down to
transformed.
原来有这一招啊
He's taking
7.
Yes.
Yeah. Now Drag Recycler also is just lethal if you just untap.
Yeah, so this really leaves no way out here for Chen with the amount of mana that he has with Luis presenting lethal on board plus via Drag Recycler.
有全场打2，还有就
needed to get rid of the recycler.
唯一的解。
But even if he did, I mean,
he's not looking
right. Especially we're getting an incubate token that can attack next turn too.
干好，有全场打2也没救了。
Tough man. Chen missed like 3 or 4 land drops there, and he's going to extend the hand. Luis caught Vargas.
太惨了
6-0 and limited.
第4块地啊，
Even just went
死活不来啊
He said, you know what, Paul? I've done lots and lots.
太狠了
Over 100 drafts at least. Preparing for this event.
卡地是很无情的，暴地同理。对，暴地可能还有机会靠自摸，卡地基本上很难了。卡地你后期要靠自摸，实在是很难。不能说别人6、7块地，你还在3块地，这基本没救，太惨。哎，好了，我洗一下。 太凶狠了。来看一下，哦，92。
And welcome back to coverage here at Pro Tour March of the Machine. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And we are in the limited portion down the stretch here on it.
还是说他们打太久了，
Seeing who's going to win their table. We just saw Luis Vargas in our main match there pick up the 3-0 with his blue-black deck, and we're going to join the next one in progress. We're actually going to pop in. And this is Andre Judd versus Quinn Tenole on the left-hand side there. These two gentlemen, 8-2 right now, Paul. They are sitting in a really good spot, particularly if they can close out their table here and move to 9-2. Sleeve up that standard deck and try to make a run. You won't need that much. 3 match wins, assuming you win this one, will lock you for top 8.
Yeah, three match wins is a guaranteed, and potentially could see a scenario where you have 2 and a draw at the end, right? Just given the number of players. So, yeah, fantastic position, but it all starts with getting the 3-0 in this pod.
An average length
大概是红黑还黑白，
for the first,
红黑
first one went to
那个
Andre
Drinker
Judd.
真的很强哎。
And that means that we're gonna jump in here in game 2.
我那个轮抽都不拿那个哎，
From Quinn is gonna
但他比想象中还要强
it's
很
gonna
多
get turned sideways as well.
可能后面可以随意被抛弃掉吧，反正会孵化蛾。
Andre led things off with the planes. He's also playing
亮点卡
islands. It's a good archetype, although no 2-drop isn't really where you want to be, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have a play.
Right, could have assimilate essence.
Yep.
Very, very commonly played blue counterspell. Counters most things that you want in this format.
我只是找个地可以吗？
Yeah. All right, Skittering Surveyor is going to hit the battlefield for Quinn. Not the most high impact play here on 3, but it can definitely set you up for down the line.
Absolutely. Some slower starts.
3费1-2进场走定，那张也不错哎。各种方面来讲啊，那张只有在一些比较拔尖的快攻可能比较不好而已，其他套牌都很好。对，就是这个1换2啊。
Yeah.
你也要，我也要。
As it turns out, he has the ultimate 3-drop ball.
The ultimate.
Skittering Surveyor.
Now I feel bad for wanting to go. I will wait for you to finish.
I just have a weird thing where if my opponent is touching like their deck, if they're shuffling, I don't like taking my turn. I want them to be paying attention.
That's
so
fair.
Nothing's missed.
Courteous there from Andre.
I don't know. I'm used to just like fetching and burn and modern.
Sure.
Yeah, Quinn was saying he plays a lot of modern.
Yeah.
Since there's so many fetch lands and shuffling,
摩登男哦。
while you're finishing shuffling, your opponent will start their actions. But Andre was saying,
加入摩登，大家成为洗牌玩家，每回合都在洗牌。
So he went and got an island.
A couple of nice creatures on the battlefield for Quinn if he ever does find some sacrifice outlets, right?
Some fodder for sure. Oh, look at this attack. Skittering Surveyor.
The audacity.
Oh, it was a free roll, he figured. I like that attack from
给
Quinn,
减
but
怕
Andre
啦，
sniffed
加
it out,
减塔。
came up with the big block. Flitting Gorilla is going to be the follow-up here for Quinn. Looks okay.
Just an
Can start chipping away in the air.
okay filler card, but it does have flying, which is nice.
Oh.
That's an Alabaster Host Sanctifier. That's the life linker.
A little delayed draw in there on the Sanctifier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you look at this board, you wouldn't assume that they came out in that order.
Yeah, and it's interesting that was your play on turn 4. I'm curious what else Andre could be representing here. Meeting of Minds is the card that kind of comes to mind.
Definitely.
If on turn 4 this is your yeah, that's right. That's right.
Would he have countered the Surveyor? Right? That's the question.
I feel like on turn 2,
去磨2张，把一张可以把一张生物放到排库顶，
Essence will be
然后他自己也被放逐。
the game. But it's too bad if your opponent just doesn't play something.
8费有什么？
On turn 2.
大龙。
Oh my! Is he gonna cast Broodlord right now? Oh, how about an 8-drop on turn 5?
大龙太狠了。
No assimilate essence.
He definitely doesn't have assimilate essence. We have confirmed that.
Maybe he's still saving it. No.
8费77召集飞行进仓，搜寻一张牌把它放逐。你可以随时释放放逐的牌，你再放出去释放的牌都有召集。5回2出77也是很吓人的，有够吓人的。5回2出77，没有康啊，这个没康就那个，就蛮那个的。有康还好说，没康就蛮欧的。
Stasis field would be decent, I suppose.
Yeah. This is a tough spot for Andre.
Seal of existence. Just
seal from existence.
会不会被77霸凌到死啊
？77飞行。That could allow him to fight this Brood Lord.
Realm Breaker's Grasp.
我比你还狠。
That's a good one.
Well, I mean, look, one good rare.
我比你还狠，我剁威啊
！Looking at 2 players with some exciting rares. They're 2-0.
一个比一个还狠，
是不是？
太狠了，这个剁威。到底有多少剁威啊？这个比赛。
Right. Unsealed the Necropolis maybe, but of course in Sunfall Exiles.
I know it's so
can't even get it back.
So brutal.
太狠了，剁威。
Fodder anyway. Well,
你满费出大龙，我比你更狠，满费剁威。
There's a Death Toucher in play, so even if you activate the 6/6, can't really attack. Unless you do
他不能
this.
动啊。
Okay.
哎，我要开扁了。
Now you can most
我开扁。我靠！干剁威太猛了啊！什么叫做一张卡转手为攻啊？就是这种卡，一张卡转手为攻啊！我操，好扯！
Yeah, it really just depends. It could be a Deadly Derision. Whoa.
进军伊尼翠。
Invasion of Innistrad?
Yes, it is. -13, -13.
我在扁我的伊尼
Just a
翠
great，card. It's just
还有的打，还有的打。伊尼翠翻过来还有的打。
The upside here of being
伊尼翠如果真的翻过来的话，其实还有的打。对。
Wow. There are some rares so far.
Holy smokes. It felt so nice and fair. Skittering Surveyor, me too, right? And then all of a sudden it was like Brood Lord, oh yeah, Sunfall, oh yeah, Invasion of
This is
Innistrad.
wildly different from the last game.
I know, it was all comments.
Oh!
What the heck?
大妹来了
What? These are haymakers I've never seen in Limited before. And by the way, Andre
你怎么
just played
这
the
么
2 best
扯
cards in Limited back to back in the whole set.
先一发剁威，5回2剁威，7回2大妈，哎要玩个屁呀！我操！
Okay.
哦，大妈是不是？
You gotta follow this up.
Okay, for Xing
叫个22，痛2滴，抽2张。
Now we are playing.
我以为他已经够扯了。
That's true. I mean, some
deadly derision.
没有，我还有大妈没出呢。
He absolutely can.
And there's not that many
he just said, "I apologize, Quinn."
Moonbringer Valkyrie now?
Wait.
What is happening?
Wait, this is
请
unreal.
问
That thing's a
Is this a cube draft, Marshall? What's happening?
That's better than the cube drafts I do.
你太过分了！
I'm
我
gonna see
操！
if Quinn has invasion.
不给玩
He
了
did actually find deadly derision.
我好猥琐。
Oh, and a forest dispersal is going
I'm really trying
对
to
不起，
turn
我还
together
猥
here,
琐。
Marshall.
This is
This is
unbelievable.
insane.
这毫无天理啦！这个。
Invasion of Fiora.
Right.
我
I'm
操！
gonna look. I don't think he does.
到底
I
啥
just love
小？
Andre just going, I'm really sorry.
哎，扫完场，大妈再加个天使，飞行先攻击密，请问还有招吗
Wow, if Quinn could find a way
？What
to
the
come back from
fuck？
this,
Oh, that would be the
太狠了吧，这个！
it's like, yeah,
请问
I
请
need
问
the
请问
three
我要玩
best
什么
white
东西？
rares in the set.
我以为我出龙加伊尼翠已经够狠了，你比我还狠！
I'm just
我
assuming
操！
That's the greatest 1, 2, 3 I've ever seen
This is the
doing
greatest three
coverage
turns
in
I've ever
limited.
哎，大妈又来了！
Does this count as a 1, 2, 3, 4 since he gets to recast Elishnorn?
我操，打6
Thank
点
you，for 6, gain 6.
太绝望了吧？
Deal.
这个太绝望
All
了。
right, Invasion of Fiora.
He doesn't have it. I looked.
Oh.
I'm so sad.
烧掉。
Is this just to find a hard removal
阴影
spell?
脆。
Yeah.
Oh my, that cannot feel good.
But he's dead to
you
the.
gotta do what you gotta do.
But he's dead to the Valkyrie even.
他是做爽的，那个烧爽。
And Andre Judd frame that draft.
没救啊，没救，太狠了。
One of the good cards in this format. That one, that
到
one, and
底
that
要
one.
玩什么
I often
啊？
like to
这
say,
个
no matter how good a deck is, you usually go, look, I know my deck is great, but I have a 2-1 deck. That might just legitimately be a 3-0 deck on average.
Not
right? It's just like
你以为你很炸吗？没有，我比你还炸。太
His
扯
opponent
了。
played Broodlord on 5 and went and got Invasion of Innistrad, one of the other best
要
rares,
说的
and
话
got handily handled, like not close. Okay, well, we end with a bang there. We're going to take a break.
That was a good deck.
We'll be back with more coverage here from Pro Tour March of the Machine.
如果说刚刚那一局是两边很纠结、很交缠的，这把就是干两边互扔炸弹，看谁交不出炸弹。OK， 一张比一张过分啦，我只能这样讲。我操，这两个人一个比一个还过分，我只能这样讲。我靠，Nathan 有做 ，OK， 好了，那今天的轮抽就比完了。OK， 再来就是标准了，太狠了。 玩个屁呀！烧场天使，再加个大妈，玩个屁！太狠了。刚也是那个神仙局啦，这些人一个比一个还过分啊！真的是，我以为5回合叫大龙已经很过分了，没有，对手比你过分。
Pro Tour March of the Machine here from the Minneapolis, Minnesota Convention Center. There is a look at the floor as our players start to sweat it here on day 2 of competition under the dome. And there's a look at the feature match area where we've got round 12 coming up next. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bertholdi, Monty DeVuti, and Cedric Phillips joining you here on day 2 of competition as we work our way towards our top 8. But first,
13胜最稳吧？13胜应该稳吧？
for standard
老实说我不知道啊，14胜、12胜可能要靠小分了。
tournament. That means 12 is the magic number. That's what you've got to get to make it in to our top 8. And that is, of course, where everybody wants to be. Power move from handshake. This is what we talked a little bit about at the start of the last round. Was that Nathan's story?
互相比谁比较过分啊！我真的完全见识到那个。这个系列的限制赛就是这个样子。
But let's find out what Nathan had to say about it first.
911
9-1-1 after the second draft. Drafted in a really hard seat and made some
Nathan 在3胜应该是稳进的， 想办法让他
Paired into my teammate in round 3 and we decided to ID. This will either look really smart.
12胜好像还要有不能失败耶，好像还要至少要一个，
Look,
还要一个
I
做
can see the justifications. If you're Nathan, your deck's not that great. You're probably an underdog. If you're Carl, You're playing against Nathan Stoyer. You're definitely an underdog. I get it. I've done the early ID at a PTQ level. I would never do it at a Pro Tour.
Why do you say you would never do it at a Pro Tour?
It's too risky. You can have a winner. You can have one person closer to the top 8. For you to take this draw and put both of your players at risk, you're making a statement that we believe we can do it.
All right, that's Monty's take. Cedric, what about you?
In that tweet, someone was tagged. Who?
Terabad MTG.
Terabad
Carl
MTG.
Serra.
Carl, yeah.
Yeah, that's what the decision is. Horrible. If the goal...
How do you really feel, bro?
If the goal is to get as many members in the top 8 as possible, the trick here is you're trying to get to 36 points, right? 12 wins times 3, 36. That's the magic number. Okay. So, both these players were 9-1 coming into the round. A win puts you to 10 points. That's 2 wins away. And then a loss still leaves you at 9. Right now you're getting into the nitty-gritty of the draw bracket, the draws, maybe some things having to break your way, everything else, as opposed to one person's going to have 10 points. One person's going to have 10 wins, which is 30 points, and 2 wins away. The other person's going to have 9 wins, which is 27 points, which is 3 wins away. And it's very clear what has to happen from there, which is I need to win. If I have 10 wins, I have to win 2 matches. And then not only do I have to win 2 matches, I'm done. Because we kick you out of the tournament because you've won too much. And then the other person needs to win 3 matches, and then you're done, and we kick you out of the tournament because you won too much. Now, what happens if, like, the draw is effectively a loss until we get into, like, all right, let's do the napkin math. In round 14, this needs to happen. Pair ups, pair downs, pair all arounds.
That's the point. Right
you get yourself into nonsense.
They both need to win 3 still. That's where we're currently at. Right now, the reality is they both need to win 3. Now, that may become 2 down the road, but that's only in the last round. It will never be 2 guaranteed. That's tiebreakers and hoping I make it. It will never be a guaranteed 2. Right now, they're both at 3, and they could have avoided that.
There's one caveat, though.
What's that?
They're both really good.
I knew you were going to say that.
And their deck is really good, but we'll talk about that later.
Yeah,
yes.
They're both really good.
Yes. Have either of you ever seen this happen before?
I've seen it happen. There's one glaring example of this has happened in my Magic career. It's either 2006 or 2007. I'm old. I can't remember. There was a Grand Prix in Charlotte when...
Grand Prix,
though.
Grand Prix.
I mean, like Pro Tour level.
Pro Tour level? No.
Grand Prix.
Grand Prix, there was an extended... I'm saying words people have never heard.
Yeah, what is that? What is that?
Extended.
Tell me about it.
It was the first time Dredge came out, basically, in Ravnica, and there was an extended tournament with the Icarid deck. And it was the first time that basically a Dredge deck with Tolarian Winds and all these old cards came out. And Jerry Thompson and a handful of other people basically broke the format. And they drew in the first early rounds of the tournament, like off of their buys, they came in and they drew. Because no deck in the draw bracket could ever beat them in a million years. And then I believe one of the people who drew was Mike Crum, and Mike Crum won the tournament. And it was actually correct to do because their deck was busted. They ran into each other. There's no reason to give each other a loss.
All right.
It's the only time I've ever seen it be even close to reasonable.
Sure.
If my memory is exactly correct about that.
We'll find out what happens with this decision as our tournament continues. We're now out of draft. And Cedric, you talked to 2 pod winners just before sitting down with us right here.
Luis Scott Vargas coming off of a 3-0 in his second draft. That means a 6-0 in limited. Very well done, Luis. Tell us about your second draft deck.
I drafted a blue-black, really aggressive deck, low curve. Didn't have much in the way of great cards, but I wanted to get under everyone before they could play their 6 mana bombs.
Well, you did that. Now, speaking of big bombs that cost a lot of mana, that's kind of what you're up to in Constructed. Tell us what you're playing and how you're feeling going through these final 5 rounds.
I'm playing Grixis Reanimator, and it's pretty solid. You know, it's got a little high variance draws than like Rakdos, for example, but if I can turn 4 Trox to some people, I'll be pretty happy.
Well, we are going to be paying attention to that. Good luck, Luis. Andre Judd, you have just come off of a 3-0 in your draft with, some would say, some pretty good rares, perhaps.
Yeah, so I was really hoping to open a bomb rare in this draft. I got Boonbreaker Valkyrie, pick 1, pack 1, so I was really stoked about that. In pack 2, I opened Sunfall, and there was really not much more I could ask for. And then, of course, in pack 3, I opened Elish Norn, Grand Cenobite. Okay, if I don't 3-0 this draft, I have to quit Magic.
Good news. He's not quitting Magic.
我好爱这游戏哦，连开3个炸弹。
But now we're going into Standard. We're going into the final 5 rounds of the tournament. What are you playing?
开那套牌要怎么输？
So I'm on
除非你卡这3个地板，应该不会
I'm not
输
feeling
吧？
super good. the data showed that Lithomantic Barrage is
太胡乱了。
extremely heavily played card.
哦，一批
340
News，
copies in the
然后有人
tournament.
传商货过来，哦
We
哇
respected it a little bit in our
太
building.
扯
We've got a
了。
couple of tweaks, but generally thinking that I can eke out a 3-2.
Well, I wish you the best of luck in that 3-2.
All right, everybody, we are switching gears to Standard. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. Cedric is excited for Standard here in the building. And there you see, we've now got 3 players sitting at 9 and 1 and 1. A very unusual top of our standings. Absolutely, Cedric.
John Davis，
a little bit weird because we've got draws.
完了，蓝绿没救。 大家知道了吗？谁抓蓝绿谁就是狗啊！这个系列轮抽谁蓝绿谁就狗啊 ！John Davis 那个蓝绿直接3败，我的天啊
！Jim Davis a brutal start to the day. 12th place now.
Jim Davis 这把今天有点落赛。
That's true. Jim Davis, of course, still has a shot of it. Unfortunately, went 0-3 in his draft this morning after a perfect day yesterday. As we transition into Standard, let's take a look at the Standard metagame and find out what decks brought this weekend and in what kind of numbers mind.
回到标准啦。来看今天多少猎金奇谭哦。我昨天就是一直看哦，造线绝望，造线绝望，猎金奇谭，猎金奇谭，造线绝望。哦，斩落，斩落。 哦什么的，我昨天就是一直看这个画面，差不多都这样子。夜间鸡蛋，造线绝望，斩落，我看最多的3个咒语。疯狂斩落，斩落太厉害了啦。不如说他应对到现在环境里面6-7成以上的生物。蓝绿这包真的不要选烂透了，蓝绿是喷。我之前就跟大家讲过，蓝绿真的很喷，不要不信。现在 John Davis 是3把绕赛 ，OK， 没有人会说我胡乱了吧？西欧蕊还没频率没那么高，西欧蕊频率还没那么高，西欧蕊不会满4。我讲的这些咒语几乎都满4。再放。
Oh yeah.
西欧蕊其实还好，因为一套牌也就2-3张西欧蕊，你知道吗？但是斩落、猎金奇谭、造线绝望，几乎都是满满的在放啊。看到快吐了。
Is that creativity? We saw that from Team Channel for the last Pro Tour. We won with that.
Yes.
56%. Rakdos mid-range, this event, 59%. Now this is day 1 numbers. It could change after today.
斩落金秒，哈哈，可以再哭一点。
Wow. Truly dominant, really interesting.
霍加格套牌
，2019 numbers for us. Well, if you're a player that doesn't like to play one of the top decks of the field. You want to play something a little bit weird? Cedric talked to players who played some off-meta decks before the tournament.
机器进秒，机器应该寿终正寝。Part1。
I am here with Magic Hall of Famer Brian Kibler. Brian, what are you playing this weekend, and what does it do?
I am playing Selesnya Counters. It's looking to put a lot of +1/+1 counters on my creatures and attack with them once they're huge.
Tell me 3 key cards from your deck.
竟然有人玩这种套牌，白绿又真能玩吗？我就问问，我就问这个真的能玩吗？
What's a good matchup and why?
我会被杀烂吗？
is when my opponents don't draw too many cutdowns because then I can kill them.
造线，
What's a bad matchup and why?
When my opponents draw too many cutdowns because then I can't kill.
太难了。
I am here with ANZ Regional Champion Zen.
这3个真的要选一个，应该是猎金奇谭。
And what does it do?
So I'm playing Rakdos Reanimator, so it's one of the black-red mid-range decks in standard, but we choose to go.
它就是使用率目前标准最高的咒语。
Tell me 3 key cards in your deck.
Fable, the Mirror Breaker, the Cruelty of Gix, and Fire Action Flesh Gorger.
What's a good matchup and why?
Esper Legends, we just have a lot of cheap removal and we go over the top of them.
What's a bad matchup?
Mono White, they just have a lot of XR removal as well as sweepers like Sunfall.
I'm here with Mike Belfato. Mike, what are we playing this weekend, and what does it do?
It's Orzhov Toxic, and it kills people with poison counters.
Tell me 3 key cards in your deck.
黑白，
We have the
黑白中数，
we have the Skrelv's Hive, and
竟然有这种套牌。
All right, what's a good matchup and why?
our good matchup is Esper Legends because we get under them. And I kill all their creatures, and they can't kill my creatures.
So what's a bad
黑
matchup?
色狗
The
在
mono white mid-range deck because they have too many sweepers for my
黑
play.
色真的蛮猛。对，但是标准最强的牌其实不是黑色牌吧。我觉得今天3个颜色要选个最强的，就是烈焰鸡蛋、烈焰鸡蛋、西欧蕊。 跟陈文家训吧，目前标准最强的3张牌。
Two players that are truly shaping up to both be greats of the game. Nathan Stoyer, your current reigning world champion, two-time champion of the Magic Online Champion Showcase
很厉害的玩家，年轻有为的玩家。这游戏的骨灰玩家对上年轻有为玩家，来看看到底谁赢啊？这个应该开个赌盘的吧？骨灰级玩家对上年轻玩家。 年轻冠军呐！
This is the deck of the tournament, bar none so far, and this team,
Team
Handshake, they brought a pretty cool.
他选择拉多斯中速，最典型的那种，最朴实无华的那种拉多斯中速。不用任何组合技，不用任何偷吃步，不用任何先粉。看来是蛮强。 因为现在大家都超级贪的，都在从坟场掀东西进来。现在很多套牌都是从坟场掀什么亚锤下子，非常的恶心。可是他既然这套中速朴实无华，竟然还能到这里。
There's also some important cards in the sideboard. I'm going to draw attention to Razor Lash Transmogrant. This card is excellent against the Grixis.
还有个神奇的牌，我讲的斩落加修的进问题，斩落不行啊，斩落一定要活着，不然艾斯波英雄就那个了，统治天下了。我跟你讲，斩落一定要留着。哦，神奇科技，这真的有神奇科技耶，这个。
On the other side, Luis Scott Vargas. This build of Grixis Reanimator that him and his
格力级仙粉，
the key cards here
最朴实无华的套牌，打最贪的套牌。
The invasion of Amonkhet.
这是现在最贪的套牌了。我从昨天看到现在，这是最贪的。
Back from the graveyard. You need to do that and
非常的强大，这个
against this Rakdos mid-range.
贪到不要的那种。
They do have a cool piece of deck. They have Halo Forger. This is an excellent card at being able to not only get Duresses out of the graveyard, but also in this matchup, you can just get the Invoked Despairs from your opponent should the game get grindy. It's a bit of a tough matchup for Grixis. Luis has already lost to Nathan's teammate Simon Nielsen, but definitely possible still.
All right, there is a look at the decks, and that means it is time once again for Money is the Machine. That's right. It used to be Monty versus the Machine, then Monty and the Machine, and now it's Monty is the Machine. He is complete and is finally the perfect combination of man and Dell computer from 1998. Monty, who is your pick?
昨天他们有5个人，有4个人被毒奶。
My programming will not let me go against Nathan Stoyer.
完了，内粉被奶了，完蛋了。这个很毒的，我们先帮他那个了。先跟你说一声，祝你好运啊！可以搞西欧蕊，可以搞。可以，西欧蕊，西欧蕊确实很烦，确实不得不说西欧蕊真的很烦。对，上下不要那么快，人家还很年轻呢，我们人家还很年轻，不要就这样被人家上香，好不好
Yeah, it's gonna be someone who started playing Magic, 8 years before Nathan was alive, can probably have a bit of an advantage here, but yeah. Like you were saying, Nathan has just been winning everything. So, Luis is definitely one of those players that has done the same. Yeah. Nathan is looking to maybe join the ranks of Luis as someone who has top 8 in 3 premier events in a row.
救急骨灰级玩家
，1994。Nathan trying to do it here.
骨灰到不能再骨灰了。
Unbelievable stuff, and we did see a bit of controversy over
我们一样开个赌盘，然后
discussing that just before this match.
大家最爱的那个，并没有好吗？
Okay. 11, 4, and
上面
1
LSV
might be okay for top 8, but we'll have to wait. We'll have to see how the numbers shake out. And yeah, like Nathan said, you'll either look really smart or a little silly at the end of it. But let's see. If he just keeps winning, you know, 12 wins, you're good.
Easy.
猜拳啊，朴实无华的牌跟最贪得到的牌，看谁赢。
But you know, X4 and 1, a decent shot, or at least possible to make it in as well. So only time will tell.
Well, let's get this underway as we have a Blood Tithe Harvester up against Reckoner Bankbuster. For Nathan's store at the bottom of your screen. Rakdos Midrange, Grixis Reanimator, both of these red and black based decks. The big bads of the weekend, the ones to beat, and putting up the results as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and 2 of the big teams as well, kind of going at it. We see
所以
this
是朴实无华赢还是贪到哭赢呢？感觉朴实无华会赢诶。他组这个一定有他的道理啊，没有道理他用这套牌。赢这么多摊牌还能到这里，真的毫无道理，一定有他的道理啊。
So that kind of leads me to believe that Luis's deck is not maybe as perfect as Nathan's is for the event.
We'll have to see at the end of the day
我被斩落了。
how the win rates shake out.
也是使用率极高的咒语，然后
things looking
斩落。
pretty good here as our poor little treasure goblin is cut down. So off to death it goes. But Fable the Mirror Breaker now allowing Nathan Stoyer to discard a couple cards and draw. So let's see what gas we can get. Swamp and a Braid in hand. And what does he find at the top? Swamp and Sulphur Springs. So not what you want to be finding off of the second chapter of the Fable.
Yeah, Nathan definitely flooding a bit there. And Luis not having the the perfect draw of being able to reanimate here on turn 4 thanks to Fable treasure tokens and Cruelty of Gix. But that invasion of Amonkhet with the Atraxa in the yard, if you're able to deal enough damage to that card, this game could be over before it begins.
For sure. Atraxa resolving. That's bad news, Bears, for anybody on the receiving end of that. But
进军阿曼凯来了。
Bloodtithe Harvester
还
gonna
没
get 3 points
他
of
立
damage
即鸡
here.
蛋而已啦，还没进军阿曼凯啦。那个导播都在乱搞啊！ 什么忽然跳出
It's
阿曼
crazy
凯？
how fast these players are firing off a removal spell.
Now dead.
Exactly. Firing off a removal spell on these shaman tokens when Fable still leaves around other
来看
stuff. Just
西欧雷，
be 2 for 1.
开边西欧雷。
Nice. Here comes Shieldred the Apocalypse. She jumps into the Bankbuster and gets
不会太危险了吗？
up against Luis Scott Vargas. We're going to see another cut down, taking care of one of Nathan Stoyer's creatures. That is the reflection of Kikijiki. Now,
那一份手上没东西。
如
如果说 LSB 有基克斯就麻烦了。哇，西欧雷拜拜。
Or has the option of trying to just really find Cruelty of Gix to
弃
bring
二
back
抽二。
Atraxa. Recognizing at 13 life, you can't really mess around too much.
如果有基克斯就
the clear and present danger in Shieldred the Apocalypse, so that is taken care
阿
of.
曼凯来了。
And in the bin, and here is the invasion of Amonkhet. And that is going to be Atraxa in disguise.
Yep, Atraxa the Atali is in the graveyard as well. Invasion of Amonkhet would have been absolutely busted in this deck if it had 3.
看阿曼凯真是被低估了一张牌。
Oh man, yeah, that would just be, it would have to be a rare then, right?
Yeah, I would think so, or a mythic or something, yeah.
阿曼凯是张被低估的牌啊，他太扯了。阿曼凯背面啊，正面可能还好，背面那个太夸张了。直接复制变成西欧雷。
And just all lands for Nathan. Nathan has not drawn a spell here in a long time.
哦，糟了，那一份开始爆地了。 完蛋。
Luis Scott Vargas, as the battle is now flipped.
哦。
Lazatep convert.
毫无抵抗，变成西欧雷吧。
Yeah, it's just gonna do some more
翻10张。
Courtesy of the graveyard of
好，现在要怎么玩游戏
Here
呢
is this innovation from the Rakdos style reanimator
太恶
decks
心了。
in full effect here. Lazatep
太
converting
恶心
itself
了。
into Atraxa here to draw 4 cards
它
with
变
a
成
low,
西欧
low
雷了。
price of 3 mana and 6 damage. Really impressive interaction.
哦。
Man, that's sweet. Able to refill the hand there.
And have Luis be able to have his mana free. You know, like having this invasion
哦，连这个都不给。 好，我失去了一切。
Luis is just putting foot here, looking to get this game over and done with ASAP. You know, we often talk about how fast Luis is at his play. You know, he just can get a game over before you blink.
Yep, and I believe this is what we call doing it for sure here in this.
Oh yeah. Ooh, Invoke Despair. Okay. Might be a
造线诀
There's definitely something to
最后
do
的挣
here
扎。
for Nathan Stoyer as he'll be
让
able
我抽一
to
张牌啊！
get at least a card off of it. Get 2 permanents off the
走过
battlefield
赌
too. Land go.
那一份开始直接爆地，赛平直接毒奶我，我为剑气所伤啊！
And there's a cruelty that kicks off the top. Now Luis is going to have the option of
我也要造线哦，没有饥渴是
or Atali if it's Dino time.
I hope we see
哎呀，恐龙时间来喽！
It's Dino time.
哦，恐龙！
It's such a cool mechanic on the Sagas. I love that permanent time.
好，哎，握手，握手，握
Nathan
手，握手，
Stoyer
不
has
打了，
seen
不打了，
enough.
不打了，
So to game 2,
不打了，
we
不打了
go. Now
赶
post
快握
sideboard,
手。
which deck gets better here in this matchup?
Definitely Nathan's
好
deck
主意
because we see this rotten
没有了，
reunion.
你赌这
You
个
have other，
你赌这
hand
个鸡巴
disruption
小
spells
钱，
that
他
you
妈
can
的
pair with
要怎么住
Nathan's
逃出
aggressive
远？
draws, where you can really put Luis in a rough spot because Luis's
太
deck
狠了。
does really rely on non-creature cards, so
直接
going
那个
up to 4 duress is going to be awesome, and you still have graveyard trespasser and stuff to interact with the
Bye-bye.
graveyard. So definitely Nathan, but Luis's deck is still excellent here.
我看一下
Game's
大
underway.
家怎
Nathan
么下注
Stoyer
啊？
attempting an attack with the Blood Tithe Harvester, but that is dealt with swiftly by Luis Scott Vargas.
Okay, so we have Liliana here as well as a land,
我看一下
but
大家
it's
都怎么
slightly
下注。
awkward when you're paired
哎呀
up against the reanimation strategy because if Luis doesn't have Blood Tithe Harvester or Fable, some way to discard a gigantic
那
creature,
份
now
应
you
该
just
抵
gave
抗一下吧？我逼从的
So decides to fire off
Duress
the dress instead of being mana efficient and having
基
Liliana.
克斯吧
Nathan really
我会
wanted
丢
Luis
基克斯
to
啊
just play a Blood Tithe Harvester there to get the sacrifice of creature
如果
ability
没
going instead.
主要是基克斯的前2张也很麻烦，就是
So Duress is going to take a look in the hand, find the Cruelty of Gix, a couple lands, go for the throat, and Nahiri's
基克斯我会丢基克斯，基克斯的前2张不止最后一张，基克斯的前2张也很麻烦。
Invasion, where Warcraft gets you not
基克
only
斯
destroys it straight away, but you're able to at least reveal the top card. And if it's a land and you haven't played one yet, you get extra value off of it already. So yeah, really strong card in this deck.
我手上有欠主
super sweet, and you know if
历
you're
莲
really
呐，欠
part
主。
desperate, you can just kill a 1 toughness thing and then go digging even further in the library.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, late game if you
我
top
觉
deck
得
that and you have like 6, 7 mana and you can like
不气
cast
冲
a shield right off of it or something, ends up being awesome.
修蕊会被烧掉了，会被纳西利干掉。
No surprise to see it here. As, both players now Chandra in hand. There's a
哦，有
run
地
reunion
耶
that off the sideboard, so the instant speed interruption for the reanimation strategy.
Yep, absolutely. But the one thing that's a problem is no land, so the blood is almost assuredly going to go away. Probably getting rid of Liliana. Liliana is really good in some situations.
莉莲娜
Not
这时候
really
没
in
什
a
么用哦，
reanimator scenario as
Yeah.
much. But the land
不
pickup there
如
was
找
great.
下块地用那个莉莲娜。LSV 卡了
Make
是
the
不
land
是？
drops, it's super important here.
还没到
You
哦，
know,
手上都是沙
Mahjong
啊
think，we
没
talked
得
about
抵抗，
yesterday, the person to do the big
没有任
dumb
何
thing
抵抗的
first
余力。
usually wins. So
That's put so elegantly
Yeah.
as well.
下
yeah.
地造线绝
we
望
like，big dumb things.
我要造线绝望了。
And there's
抽3张
Despair. Ooh,
扣6 滴
nice.，
there's
Just
running lands.
casual
太狠
6
了，
damage,
造
love
线
it.
绝望。
And draw 3 was excellent. And I
我有
believe,
Very nice.
Ailey, we just saw
我
the
有地
beautiful
了
combination of a Light Up the Night and Chandra in hand. So
我还有大欠主。
A braid go for the throat, and here he's warcrafting, and another go for the throat in hand here for Luis.
大欠主
So a very
上
reactive hand at the moment. And here comes Chandra.
And Chandra is going to take over here. Luis does have access
加
to
1
some counter
翻5
spells.
张嘛，
Luis is playing Grixis, where normally you
从
would play like
其
Make
中
Disappear in the
使
deck.
用1张那
But
个
when you're
无数瞬
playing
间。
Atali, where you could flip over your
哎，
own
不会
counter
绕赛吧
spells, it ends up not being very good.
哎，绕赛大包
So。just using the +1 ability,
Wow,
exiling the
操
top 5 cards. They're going to hang out an exile.
怎么会大
available
包
again to Nathan Stoyer. So
奶爸
things
包，
looking really, really good here for the defending world
我下一把
champion.
了，
And that's going to
也
be
是很爽
it.
快了
That's
哈
enough. You know, just
LSV
flooded in advantage.
Yeah, these two goats just really playing
Oh,
close
they
games so
recognize, yeah.
far.
很爽快
Really
哦，
playing
欠
close
主
games.
哦，
All right, looks
哦
like
绕
Luis
赛
did
了哈，
mold
下一把
into 6 here.
It kind of felt like you ever seen
Oh,
those slap
Duress.
fights where the guys just stand up.
Duress
Yeah.
哦
So we've done a slap
哦
apiece now, so let's see if we get into a good old fist fight here.
那
between
份
these
表
two
示
players.
干，
There we go.
Oh man.
哇，那份猎金器还没丢，剩2个造
I
线
love
绝
the
望，
banter between these players. A lot of respect for
好
each
烦
other.
哦，这种情况。 你们如果输比赛就知道打谁了。
There we go. Picks up the hand of 4 lands, 2 invokes.
啊，那个赛平奶我
昏到了。
他还有2回合，抽个2费以下的东西，不然其实蛮老赛的。
And no red either. It's not looking hot for Luis. Oh, Razor Lash Transmogrified. That's a nice pickup. Nice.
下这个哦，不错，摸到了。
That guy can put you on a clock real quick, but reckon
摸到了，有了。Nathan 的自摸功还是不错的。
But still plenty fine.
Not too shabby. Fable in hand now for Luis too, so still no red mana like you mentioned.
我们 Nathan 自摸的功力还是很强的，你看连摸2个小费的。
Curve filler there for Nathan, which is excellent here. And no land drop for Luis.
No land at all, man.
哦不 ，Luis 卡地了，哇！完了，要被扁了。LSV 卡地了。
Incredibly quick clock here for Nathan Stoyer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh boy.
Nathan 只要正常下地，正常走。
Nathan is basically thinking, okay,
Oh my
what's the best
god.
card I could possibly draw, and summons it to
卡
the
色有
top
卡
of the
地
library. Outside of Fable the Mirror
哦
Breaker
没
on
有
turn 3 there.
抽到红色。
He's pretty much drawn exactly what you would want.
Stormcarved Coast. So we've got the Blood Tithe Harvester, we have a blocker, and we also have the
抽一张牌啊
to be able to deal with one of these
造线
creatures.
绝望，你要投降
Double
了。
invoke for the next 2 turns.
Unbelievable.
造线绝
Oh,
望
and。maybe Chandra too. Why not?
Goodness, I think the game might be over before Chandra makes an appearance,
Yeah.
honestly.
No kidding. Or it's going to be that final blow, like take 5 to the face
Yeah.
to
应该是有
finish
造
this
线
off,
绝望。
because even this invoke,
应该是要
you
造
can
线绝望。
It's
animate-
four at the moment.
Yeah, you can
路易斯
animate
要
Bank
绝望
Buster or
了
whatever, but yeah, you're
刚那个
still
卡
taking
地
4, so
直
double
接让
invoke
他
plus
变成
Chandra
落后
is
的那一方
enough。damage straight away. Nathan just needs the time to do so.
This is rough.
先把它处理掉。
We're going to see a sacrifice here, get this blocker out the way in
我
response.
先
The
开
crew,
车。
so before its dying breath is
下地造线绝望。
going to crew up
Oh.
that Bank Buster. There's a
造线绝望，路易
connection
斯要
for Nathan
不太
Stoyer.
妙了。
Yeah, Nathan was trying to get some information, maybe if there was a counter spell across the way. Doesn't really
哦，造线
super
绝望来
telling
了。
if that is sacrificed.
我先
But
抽
looks
牌
like, yeah, you Bank Buster to
造
draw a
线
card
绝
and
望
then take a ton
太
of
狠了
damage.。
Yeah, down to 7 for Luis.
开车扁。
Jeez.
OK，好，下课。
That was blitzing
啊
fast.
赛评还不够毒啊，
Well, yep.
毒奶功还远远不够啊。OK。
Yeah, and I mean,
Unbelievable stuff.
you know, that was just a case of Nathan had his hand picked apart
太
there
狠
at the
了
early stages of the
我
game.
们
with
赛
the
评的
rest
毒
of the
奶的
table,
功
which
力
really
还不够
bridged
强
the
啊
gap。from 3 to 5 for Invoke, and you know, was left with no real medium plays. Drew a couple 2-drops off the top at a timely spot, and it was just too much for Luis, who already mulliganed that game as well.
看来我们这个赛评的毒奶功力还不够啊。我们 Nathan 这个说这个还不够毒啊。OK。我还是硬是给他打死了，硬是把他扁死了，还没有一身老辣，靠腰。我好想尿尿哦，对，真的想尿尿。对，还不够毒啦哦。哇，气势真的打出来了，那个气势。 LSV 不是4败吗？哇，失败有点难的。关键局是，不对 ，LSV 92，但他现在93，还有机会啊。只是再来全部都要赢了。对 ，Super 看一下。
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour March of the Machine
看来那个
from Minneapolis,
还是没有那么毒啦哦。
Thank you so much for joining us today.
所以现在是
Day2 of
6个人被
competition.
奶
It is the
嘛。
standard portion of the event.
预测6个只有4个落赛而已，只有6个被毒奶而已，哇，4个被毒奶了。其实这个命中率还是蛮高的。4个人被毒奶。
Thank you. Look at me. You'd swear I was a professional.
Ray Duke.
Reed Duke, our
关键
reigning
局
Pro Tour champion.
这把输了就回家。
Is up against Alan Wu.
Alan Wu 对2个人来说都不能输啊。
As well alongside Greg Orange.
Ray Duke.
Both these players at 8-3.
开始了吗？
Now, watched Reed Duke yesterday. Didn't have the best start in the draw.
开始了吗？
Starting at 0-2, but rallied back now. He's 8-3. Still looking
我
good.
开始了。
You know, that's one person I've watched Reed play Magic for, you know, basically my entire career, and he's one of the
大家在那个栏哦。
Magic players I've ever seen. Keeps an even keel, never gets tilted really.
No, not at all.
Or at least if he does, he keeps it to himself very well. So he's an incredible player to watch.
能不能进 Top 就看这一局了。
Absolute excellent Magic player. One of the best. Hall of Famer, you know, I actually chatted to him at the registration.
Ray Duke,
so, world champion.
还有没有人要支持 Ray Duke 的？
Exactly.
帮 Ray Duke 集气，有没有人要帮他集气的？
looking forward to, but for now their focus is on the Pro Tour.
拉多斯 Bridge 先粉，
Getting things underway here.
先粉打中数。
Good old Blood Tithe Harvester and the Bank Buster on the board,
猎
followed
尽
up
期
by
寒
Fable the Mirror Breaker, something you're going to see lots of this weekend as the most played decks.
Absolutely, and Reed didn't necessarily have the biggest vote of
支
confidence
持 Ray Duke，
into this
有没有人要
deck.
支持 Ray Duke？
Came into this tournament with this deck.
帮
He
Ray
gave
Duke
himself
集气啊，
2 out
各位
of 10 as far as how much he liked his deck.
Wow.
Going into this tournament, but you know this has still been a really strong deck. We saw Jim Davis go 5-0 yesterday with the exact 75, and it's just doing a little bit more over-the-top things than traditional Rakdos decks with the really powerful combination of Chandra, Hope Beacon, and Breach the Multiverse.
Yeah. You know, when these players are assessing the metagame, there's always the question of, okay, what's next?
Yeah.
What do we do to beat what's currently being done?
现在场面
This
基本上
has been
展开都
the
长差不多了。 这种
strategy,
局
you know,
的
Breach
展
the
开。
Multiverse, getting these massive beaters out of the graveyard and stealing your opponent's stuff while you're at it.
Yeah, absolutely, and tested with Louis Scott Vargas, who we just saw on a little bit different version. Unlike this Rakdos mid-range deck that we've been seeing from Team Handshake, they're not really all consensus thinking which version's best. And Reed decided to go against Louis Scott Vargas on this deck choice.
I can imagine it's difficult to get a big team of players to all agree on something. You know,
好了，好像没有人要上方哦，
20 players in
那怎么办呢？
Exactly.
大家都只帮 Ray Duke 集气啊。
Style of deck, so
我看怎么被760了？
you know, from experience on some of
我
these
不小心
decks
多按了
that
几
we've
下。
all been on one deck, and if we are, it's usually a really.
我不小心多按了几下，我的小分身的那个。
said in an interview with Cedric yesterday, it's like, oh, well, Fable the Mirror Breaker, that's the first 4 cards, that's the other, you know,
56 that gets tough.
difficult.
到底是谁啊？
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, that's how I would have approached this event.
所以有很多人压 A 人物，没有，那是我不愿多按2下，赵先觉哦。
Courtesy of the treasure there from the little goblin, so that is going to get some
太
cards
狠了，
for
赵
Reed
先
Duke,
觉
a
哦。
couple of them, and deal some damage to Alan Wu. He's down to 11 already.
And Reed made a
这样
conscious
A 人
decision
物好
there
像那
to
个
harvest
A 人物卡地
down
哦，
the token before Invoke
还是
Despair.
后
The
手
Invoke Despair would have cleaned it up
就已
already,
经是后
and you
手
would have got through more damage.
Yeah.
That leads me to believe that Reed just wanted some more cards. Maybe didn't have the best follow-up after this.
Sure. If you're able to kill some stuff and get some cards,
来看
why not? Untap, draw. Let's see what Reed Duke finds here. If he can get this
猎尽鸡蛋，翻过来的猎尽鸡蛋是很可怕的。
Yep, and this is a much more traditional
至少会有很想把它解掉的欲望啊。
from Grixis mid-range
猎尽鸡蛋就是这么
before
这么
Invoke
这么
Despair,
可怕。
3 make disappear, as well as a couple one-ups here and there, like Blade Coil Serpent, but really your more vanilla style deck that we've been seeing for a while. Alan Wu definitely just wants to have a little bit of agency on the draws and be able to interact at all stages of the curve.
Certainly not as much spice as we've
怎么感觉标准后那个就没人想看了？我观众瞬间少了一大半嘞。刚轮之后比较多人看，可能标准的同质性还太高了啦。目前标准的环境，相比上次先驱，上次先驱就很多套牌可以看，这一次大概就只有3个阵营呐。红黑那一方的，艾斯波那一方的，跟其他人，就3个阵营而已。标准就这个样子，我知道。
One card to look out for. Alan Wu does have one
标准就3个阵营选。
That would be excellent here, but yeah, outside of that, Shield Red
就一套啊，西欧轮一套牌，有这么那个吗？
Hey, Brotherhood's End, you called it.
All right.
Wow, you seem
有没有扛
I hadn't.
？A 人物
over here, I guess.
Right? Look at us, we're so good.
That was huge exchange here.
That is going to slow Reed down. You know, no bank buster on his side.
洗洗血碎。
Pop something in and keep smacking. So.
我以为你会说西欧轮，因为艾斯波跟那个都会用西欧轮。
This is going to be really interesting.
我还是要抽一下。
Okay, so that just screams to me, I have a make disappear. If you're Alan Wu, like otherwise you're drawing a card for sure.
哎，他不抽。
Reed's got to be really wary if he does have the powerful 7 drop here. Breach.
是不是有那个 disappear 在手上？不然为什么不抽？
Great play there by Reed Duke.
还是会怕那个
So let's see what his follow-up is. Discard and drawing, courtesy of Chapter 2 of the Fabled Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, I would expect something a lot more if you have 6 mana available, playing something like Shieldred here, not walking into it. But you never know. Alan Wu is such a special player as well that it could easily be within his range to not sacrifice it. Thinking Reed will think I have make disappear, you know?
就可以躲开那个了，早先躲开那个 disappear 了啊。 还是有绝药级，没有吧？没有人在主牌绝药级吧？什么？现在标准不适合这样子，在主牌用绝药级。
Exactly.
It's a very difficult skill to learn, but these players
西欧雷
know it all too well.
Walking the dog is
只有西欧雷了吧？
Just leading your opponent. Hello, hi, yes, come
哦，
here.
没有。
I have cookies. Would you like one?
Or I have a dog. I have a cute dog. Come and pet it. You know, like that's.
哦，原来是叫 token 扁人。哦。
Okay, Token-PenguinX just cycling.
我以为要召见绝望了，哦，没有，我要叫 token 扁人，就这样。
And another way to pressure, you know, quote unquote pressure a make disappear in these scenarios is to just present damage to Alan Wu to the point where Alan has to start killing the creatures, and then maybe tap out and not have make disappear available. Looks like Reed.
斩落拿来解这个。
Cut short, limiting the damage. So just
斩落解1的
token to Alan Wu there. Big draws down here for him. As he wants to try and get back into this, just get a foothold and start fighting back here against Reed Duke.
西欧雷被伺候，有点危险。
Yeah, and a reminder, these players are at 8-3 with 5 rounds to go. So to lock that up, you got to win 4 out of 5 here. So no easy task, but starting off with a loss here, you know, and then losing 1 more round throughout the last 5 rounds of constructed puts you in a rough spot. This is a big round for these players.
Reflection of Kiki-Jiki flips. 1 more point of damage delivered to Alan Wu. I'm waiting for something big from Alan's side. I can feel it. Something's coming.
Yeah, it really seems like Alan is prioritizing casting spells and basically setting aside 2 mana for a counter spell and seeing what you can cast for the rest. So something like if we get to 7 mana, I wouldn't be too surprised if we see Invoke Despair fired off with a counter spell available.
Sounds like a good plan. Using his life as a resource, just taking a couple points of damage. Has to be wary now, though, of Reflection of Kiki-Jiki. He needs to remove this, otherwise whatever is landing next from Reed Duke can get copied.
Yep, absolutely. Something large here. Looks like a 4-drop.
西欧雷，闪的西欧雷。
Battlefield with 2 mana available. Still playing around. What is as close
可
to
恶，
a
我其
face-up
实没有
make disappear as you can get.
disappear 已经可以被绕掉了。
Oh man. Is it even worth it to fire it off now? Or is it just a
哇，西欧雷。
To just sack a treasure, probably
还
not
没有就
worth
再一
it.
次召见绝望。
You know, in this situation,
很可怕。
unless Alan does have 2 make disappears, then it is definitely worth thinking about.
你被抽3张牌，又被吃6连血，那直接很容易直接崩掉。
Yeah, sure.
That'd be a cute play.
Oh, that'd be pretty sweet. There's no getting out of that one. That's a shield off the board.
That's right.
对，还有那个啦，造线
cards asked
控制之前也蛮
and
怕
told
的。
from Reed.
之前造线绝望还有被用到先驱里面，对，先驱造线绝望，
Alrighty, Alan, what you got?
甚至近代大黑也有用造线绝望，造线绝望就是这样。
Oh, for sure.
One of the most powerful
瞬间斩头粉接人间消失。哦，对，
Still, I believe Alan
这招也
deciding
是。
what to do about it. Okay, it resolves.
哦，斩落一下，
Cut down.
斩落七七。
All right, let's get rid of that little guy. So
还
Fable
粘
the
在
Mirror
桌
Breaker
上。
back in the bin.
这是西欧瑞凶残的地方了哦。
Alan is playing 4 of those, which is exactly what you would find out immediately against that Shieldred.
被西欧瑞按在地上，
Damage
目
is
前。
dealt, definitely.
And another card that would be phenomenal here, if it wasn't for this Sokenzin that was channeled, would be Invoke Despair. Just deal with Shieldred like that, but
just get off the board immediately. But yes,
说白，
that's not going to be the
对
case.
西欧瑞无解。
Nothing in hand of Alan Wu's. Nothing in Wu's hand, I should say. So yeah, just a pretty clean victory there in the first game for Reed Duke. So game number 2.
Reed Duke
Similar situation to the game you just watched, or
这一年
what do you think?
可能是因为他不玩永德了，不玩永德所以变强了。哭啊！好了，不要再编永德了。原本标准还有永德，永德先粉，结果现在根本没人在玩了。对，原本标准还有挖那个工业泰坦，你知道吗？原本那个还有在挖工业泰坦，现在谁在这样子了？都嘛挖西欧瑞了。不是啊，挖那个啦，亚吹象。单纯在那里还可以。 超猛，那个太绝望了。残血被战西欧雷又没有解，会很惨。对，超级惨的那种。
In the 75 as a straightaway answer to this. Otherwise, you know, you really just have to let it do its course.
有，他下一张永德的地了。Reed Duke 还没舍弃永德，你有看到了吗？这是永德地呀！永德还没有被放弃，永德帮万岁！笑了。
Extra resources in hand. Fable the Mirror Breaker on turn 3. Love to see it for Reed Duke.
Reed was super happy about that main phase draw from Bankbuster. That also telegraphs quite a bit of information.
现在永德的灵魂就剩一张地而已啊！之前还说哦，世冠赛我要玩永德，哦没有，现在没有这回事了。没办法啦，那个有亚吹下，那个工业泰坦根本就瞧不上眼了，工业泰坦根本就不行啦。
Such valuable skill to have in another main phase draw off the Bankbuster. So what are we digging for here?
I think I just heard the word
剑刺客。没有地啊 ，A 人物卡地了。
The whole land problem was correct.
Oh my goodness, that is unfortunate for Alan Wu.
And now what this could mean for Reed, I saw a Tolly in hand at the start of the hand, almost assuredly going to the yard. If there's cruelty and a land, that could have been the case. Looks like didn't want to discard the powerful card leading to that combination.
Yeah, so just the cut down.
剑士克连出来当白板都没办法，因为他卡蓝色了。
Here comes 2 points of damage. The treasure being created. Where do we go from here? Land number 4, so 5 mana to work with. But for now, just gonna be a braiding.
风化亲子。
On the draw
我连让你抽牌都不给。
Bankbuster, just to rub a little salt in the wound there for Alan Wu. Can he find a land?
我可以找个蓝黑地吗
into this matchup.
And most importantly, abrading that before it's able to create the treasure, which would unlock blue mana at least to help. But Shivan puts a little hope in this game here for Alan Wu.
Yeah, okay.
A 人物好像还有一点点救哦，好像还有一点救。这回也要做2招，先猜。
In response to the abrade from Reed Duke, so both Bankbusters.
Been busted.
Yeah, super busted.
All right, I believe I did see the Atali when Reed flashed his hands right away. Not 100%, but if it is there, 5 mana plus that Shaman attack will make it available to be cast. Now, Reed probably won't jam that into a deck that's going to have 5 possible counter spells for it right now with 2 distinct stroke and make disappear.
The 4 attacks even go for the throat, so get out of there. No ramping for you.
And that still does the
雷
same
杜
thing.
克还有
That
咒
still
语
counters
手上。
Atali in a way because it makes it just
如果雷杜克手上已经没招了，那 A 人5还有机会赢。希欧蕊又来了吗？
4 mana.
哦，没有 Big Score。
Oh, nice.
哦。
Reed Duke said
原来是
those
Big
words
Score
quite a bit at the last Pro Tour.
没想
Pairing
到
is it creativity with Big Score said, you know what? It works so well with me. It led to
Big
Reed's
Score 在这套牌是为了
in the Pro Tour
让你5A2有机会出那个大恐龙或者是仙粉魔石章的那个。Big Score
You're going to see a Blood Tithe
的用
Harvester
意。
post Big Score.
有接5A2就赢
Very
了。
good here indeed. Another Brotherhood's end for Alan Wu would
很
be
可怕
excellent
Big
just to
Score
keep control of these creatures. But there might be a big old dinosaur come stomping if there was a glass of water on
可
Alan's
恶，
table.
无法仙粉是吧？
Dun 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 dun
Yeah.
dun dun. Yeah,
Let's see some
absolutely.
ripples starting. There may be an Atali approaching.
It's definitely been putting a lot of ripples in people's win
业
rates.
绩
That's
期
for
刊
sure. When you cast that card, it has a
Holy.
rippling effect on the
Ai
first number
yo.
of your record, I must say. All right, here the door
Come
is
on.
open
Ooh.
for Atali.
我要叫大
Are
恐
we
龙了
gonna，see a
大
big
恐龙
dinosaur? I think so, friend.
恐龙
There
来
it
了
is.！Itali Primal Conqueror comes smashing its way through.
哇，怎么有个00在场上啦？
Oh no, Blade Quill Serpent and
不释
another
放了
Blood Tithe Harvester.
So it's
Goodness
just
me.
哦，没有，它
Just
是
a
也是个
vanilla
54
5/4.
白板
It doesn't get
哦
the
也
bonuses win cost.
也是很可怕
off
啦
of。
5/4.
But still
Good
pretty good.
grief.
请问我可以投降了吗？
Oh boy, Alan.
54
Wow. This is just unlucky draws. The top of the deck just
太
adding
强了吧
insult to injury here now too. But I mean, what are you gonna do against a big old dinosaur?
Exactly, and no fault to Alan's keep. We didn't get to see
No.
exactly
我的大
what it
恐
was,
龙
but
是
it
无敌
was
的。
almost assuredly 2 land and a Bankbuster.
Yeah.
And that's pretty good.
Yeah. You know, you can draw through, find your lands, your colors, get that sorted. But
Copy.
he's like,
撞
oi, oi. Okay, so making
两个
copies,
打，一个打就好，15
dealing some beats. Oh,
没救
Grams,
吧？
you can
这
copy
怎么
it
救？
if you wanted. That's
No, you can't.
Oh, you
It's
can't. It's
legendary.
legendary, yes.
Yeah. Oh, that
I
would be
always-
incredible.
always make that mistake.
要怎么
No, you
救
cannot
呢
copy the？
我还有个
dinosaurs.
大恐龙。
Yeah, yeah, absolutely not. But
Oh,
you,
boy.
you can get somewhat close to flipping this. I guess the treasures are gone. Those are bloods instead. So not really looking to flip it for
No,
a while.
do you need to flip it? You don't.
No, you really don't in this situation. Alan doesn't really have a way to mass remove these creatures when there's multiple creatures with 4 toughness or higher.
Yeah.
So Brotherhood's End, which there's only one of in the main, will
Not
only
gonna
deal
do
with
super
3
much.
creatures, but not the ones that matter.
Not at all. 4 toughness.
两个造线绝
Two
望
despairs to，the
卡那么
yard.
久，整个卡在那里，两个造线绝
Oh,
望。
Alan,
哦，握手
that
了
is。so rough, but Reed Duke just delivering the
Reed
beats
Duke
there and
太
getting
狠
the
了
job done in a clean 2-0
可恶
against his
狠狠的处
opponent.
罚
So,
卡地的对手。
Duke, another person who just never seems to
太
lose,
惨了
who just keeps winning and winning.
Really doesn't, you know, Reed Duke coming
但
back
现
from
在
that
标准真的
0-2
一回合都
start,
不
so
能
that
卡，
does mean a couple of things.
标
that
准
if
卡
Reed
一回
doesn't
合
get to
节奏
12
就
wins, his breakers
追不太回来了
cannot be good. You know, when
尤
you
其
start
如
out
果
2,
你
your
后
breakers are
手
gonna be
还
really
卡
bad. So Reed will
卡地
probably
那是最
need
惨的。
to hit those 12 wins,
Yeah.
which will
现
mean
在
a
的标准
3-1 record or better here
真的
for the reigning
一
world
卡
champion.
就是
Keep
很
your
惨
fate。in your own hands. Get the 12 wins.
Exactly.
Go enjoy MagicCon. We got more Magic here, friends. Let's jump into another feature match. This
我
is
还
going
有
to be
我先
Game
先那个
3
了吼。
of Ricardo Biava and Karis
先
Kakidis.
发钱
We
哦
saw rocking it yesterday, so let's jump in
谁
and
呢？
see
下
how
方
these
是不是？
8, 2, and 1 players are doing thus far.
All right, coming in to this match, we do have
我看完
Karis
这把
as
偏无聊，
their first
变
pro
成运
tour
气
here
game
with
变无聊，
8 wins here in a great spot
So cool.
to make a deep run in this pro tour.
太
It's
难
been a
了，
really
同行的内
impressive
战会变成这
story
样子，
to watch this unfold. Both players
所以我觉得玩英雄可能好一点啊。
Karis on that really
玩爱直播英
innovative
雄
take of Grixis that
可能
plays
会好一
zero
点。
invoke despairs and really
用
just
那
a
种
lot more
tempo
low
系的
to
套
the
牌
ground permanence.
Yeah, I like that a bunch. And then the Jessica
tempo 系的，
control
然后
deck.
偏
And
快
Jessica
攻的那
control
种
from
套牌，
Ricardo that we saw a little bit
可能
of
好一点吧
yesterday at the end of the
至少
day.
一回合损失
It just seems
卡一
like,
回
are
合损
you
失不会
playing
这么
two
巨
colors?
大
Could。I interest you in red for, you know,
风化
Fable
其
the
实
Mirrorbreaker, the best card in the format?
Yeah, I really think that card is truly going to make it in standard here. You know, I don't think it's just
so
a flash in the pan.
Yeah. Kind of like that Nathan Story guy.
艾斯波音杰斯凯控制，竟然是杰斯凯！我还有一台车，怎么会有杰斯凯呢？怎么变杰斯凯控制了？太神奇了！
Yeah, he made his after he won the world championship. You just starting from the top, you know.
Yeah, you usually start the other way around, where you top 8 a Pro Tour and then you win the world championship.
哦不，我的手牌很
Rest
强。
taking a look in hand. Flame Blessed Bolt. We got Destroy Evil, Memory Deluge 2 there.
还蛮强的，他
a
是手
really
牌
important card for these Jeskai control decks because, well, the mana base has to be basically all non-basics. So Transmogran is just going to run rampant against the control deck. Counterspell's not so good against them, so you gotta exile that card.
我觉得车不太可
Exile
能
effects
进
seem to
表。
be one of the key things this weekend with the amount of graveyard
车
interactions
进
happening.
表
100%.
吗？想一下啊。 车没什么道理进表。车我觉得没什么道理让他进表。西欧的进表也不要可能。可车没有直升机那么夸张，车只是会给你抽牌，他不会赢啊。车只是慢慢的，车也是一回合就赚抽一张牌而已。对，还又不能消对手的血量，车不太可能。
Disruption protocol.
没有道理让车进表。
You know, you can play around that.
哇，车就是一张 CP 值很高的牌而已，不至于进表。哦，我卡地了，好狠。没关系，他有康啊。
Go from there as we're going to see a bank buster on the other side now.
Okay, now their counterspell was face up, so kind of canceled. You know, essentially 3-mana counterspell. It has a little bit more upside there.
直升机会扁人欸，直升机扁3点血。
With your bank buster and your Fabled Mirror Breaker treasure token.
差多了好吗？
No land for Ricardo, so clearing the way there, potentially with a bank buster. For another bank buster, so we're just busting all the banks now.
我是觉得你讲的车这是最不可能的。 奇迹跟西欧瑞有道理，车子毫无道理。
With that bank buster, get a land that's Token-PenguinX and Fable the Mirror Breaker. So yeah, it's just you know.
真要讲吧，
the floodgates open.
你拿车对比造线绝望就好了，哪个更可怕不用我讲吧。造线绝望是瞬间拉3张牌回来，啊，车子是3回合才能拉3张牌，这就不一样了。 打2，
Cars maybe is the one who stops.
再猜，猜好猜满。
Also, just you know, seeing
终于有地了，真
as
好。
much as possible, as much as it can be, and going for the
现在
win
控
here.
制真的是被扁得不成人形啊，根本不能玩啊。
With the Destroy Evil and the Flame Blessed Bolt.
赚牌也赚不赢那个对手，格力级这种牌。 拿夺斯或格力这种牌，他节奏又很容易打不赢艾斯波英雄这种牌，想要控制根本不能玩。我觉得控制根本不能玩。控制现在就是感觉谁也打不赢啊。打士兵快攻没机会，打拉多斯艾斯波也没机会啊！他到底要打什么东西？对，控制现在就超尴尬的。
Yeah, unfortunately. Caroline's favorite card, of course.
Blood Tithe Harvester.
7张牌
joins the fray here for Cars, so it's just able to dig through the deck so much. We see a Razor Lashron's Mogrant, and there you go. There is the Wandering Emperor that you predicted.
平黄教人
At the end step there, so that'll get something at least on the board for Ricardo, and you know, the Wandering Emperor, if left unchecked, can get you back into it, and he's going to need all the help he can get at this point.
Yep, definitely can. Maybe not the card that has aged as well as we maybe thought. You know, the World Championship, the Wandering Emperor was basically every single deck. And since then, it has kind of went on a decline and hasn't proven itself as the most powerful card.
比数靠前的我很少看到控制，这是我看到最靠前的，可能已经是最靠前的。
When white was a little more prevalent in the format, you would see Wandering
没事，不
Emperors
会蹲一个
everywhere
吧，
just
下
being
半版就
flushed
起
left,
飞
right, center, attacking
了。
people down.
控制哦，控制下个版本我觉得也难呐。下个版本控制要等那个啦。 等前面4个退掉，可能才有机会吧。可是前4个退掉，控制也会失去。Memory Lapse、飘萍黄、永延城、大田园这种咒语，对，控制的损失也蛮大的。不能说那个控制下个上版本的控制没那么惨，上版本控制还好，这个版本太惨了。对，跟格力吉打也是越来越往。当初大小太有多坏掉，这个版本感觉很吃力。
Nice. I was hoping you'd get to see her. She just got discarded around yesterday.
Saheeli coming up.
这个版本确实蛮吃力的，这个版本控制根本不能玩。
You know, new card that I did not expect to see a ton of.
Yeah, no.
There we go, being able to create some Thopters there, do some scrying.
Yeah.
Basically just a Planeswalker in the Rakdos deck that you really don't have access to. Some decks are playing maybe Kaido Shizuki, you know, big Chandra, 6-mana Chandra.
Yep.
But outside of that, you don't have great Planeswalkers, and, you know, even this one is not super powerful. But, you know, Planeswalkers, when they get really, really powerful, you see, like, Chandra, Torch of Defiance, how dominant that was in the format. So I'm glad they've toned down a bit.
Well, Saheeli bringing her little flappy friends along with her. The Thopters gaining haste, taking care of the Wandering Emperor. Oh, okay.
One of my favorite cards here.
Disappear. 太狠了。
Kicking it to deal the 1 point of damage to Saheeli because Ricardo has no cards in hand.
Oh my goodness.
And that makes
奇怪，为什么这个版本控制这么不能玩啊？是差在什么地方？ 明明就有小沙龙卷跟大欠卓，控制还是不能玩。我觉得可能跟那个啦，这个版本骑着红黑色套牌跟艾斯波赢的速度变快了，节奏变得更紧凑了。他控制一个那个没有就没得打。现在这个版本4回合亚吹下。 就有机会亚吹下来，他控制要怎么打？控制没接到就完蛋了。太那个了，一个舵威可能也救不了控制，真的，一个舵威也没办法让控制直接起死回生啊！唉，太难了。控制被反抗。
Hanging out there, trying to hold down the fort up against the Flyers, little Thopters.
我最近组出杯出告 ODK， 我觉得是名的好玩哎、欸。杯出告 ODK， 杯出告是什么卡？可以赢很快。杯出告是那个进场砸掉1费以下的永久物的那个，是不是？是这一张牌吗？这一张牌要怎么 ODK 啊？
You don't want to progress anything more on the battlefield into a wrath, into
5费5是。
Being very careful.
5费5是，然后呢？ 进场抽3。控制最绝望的是站一只西游雷对面阵的龙嘛？2张牌库顶。控制对，控制最怕西游雷。
Yeah, and these are the situations that are just
死亡
really
风
rough.
哦，我知道你在讲什么了。那个有人玩哦，这次比赛有人玩。是不是什么打10滴，对不对？故意绕对绕标本就，我知道你在讲什么啦。这个其实比赛有人玩，你讲的那个组合技。那个龙跟那个巨魔，对不对？那个组合技，那个有人玩哦，有人玩哦，而且好像胜率也还可以，虽然赢不过顶流的套牌啦，赢不了顶流套牌，可是胜率其实也还可以。啊 ？Charis 太狠了，控制毫无 还手之力。
Doing something this big, maybe Benton Madsen vibes here from our last Pro Tour with the first one there. So really cool stuff.
All right, friends, we have plenty more action for you here.
有人讨论没有我想象中的热络，槽点有点多吧？这个组合技相比亚吹下还是太梦幻了一点啦，对，有点太梦幻了。这个组合技就是所谓的梦幻组合技，对，相比亚吹下还是有点那个。相比简单暴力的那一种啊，还是有点太那个了，没这么容易啊。不过做出来会赢是真的。对，没错，有个10费打10滴的红色法术不是吗？对，有个红色法术打10滴，配杯出告放下去。要的主线跟前置作业算少呢，前置作业算少啊。前置作业算少，干扰性的问题吧？对，干扰的问题吧？你那个杯出告吃康，你手上的红色法术就是废剑了。啊 ，June Davis 8-4，这样好像不行哎。奇怪 ，June Davis 今天怎么这么落赛啊？昨天还8-0呢，今天直接落赛连失败。杯出告，前置作业，我觉得还有干扰性也有问题吧。我逼重掉你的那个法术，你要怎么玩？尝试4倍做 big score，4倍做 big score。这样变5回合7费，还是难吧？你那个10费法术在手上，来，我跟你讲，你这个组合技跟7费魔石章的差距在哪里？7费魔石章只要有自己就好了，对啊，你杯出告要有法术，要有那个10费法术。
Welcome back
你要
to
2个
Minneapolis,
决定性的差距，
Pro Tour March
对不对？
of the Machine. Hi everybody.
这样子不就很明显了吗？决定性的差距，单卡组合技跟2卡组合技，决定性的差距就在这里啊。
And here we are on day 2 of competition, and here are your headlines. The top 8 is now open for business. Everybody, we're going to keep up every round, but we are down now.
就是区分1、2线的差别了。
12 wins gets you into the top 8. That is the magic number.
这样应该就是区分这2道牌的那个1、2线的差别了。
Again, Nathan Stoyer, your world champion. Could he go back to back with top finishes in the World Championship at Pro Tour Phyrexia and here at Pro Tour March of the Machine? He could once again make another top 8, which is nearly unprecedented.
这个5倍5是
The third headline,
他的制胜能力没有西欧蕊或者造线绝望那么夸张啊。
Guess what? Right now,
没有扣持人，我还是会直接打上场。
So he has turned it around. Currently,
10倍法术啊，直接打上场。
Has a loss to give yet.
就你要对比的是同费用它的竞品有哪些？你看5费。以5费5是飞行不错嘛，可是对手的5费是什么？对手5费造线绝望，对，造线绝望就是结算就是3张手牌，对。那你的5费5是不是相比之下就差了一点，对不对？决定性的那个差距啊。有时候不是这张牌不好，是他的竞争对手。 太夸张了。
World champion Nathan Stoyer in the house with
有时候就这样子。
Nathan, you just defeated Hall of Famer Scott Vargas playing Grixis.
他笑得多开心，应该是有赢的。
From your side of things with Rakdos.
I think it's a pretty scary matchup. His deck is certainly very threat dense, and the battle is very scary just to get a ton of card advantage and threaten to flip and win the game immediately. But my deck is very good mana, clean and consistent, and I think the 4 duresses are pretty clutch as well. So I feel okay about it.
不是不行。
So let's talk about a thing you may be feeling okay about, maybe
我看
not. That's the
拿来比赛的这一型的
draw
组
of
法，
the
就
end
是
of the draft
他的
portion
主
of
牌
things.
其实
I
也有
believe
造
both are
线
gonna
绝
make
望
it。into the top eight since you're
对
both
他玩
teammates.
格力级
How are you feeling about things
那
now?
主
I
牌
know
有
one, but still,
有5费5
crazy
式，
decision.
也有造线绝
I
望。
think that from my
他
perspective,
两个
my
都
draft
用。
deck was quite poor. I felt like I was pretty
这
unlikely
不
to
是
beat
呢，
whoever
我
was
连
in the
合起来
finals
效
of the
果也
pod,
很
and
棒。
it was my teammate. He offered
不能
me a
配合
draw.
起来
I
效
thought
果
my
也很
equity
棒
was better
是
to
不
draw,
错
just
啦。
given the fact
组
that
合技
winning would be so tough. But we'll see what happens. Hopefully we both
说
make
不
it.
定
And
改
if
良一下
X
可以
411
上一
can
线。
sneak in, maybe my breakers are good enough as well.
只是
So,
这个比较
Well,
搞
we're
刚
gonna
一
see
点
how it。goes. Good luck, Nathan.
对，只是我还是觉得偏搞
I
刚。
am with Haris Kakidis, who is
因为
now
现在的组合技
9-2-1
一
here
线的
at
组合技
Pro Tour
太
March
简
of
单
the
暴
Machine.
力了，
Now,
对，
Haris,
都是
who
一
are
卡组合
playing
技
Grixis
的那一种。
Nothing
对
crazy going on there, except you are
所以我就觉得
not
这个组合
playing
技可
Invoke
能要再
Despair.
改良一
Why?
下啦，才有机会。
The real answer is that it's a mistake.
Okay.
It's an idea that came from my friend and teammate, Daniel Lakos, renowned modo grinder. And he won the last challenge with at least Grixis list.
说到底啊，那造线绝望怎么这么
I
厉
thought
害
it would be
啊？
a good idea because it's
造
like
线绝
all
望
around and it's good against
把
Esper
你
mid
的
lanes, but
把你的结界什么的
ended up
生物什么的
being
朋友
too
课
red
都
heavy,
扒一遍，哇
which makes my
你
decision
太猛了，造
not so
线绝
good.
望。
I would rather be playing
说
for
到底，
Grixis.
造线绝望怎么
Yeah,
会这么厉害
and
啊？
I think that I got the archetype right. Like
真
our
的会
team,
绝望。
almost everybody's
空
playing
场
Grixis,
出的
so
造
I
线
think
绝望
we
也很
got the
可怕。
archetype right, but
对，非常可怕
it's
的那
like
种。
I'm missing a few points. Yeah.
Well, so far, no Invoke, no problem. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much, Cedric. Let's check out our leaderboard here after 12 rounds of competition here at Pro Tour March of the Machine. Find out how everybody's doing.
Oh, Nathan
well, we've got
又
two
赢了。
co-leaders here, Nathan Stoyer and Carl Serap. Mani.
So far, so good.
Yes.
Red
The draw,
Duke
they
起
both
死
won. The
回
number
生
of
了，
wins
还有
needed
机会。
down to 2, Maria.
有场面被破坏，没场面被抽烂。对，造线绝望就是这么夸张。他把你仅存的一些场面给清空，然后你又失去血量，又被抽牌。对，造线绝望就是这么强。
So nobody has made it just yet, everyone, but 12 once again is the
还不知道，
magic number, so
还有
that's
4
what you need
轮。
to be looking for everybody
还有4
to
轮。
make the top 8 at this tournament, and of course
还不
we'll
知
bring
道
you
哦。
those updates when they come. Well,
对，
everybody,
不过
it
John
is
Davis
deck check time. Grixis
今天
mid-range,
应该
the
是最
second
惨
most
的
played deck at
今
the
天最
tournament.
惨的
Other
人应
people
该是
played
John
that.
Davis。
Andrea Mengucci. Let's hear from him right now. He was with Corey
他那个
Baumeister to talk about his
轮
deck.
抽3败太
All right, everybody, welcome
太
to
太
a
惨
deck
了。
tech here with Mythic Invitational Champion and top
活生生
4
血
of
淋淋的例
Naples
子
to
啊！好了，不要再
qualify
编
for
了
this
啦，不要再
event.
编了啦。
Andrea
好吧
Mengucci, how you
我们
doing
聚
there?
焦在那个好
Doing
了。
great. So happy
这
to
个
be
系列的
back.
蓝
It
绿
was
真的是不要拿。
little
对，
bittersweet
奉
to
劝
watch the
各
Pro
位
Tour from
各
home
位
last
啊，
time, but now I'm back, ready to compete.
蓝绿是
You've
真
been
的
playing
绕
in
赛
pretty much all，of
对，
them
谁玩
for
谁
a
绕
long
赛。
time,
Yeah,
so
since I started, yeah.
yeah, feels good to be back. So you qualified
不然 John
playing
Davis 的
Grixis
标准
mid-range, and
那
no
个
surprise
套
here,
牌也
you
蛮
decided
强
to
的
run it back.
那个套牌也是
And,
能全
so here's
胜
the
的。
deck here, and you know you could have changed your list a little bit from your RC, right? You didn't have to play the same list. You could play some new cards.
I've tried plenty of March of the
又
Machine
是个
cards, but you know,
充满
that-
造线绝望
how
跟
do you say,
西
if
欧
it's
蕊跟
perfect,
契
you just
奇
don't try
的
to
套
fix
牌
it. So
If it ain't broke, yeah.
yeah, exactly that one.
朴
So,
实
yeah,
无
this
华
is
的
my
格
deck.
力级中数
Very
啊
good，deck, very
对，
good
有一
choice
个
for
基
this
克斯
tournament.
的指
Okay,
命
so，yeah, Grixis mid-range was kind
基
of
克
the
斯的
deck
指
that
命。
was extremely popular and largely thought of as the best deck kind of going into the RC seasons, but then it kind of had a bad rep, like it wasn't
太狠
really the
哦
number one
主牌有失
deck
效哦
anymore.
蛮特
And
别
maybe
的。
players were kind of thinking that. What made you want to run
主
it
牌
back,
有失
for
效
this one?
So mono white or just the white decks in general were
其
pretty
实
good
蛮
against
合理的。
Grixis.
Yep.
But
那
I think
个
that the
现
new
在
set brings
非生物大点的很
Bridge the
多啊，
Multiverse,
基
which
克
are two
斯
extremely good cards
造
against
线
white,
绝望
so
烈
that
尽
would
积碳，
push the white decks away.
或者
and I
是
think
什
the
么？
meta game
好了，你
kinda
说最基 基本的，这台车子好了，失效都在它的那个范围里面。
Yeah, and overall, I'm happy with Esper against Esper Legends with this deck. There's not that many
只
Esper
是说
Legends as I wish.
失效打艾斯波英雄蛮烂的。失效为什么很多人主牌没失效？对，打艾斯波英雄失效就是死卡，就是死牌啦。
Yeah, I'm just big fan of
所
these
以可
mid-range
能
decks that we cards
这张
that
失
make
效
your
很
deck
多人会
function,
选
so
择
Fable,
变成
Bankbuster,
第
Bloodthirsty
三个
Harvester, just
disappear，
extremely cheap
第三个
cards that will
disappear
make you sure that you will get like less unlucky. You know what I mean?
Control your variance a little bit. Yeah.
可是只是他可能预测啦，那个格力级同型的内战会远多于打 S 波啦，所以他还是用了时效。
You were talking about these bigger things. Was that a big consideration for playing counter spells instead of something like Rakdos midrange?
现在标准也很强的牌。Disappear 强是在于说，现在节奏这么紧凑 ，Disappear 很容易就扛到东西了。而且有2点扛4的上限。
Yeah, just putting a good board presence out and then having one make disappear.
变成说到后期，可能造线绝望下来也要9倍。真的蛮猛的 ，Disappear.
Yeah, and that's a card you're playing 4 of. You know, this is not necessarily a stock 4 of in lists these days. People have been afraid of a braid and stuff like that. You're just thinking it's too good. Got to play 4 in the main.
Yeah, I played 4 of in Naples as well, main deck. Now I think it's even much better because there's even less.
比较不一样的极客是指命跟失效吧。
A lot of my teammates are on 3, but I told them you can do whatever you want. I'm just playing 4 of this.
只是
turn 4 bank buster
典型的不玩仙粉的那种中速，然后感觉这次仙粉的表现只有红黑的比较好一点点。 格力级的感觉差了一点点，格力级的仙粉感觉是差了一点点。红黑的仙粉就是用那个7费磨10张的那个，那是目前最猛的单卡组合技了。
Yeah, exactly. Like both of them are good against Reanimator. Trustbuster is slightly better, but just the card advantage, picking up that negate.
It's too good.
然后剑石刻嘛，好酷了这张牌。
Then we got to talk about the power of the deck. We have Invoke Despair, one of the best spells, if not the best spells in Standard.
造线绝望了。这2天呐，我们看了至少20次啦。
Yeah, there was a moment where it went down to 2 for the blue 5 mana Shieldred, but Invoke is just too good against the.
我的满场生东西都被清掉了，哇！造线绝望。你场面没东西，造线绝望。
Okay, and yeah, absolutely. If you played the new Shieldred, that'd be a new Magic card in your deck. We can't be doing that.
他把那个同型的3费的金卡狼女给比下去了。对，狼女只能换到血量。
That's a look at Grixis midrange with
可是现在中速当道啊，
Let's set up for round
一张手牌的价值可能远远大于那1点血量。
Lucky round number 13. We've got Brendan Johnson versus Autumn Burchett. Rakdos midrange versus Orzhov midrange. Both these players currently sitting at 9 and 3. So in contention, of course, for top 8. Here's a look at Brendan Johnson. Qualified at DreamHack. Started out 0-2 and decided.
对所有3败的选手来说，这一局就是不能输的局。
This weekend. On the other side of things, Autumn Burchett, your Mythic Championship #1 champion in 2019, more than $300,000 in lifetime earnings. An absolutely excellent player as well. But let's talk about these deck lists, Mani.
Yeah, Maria, we are going to start off with Brandon's deck, and this is the deck. He is playing
右边的女生昨天还有比赛也有
Not too many surprises here. Of course, there's a little bit of difference to some of the lists we see, but the core of Blood Tithe Harvester, Fable Mirrorbreaker, Graveyard Trespasser, Invoke Despair,
轮抽第3局是他没错。
important one as it is
第3局的那个是他没错。
in this deck, especially that line for Enchantment. Another card very powerful, especially in this grindy mid-range matchup.
被那个炸弹魔给车过去了。炸弹魔太狠了。
So incredibly powerful. That's not all this card does, but it is definitely the most powerful interaction. And it is going to give Brendan a big step up here on the other side.
4点有个大魔王啊。
And this is
4费66飞行大魔。
Ordinary Autumn has brought Orzhov midrange. Now, the term Orzhov is a bit loose here. This is essentially the mono-white midrange deck that has been so powerful and popular in the standard format, but not so much in this tournament. Looking at the deck,
我的牌组里没有，但是我会用你的。
is going to be an extremely important one. This deck is trying to grind your opponent out while also getting onto the board. But one of the cards I want to draw attention to is that copy of
标准最好的卡之一。
This is the black in this Orzhov midrange deck.
成温家军是现在标准。
Orzhov midrange is doing good things, and then the black red midrange decks go over top of you. Breach the Multiverse is a great way to stop them from being able to do that, and this edition has been so good for Burchett. Looking over at the sideboard. We do also see that Burchett has
值得为他
access
出一期文章啊！
really,
为什么这张
really
卡
good
这么
one
好？
in those duresses.
因为大家都
This
太
is
贪
going to
了
be huge in the matchup, just to make sure you're not getting hit.
大家
by
都
those
很贪，那张
invoked
卡就特别
despairs.
好，
And
因
those
为我可以直接
Chandras.
用你的。
Autumn brought this deck expecting a lot of black-red mid-range in
背
the
牌有
room.
Duros，
She was right, and so far she hasn't lost to the
黑色都
black-red
在
mid-range.
背牌了，大部
Wow.
分。
Just play Breach. Put it in your deck no matter the color. Lesson learned. All right, everybody, it's time for Monty is the Machine. We're going to find out who's going to win this
毒
feature
奶
match
时
by
间
putting
来
the
了，
brains of Monty
毒奶时间
and a computer from
刚刚不够
1992
毒啊
together，to
那一份
make
没被毒死。
this amazing animal. Monty is the Machine. Who is your pick?
毒奶时间。
Maria. The winner will be Autumn Burchett.
啊，秋天姐，
All
这
right,
个
you heard it from the
祝你好运，OK，
of
好。
our machine here.
来，
Autumn
秋天姐
Burchett
祝
will
你
be
好
the
运。
winner of
我不
feature
多说
match
什么了。
for round number 13. Let's
毒
find
奶
out
的
if our machine is
这个
right.
毒奶
I'm
的
gonna
那个
send it
命中
over
率
to
是
Marshall and Paul in the booth
70%左
for
右
lucky round number 13.
有够毒了。
Thank you, Maria. I wonder how long Monty's going to be the machine. Like, it can't go on forever.
How is Monty even doing? I actually don't even know what his
he can
record
just do
is.
that. That's it's his.
Right.
He has the ability.
Fair enough.
Welcome to the feature match area here. That's Balciano, Marshall, Sutcliffe, and we've got some really cool decks lined up. All the players in our feature match area this round are still in top 8 contention as well, so we're not digging that deep. But for example, in the hands of Autumn Burchett, you see this what was formerly known as mono white deck, but it is Orzhov now thanks to the splashes that we talked about there at the news desk. Normally when I think of a mono white based deck, I think of aggression, right? Small, low curve, get the opponent dead as quickly as possible. It's nothing like that.
Yeah, no, that
看起来是
mono
可
white
行策略。
mono white aggro has been a very popular archetype for a very long time, but not really for this meta game. But mono white mid range was a deck that was very popular over the past few months.
大家最爱的环节并没有好吗？
Part of I think the reason why you see a lot less of it in this tournament are kind of the additions of some of the powerful 7-mana cards in this set. It's Holly, Breach the Multiverse. Those are cards that other decks are playing, and now all of a sudden, the mono white decks that typically had an advantage against these Rakdos mid-range strategies no longer have that edge. And so a lot of people kind of shied away from this deck.
遇上
So
堕入
Autumn,
邪道的
however,
纯白
always has a little
讲
bit
堕
of
入
a
邪道好像
twist
怪怪
to
的。
twists to the decks that she brings. So she has that mono white shell, but adding a few black cards there to maybe help mitigate some of that over-the-top strategies that the other decks are looking to bring. And in this particular matchup, Brendan is not doing that. Brendan is playing pretty much stock Rakdos mid-range here.
So this is a good test for Autumn,
烈
right?
尽奇谭
You knew that this was going to be a matchup you're
哦，
going to
标
face.
准最强单卡的
You
碰撞
decided
啊
to adjust the deck to try to accommodate it, and now we get to see if it's going to work. Now, sample size a little small, perhaps, but you know, we'll see how things play out here. One of the cards I want to take note of here, Paul, is Wedding Announcement on the other side of the battlefield. This card is good against Rakdos,
两张都是标准
Yeah,
最好的
absolutely.
卡。
These games are going to tend to go a little bit longer, so
好啦
if you just
没有
look
人跟
at
你
what
那
the
个
card
我
is
是我跟你
capable
那个
of
啦。
doing, it's just, hey, it's a 3-mana permanent. It's going to give you that Anthem effect, and now you're going to have 3 2/2s in play. Typically, these Rakdos mid-range decks don't play a lot of sweepers, so that's just a lot that you need to fight through. The problem is you're also competing with a
那
different
也是
3-drop
很好，
that all
这
the
张
other
很
decks
强
are
啊。
playing, which is Fable the Mirror
压掉
Breaker,
那
which
个
is
奇
one
欧
of the
人
best
什么
3-drops
的，
we've ever printed.
大
It
部
really
分都
is.
压
It's
掉。
dominated this format, this tournament as well. It's absolutely everywhere. And that is, you know, to me,
奇欧人
speaking
太
of
狠了。
dominant, there's Shieldred as well.
还有
It
刀
is
吗？
interesting to me, right? Because I think that there was an inflection point for
再
every
一张
player
平原
who
就好了。
submitted their standard deck here on, am I going to play
Oh,
a Fable deck or am I not? And you really needed a strong reason to go against
我
it,
很
just
需要一
given the
块
raw
地
power
啊。
level of the card. And we're
非
going to get a
常需要一
chance to
块
see
地。
here some of the ways in which you may have decided to go against that trend, especially if you're Autumn
现
Burchett.
在就需要一个地。
Well, as you can see,
4至22啊，4至22。
And again, kind of the conventional wisdom or the
虽
reason
然
to play
很不
mono
想
white
这么说，
mid-range
但
is
是
if you expect a
赵县绝望好像要来了哦。
specifically Rakdos mid-range, right? Sometimes if you're
赵
playing
县
experts,
绝
you're
望
a
好
little bit
像
afraid
要
of
来
some
了
of the
哦
counters that they may
哎，
have
赵县绝
because you're
望
relying。so heavily on resolving some of your expensive
哎，拜拜。
planeswalkers or cards like Farewell, which are fantastic in a matchup like this. Now, one thing to note though is despite Brendan playing kind of what the stock Rakdos mid-range deck is, the addition of Chandra
这应该是个漫长
right?
的
Because now all of a sudden you have that potential of going Chandra into Invoke Despair.
这局应
I'm
该
not
蛮
sure
长
the mono white deck
两
can
边
do
都
a
是
whole
很会
lot.
凹
Excuse
的
me, the
中
Orzhov
速
mid-range deck can do a whole lot against that
档次
interaction, especially game 1.
什么
Lay
档
down
次？
arms here from Autumn.
哇，希
He's
欧
gonna
瑞
clear the
站
board
着一
down
直给
to,
压力，
well, unfortunately,
太
just
狂
the Shieldred. Just kind of
该打出去的时候
the
绝
hard
对在
one
手
here.
笑了。
Yeah,
But
has
it's better
a,
than having a reflection out there as well.
has another lay down arms, but Autumn
对
short
太
on
强
mana
了
sources here. Needs to find a
都
fourth
是那个准时
planes
数造线绝望，
to get that Shieldred off the battlefield. Now, part of
准时
the
数的造线绝望就是很
sacrifice you make
烦
it
的。
a little bit, you're not seeing it now.
超牌的
Playing
档
Orzhov
次
is you do have to
不
play
得不
some
承认
swamps in
啊
your
啊，
deck,
你说的
which
对啊。
means that the
哦
effectiveness of a card like Lay Down Arms goes down just a little bit.
And here's
对
that
面出
Chandra that
欠
you
卓
mentioned
了
just a minute，
我的
ago,
地
Paul.
在哪里啊？我地何在？
Taking it up for a
Plus, go for
double
the
go for
throat.
the throat.
Yeah, 2 throats. And an attack for 4, as we know.
太
Brendan
狠
is
了
able，to pile on pretty significant amount of damage here in a
再不抽地要
fashion,
完
unless
了。
Autumn can find an answer, and the planes would be just fine.
Planes would be
请
great. You
问
could
我的
now just
平原
either
什么时候来
slam
了？我
Wandering
外送
Emperor
平原来
to
了，
exile the Shieldred,
再见。
which she's choosing to do. Still
你
has
外
kind
送
of
的
that,
平原终于来了。
that Chandra to deal with, but these tokens are
点
2/2s. It does
扁
put
欠
the
卓
Chandra down to 3. You're gonna
这
now
毒奶
flip
这么猛啊，
the other wedding
你不知道
announcement.
这
So
个
now
命
we have a pair of
6 个
3
人
threes in
被
play.
毒了4个人，
Drawing
这
the
还不
card.
猛哦
Now, if Brendan, this is a big turn. If Brendan was able, if Brendan's able to find an Invoke Despair here, it would be very, very good.
Oh, but it looks like he
真
did
棒啊！
not.
哈哈，
And he
只有
found
一
the
个可以
cutdown,
用，
but
不
the
是不是？
cutdowns are no longer big enough to kill
They
these
don't do
creatures.
anything,
They are
right?
3 3s.
So it's actually just
直
a
接宰
full
了。
brick there?
Yeah, and I don't know if Brendan has anything else in hand here. I think it's all lands.
Ouch!
哦，
Boy,
Nope.
that window for Autumn Burchett was open. Okay, 3
再一发
cards
造
left
线
in
绝
hand
望
still,
哦，
Paul.
有这
There
么
is,
惨？
there is a Blood Tithe Harvester
没有
here, but doesn't have the mana to play an Invoke Despair here.
Discard Mirix to the blood token. But you're right. 4 mana available and 2 cards left in hand, and it looks like it was land replacing a land. And this is a good window for Autumn Burchett to get
有
right
两
back
个
into
那
this
个
game.
三
And if you're
三啊，
Autumn, you see that lay down
那些
arms.
生
I'd
物
be
都
tempted
三
to use the
三。
lay down arms to get the Blood Tithe Harvester off the battlefield because if
对
you
啊，
do,
你看
then
那
your
张结
creatures
界
can，kill the
晨昏家
Chandra
训的
here.
那个，
And it looks
晨
like
昏
Autumn's
家
gonna
训的那
cash
个
in
啦
the Wandering，
赞美
Emperor
诗的
for
效应
a
啊，
4/4.
其实还是有影响
Alternatively,
力
you
的
can。do that and then attack
生物
with
大
both
两圈
3/3s,
到底要怎么
and
打？
whichever creature does not get blocked, you play the
三三
other Wandering
换一
Emperor
个
in hand and put the +1/+1 counter to get the Chandra off the battlefield.
And that
还有
still
个
leaves
欠卓白
Brendan without the Blood Tithe Harvester and without the Chandra. So the
Wow.
full turnaround here for Autumn Burchett. That Plains last turn
Very big.
opened up the floodgates. It was a simple ask.
Right.
This is
哇
Takanuma
欠
to
卓
get
回来，
back the Chandra, though.
还有的打。
And this Chandra is good, but not the kind that can just get you back from being this far behind
Right,
necessarily.
not with those creatures that are in play.
欠
Even
卓
if
也很
Brendan
难救
plays
这种
this
场，
Chandra here,
最多就是
what
烧
can you
了
expect
烧了
to
标
do
兵王
here?
跟武
I
士而已
wonder
吧
if。you should just sit back on the Chandra and
为什
wait
么
to
晨昏下面
potentially
都
just
各压一
draw
张牌
Invoke？Despair, right? Because if you play the Chandra
不
this
是
turn, it's probably going to die.
他
Wait,
是
does
在
he
卡
have
套里
Invoke
面的，他把
Despair
它
in
翻
hand?
过
Oh,
来
he
而已。
does.
But he
他
has,
是
he's
在
a
卡
mana
套
short,
里面
right?，
他没有
Yeah,
压
you
着
can make
牌，
2
对，
of
他
any
在卡套
color,
里面
but
抽出
Invoke
来
is 5.
方便
So
看而已。
then I might have
对，
considered, although doing nothing for an entire turn does feel pretty bad.
It really
but
那
I
是那
might
是
have
从卡套里面
considered
抽出来而
just
已。
waiting next turn. If you can find the land, you can go Chandra, tick up for 2 mana, then cast Invoke. Then you get the double
Double
invoke
trouble
there.
invoke,
You get the
that's
double invoke,
a lot.
kill the
烧了
Emperor,
欠卓
kill
吧
both
不然
tokens,
怎么
and
办
kill both enchantments that are in play.
对他抽出来把背面朝上而已。
He's taken the